This story began with a war in the labyrinth that continued for many decades. Finally, after countless difficult and brutal battles, this war ended. After tens of thousands of labyrinth masters suffered a crushing defeat, people were saved. Among them were also children who had already been born in the labyrinth, children who had never seen sunlight or felt fresh air. They lost their mothers during the war, and that is why they were forced to feed on the milk of monsters. Thanks to this, they gained extraordinary abilities and were so strong that it was difficult to even call them human. Humanity began to call these creatures the children of the labyrinth. They were feared because these children had not yet learned to control their own powers. Every year they grew and adapted more and more to ordinary human life. Our story is about one of these children of the labyrinth. This guy's name is Kim, and today he returned to the labyrinth to become a guide for other people. A girl named Mary was telling her friend about how obsessed the children of the dungeon are with mazes. She is sure that this boy, whose name is Kim, is the only child in the dungeon who is afraid of the maze. He's a guy who hasn't yet reached his potential, maybe because he's too weak, or maybe on the contrary, incredibly strong. That's why they brought a large number of guards with them, and also because the labyrinth is always dangerous. Kim asked the guards not to use weapons even if they encountered monsters. It was better to conserve strength and avoid battles. The guards began to laugh at his words and said that he only had to accompany them, and they, in turn, would be able to protect everyone else. These fools don't understand that while they're talking all this nonsense, someone in the maze is being torn into several pieces. This place should not be underestimated because something terrible could happen at any second. Soon they saw a monster that is most often found on the first floor of a geyser. This monster was already wounded, and upon realizing this, the guards immediately prepared to kill him, even though Kim asked them not to. Of course, stupid people aren't going to listen to a guy who was born in this place. They think they know better how to deal with monsters. Within seconds, this huge, terrifying, and hairy creature was killed with a few shots. Everyone around was pleased. There was no doubt that this monster would be sold for a lot of money. The whole team wanted to continue on their way, but only one tried to explain that they had to turn back immediately. Soon everyone heard a strange sound, as if a predator had heard the shots and now wanted to come for revenge. The guards are confident that if you take a narrow trajectory, you can easily defeat the predator and earn even more money. A few more murders and they'll all be incredibly rich, or so these people hope. Kim said he wasn't going to go with them to kill another monster. He would stay here because he wasn't interested in money. He asked the young children to follow him, if of course they wanted to survive and not become a tasty snack for the monsters. Thus, the team dispersed in different directions. The strongest and stupidest went hunting. Everyone else chose their own path in life. Mary was incredibly unhappy. She believes that all these filming will now be uninteresting because Kim led them in the wrong direction. The guy explained that they had to leave even though the goal had not been achieved. It seems that the reason the dungeon child is going around this maze is because he is a coward. Mary suggested that the other cameraman return immediately, because maybe they would still have time to film the battle against the monster. If they stay here, they will spend a lot of money and get nothing, and this cannot be allowed. At that moment, everyone around heard an incredibly loud sound, a sound that made the heart beat at maximum speed. Kim said that they should all follow him. They couldn't show the monsters that their group had split up. The predators heard the shots. They are angry and want to taste human blood. Soon, all these young fools realized that they should have listened to the advice of the dungeon child from the very beginning. When the monster appeared, it became clear that it was too late to scream and be scared, because death was already knocking on the door. This monster didn't even say hello. It immediately grabbed the operator and tasted his flesh. This monster is called a wolf monkey. Only Kim has encountered such creatures in the past because he was born into this world. This monster did not come alone, which means that the camera crew was ambushed by the creatures of the labyrinth. If nothing is done, these monsters will soon kill everyone. Kim knows very well what the rules are in this place. He changed immediately, and all those people who previously considered him a coward should take their words back. In just a few seconds, you young guy conducted a complete analysis of your opponent's weaknesses. After the analysis was completed, he took out his sword and approached this huge wolf gorilla with lightning speed. He doesn't have time to fight each of these monsters for a long time, because Mary is in mortal danger and cannot defend herself. We will have to hurry to save the girl and avoid a horrible death. There is no better way out of this situation than an incredibly fast escape. Kim warned that Mary should hold on tighter. Now they were going to have a real fight. It's not hard to understand the despair of the monsters, who had been planning to have a delicious dinner since the morning, but as a result were left with nothing. Finally, Kim and Mary were saved. The boy realizes that the monsters are somewhere nearby. so he must continue his journey to the outside world. Mary cried all the time. She believes that her entire team died because of Kim, because he could have killed the monsters but didn't. I had to explain to this girl again that Kim was just a guide in the dungeon, not a personal bodyguard. There was not a single word in the contract that he had to fight monsters and risk his own life. Mary hired a few fools who had never been to the dungeon, all of whom ignored the guide's advice, so Kim was not to blame for anything. If all these mentally retarded team members had listened to him from the beginning, everyone would have been alive and wouldn't even have encountered the monsters. If Mary dies, he gets his money, so the guy decided to save her at the last moment. Kim is just doing her job and thinking only of herself, although this job may lead to an unexpected plot twist. That's exactly what happened in our story. During the conversation, everything around began to glow in bright colors, and Kim saw the emblem of the labyrinth in front of him. He said that they needed to get out of here immediately, but at that moment the floor beneath their feet began to crumble. A few seconds later, the young man and woman fell into a deep abyss and nearly died from the hard landing. At first, Kim was sure that the girl could not have survived the fall because only he had extraordinary abilities. He raised his eyes and saw that he was in the center of the maze, which meant he was in serious trouble. The guy wanted to look around and understand what was here, but at that moment the labyrinth emblem seemed to come to life. This huge snake, which seemed made of stone, began to attack within a few seconds. She bit our hero on the hand and named him the 230th Snake Liberator who would inherit this terrible dungeon. Of course, Kim didn't understand anything. He said he didn't want to die in this place, but he started to lose consciousness. Soon the boy opened his eyes and saw that he was in an unknown place. He couldn't understand anything, but in any case he was happy to be alive, even after the poisonous snake bite. His hand has completely healed, and he also feels like his body has become much stronger than before. Looking around, he began to guess what was near the entrance to the first floor and also saw Mary. He ran to the girl to check on her physical condition. Despite her injuries, she was still breathing. There are no doctors or medicines around. No one here can help her. Now is the time to think. Because Mary could die at any moment, we need to find a way out and save the girl. He asked her to wait a bit and assured her that she would soon be safe. But as it turned out, Kim kept his word. Soon they got out of the dungeon and headed home. It was already being reported on TV that at 9 in the morning, a terrible incident had occurred in the dungeon with the expedition team. 7 of the 9 team members died when monsters ambushed and wiped out the entire squad's fighting force. Miss Mary was saved by a dungeon child named Kim. Not even 2 hours had passed, and it was already being talked about on TV. Kim was glad that none of this was caught on camera, because he wouldn't be surprised if he ended up being blamed for the disaster. Soon Carol entered the room. He didn't know she was home, but it seemed like the girl was crying. He left her half of the money. It seems she just found out about it and was very scared. Kim asked the girl to keep the money for herself and not to ask where he earned all this large sum. The main thing is that he didn't do anything wrong. At this moment, a man appeared behind the girl. This was Kim's father, who wanted to understand what all this meant. He started yelling at the guy and said that he already found out how he was making this money, and now he knows that the anthem was risking his own life. The father has already told his daughter to return the money, but she still holds it in her hands. It seems Kim considers his parents so helpless that he decided to risk his own life for money. Of course, the guy tried to explain that he hadn't done anything wrong and just wanted to help his family, but no one listened to him at all. I had to apologize and then accept the money back, even though Kim was incredibly upset about it all. The father was sure that he raised the boy according to all the norms of society, but it seems that he grew up a complete egoist. The father asked his son to rest and promised that nothing like this would happen again in the future. Everyone probably already guessed that Kim ended up in this family after he was found in the dungeon. When parents take on the responsibility of raising a child in a dungeon, they receive a great reward for it. There have been many cases where a child was taken into a family just for money, and then these children killed their guardians, but Kim was lucky. He really has a real family. Although now, because of Carol's wedding, the situation is difficult, but these are still trifles. Kim also soon noticed that a mysterious snake tattoo appeared on his arm. This wasn't the case before, but now when he clicks on this tattoo, a system window opens with its characteristics. At the moment, the synchronization is only 16% complete. He is at rank 1 and cannot activate the labyrinth yet. He was able to find some information on the internet, meaning this green panel is similar to what you see in games. Nagi's labyrinth refers to the labyrinth team he was bitten by a snake, so leaving the labyrinth chose him as the new master. He decided to touch this status window, and at that moment the reality around him seemed to dissolve. The outside world, which had seemed so real, ceased to exist, and Kim found himself in the dungeon again. He saw again this large green snake in front of him, looking at him so intently, as if trying to hypnotize him. This snake is so fast that it is even difficult to keep track of it, so the boy quickly realized that he had to use all his strength. As soon as the snake started to attack, Kim immediately stopped it with his cloak. It was a clever plan that immediately made it clear that Kim was a very smart guy with quick reactions. He understands that this will only hold the snake back for a while. It has enough strength to get out of his clothes, so he needs to find a full-fledged weapon. The snake turned to him again. She again called him a liberator, the man who would inherit the dungeons and take the throne of Nagi. He is too young and not ready to become king, but the snake is not in a position to turn back time, so it must be considered fate. The king is dead, now it's time for a new king, so she congratulates the boy and wishes him luck on this difficult journey. Of course, Kim doesn't understand anything at all. He thinks he's talking to one of the maze masters, but he doesn't want to play these games and go back to hell. He had tried to avoid the mazes for years, but he had to come down here for money for Carol's wedding, and that immediately led to problems. He has been haunted by troubles his whole life. He probably should have listened to his parents' advice and avoided labyrinths. At that moment, he heard that one of his family members wanted to come into his room. He said that he was changing clothes and asked to wait. This is the portal through which he got to this place. It seems that sounds from the outside world penetrate here. I had to get back immediately, or Carol would come into the room and see something she didn't want to see. She immediately began asking about the strange sounds coming from the room, his street clothes, and his strange behavior. I had to tell her a few interesting stories and tell her that he only plays games and watches internet streams. Carol couldn't believe that her perpetually withdrawn brother was interested in such things. He has no hobbies, no friends, and no girlfriend at all. He constantly spends his free time in his room and seems completely antisocial. To be honest, we have to admit that Carol is absolutely right. After Kim left the maze, he always tried to forget this terrible place. He was in complete peace, but the problem was that he wasn't used to it, and now this peace caused discomfort. Actually, Carol came here to apologize to her brother. She didn't know that he returned to the dungeon because of her, and she was very ashamed. But Kim assured her that it was no problem and everything was fine. He completely forgot that he had left his cloak in the labyrinth, so he asked the girl to wait until he returned. Meanwhile, strange things started happening in this labyrinth. Perhaps the boy would be left without his clothes. It was a little strange to watch. Now Kim isn't sure if he really wants his cloak back that badly. I had to immediately say goodbye to my sister and tell her that now was not the best time for such conversations. She had never seen him so interested in anything in her life. She had better think he was really playing video games. Returning to the labyrinth, Kim immediately realized that his cloak was still there, but there was no more money in it. The system reported that while he was in the maze, the devil stole all his money. In order to find this devil, you need to complete synchronization and activate the entrance to the labyrinth. The guy decided to sit on the king's throne and think a little about how it all turned out. As soon as he touched the throne, the system reported that the detailed information of the labyrinth was locked and would only be opened after synchronization. Now he can continue his synchronization and do everything possible to get his money back. He's not going to leave here without money because he really risked his life for it and almost died. If it weren't for the money, he would have immediately returned to his room and forgotten about any labyrinth. The synchronization process was started. The characteristics check began, but it seemed like it was a very long process. He began to think that he'd better forget about synchronization and try to find the devil on his own. And it was at this moment that something interesting happened. The verification has been completed. The guy Kim has been identified as the Naga King. Now you can start the synchronization. At that moment, the labyrinth around him completely changed. Everything became too white, as if the boy had entered paradise. Soon, the synchronization was completed. It seemed as if the design had changed slightly. The guy's rank was immediately increased, as were all his main characteristics. Now he needs to go inside the labyrinth. It seems that the devil who stole his money has decided to personally come to meet the new king. Probably the average person wouldn't even notice this little monster. But Kim is extraordinary, and he wants revenge. This little kleptomaniac must understand that you can't steal the king's money, otherwise there will be a retribution for it. Kim hit the devil several times, then ordered him to return the money immediately or he would tear him to pieces. It seems that this monster no longer has the guy's money, but he is ready to pay for his guilt with a precious crystal. Deep crystals are particularly expensive. Found only in geysers, they are found deep underground, or they may be hidden in rare plants. Finding these crystals is so difficult that people choose to hunt dangerous monsters to get to these stones. One such crystal can be worth a huge amount of money in the real world, so this devil's gift is extremely rare. It turned out that the devil was not going to stop there, because he was ready to give the guy another crystal. It was so hard to believe that Kim even lost control of himself, forgot about the monster, and immediately grabbed the crystals. Those few seconds of loss of concentration were enough for the devil to disappear. But it didn't matter now. It seemed like everything ended very well, but at that moment Kim felt that something strange was happening behind him. The system reported that he had sacrificed a mid-rank profound crystal. Now the broken part of the labyrinth would be restored and improved. Of course, the guy doesn't want to part with the crystal because it's extremely expensive. But the labyrinth has already swallowed the stone. In 24 hours, the stability update will occur. And Kim has 72 hours to increase the maze rank. He had already dreamed of buying himself a new car, but now he had to forget about all those dreams, at least for a while. 4 days had passed since then, and despite the excitement surrounding Carol's wedding, everything had gone well. Parents, as well as family friends, helped with the wedding arrangements, and Kim was able to sell one of the crystals for a large sum of money. It was enough to buy a large gift for Carol's wedding, although he would be in trouble if his father found out. The system reported that the maze update was complete, and now the gates are open again. The guy decided to go inside to look at the changes that had been made with the help of one of the crystals. Now the maze is at the 2nd rank. New locations and new types of monsters have been unlocked. Due to the update, the maze's protection system is at a low level, so you need to be careful. A structure called Nagi's Nest was created next to the owner's room. Kim began to look around and noticed movement behind him. He couldn't understand when the monsters had appeared and decided to read about it in the system. It turned out that 6 first-rank Nagi slaves appeared in the nest. The number of slaves will increase as the rank of the labyrinth increases. Although there are monsters in front of him, they look too cute as a child. All these slaves are waiting for their master's instructions. Kim decided that these little monsters would become scouts. He asked them to draw a map of the maze starting from the center, researching resources, ecology, and everything else. He also reminded them that they must remember that their priority is survival, not battles with other monsters. Actually, he should have sent someone adult with them, but he doesn't have money for protection. Kim has no hope for these little creatures. They are small, fat, and most likely slow and weak. They might be perfect prey for the monsters in Geyser, but these little creatures were able to scale the nest wall in just an hour. Also, almost immediately, some of the slaves returned from reconnaissance just an hour later. Looking more closely, the boy realized that only one monster had returned, and began to think that all the others had already been killed. It seems they are so weak that they couldn't even protect themselves on their first walk through the maze. Later, it turned out that everything was exactly the opposite. Everything was fine with the monsters, but there was so much loot that we had to return early. The mood of other employees was immediately improved, and their work efficiency will also improve. Also, one of the slaves immediately handed over to his king a map that had been formed through reconnaissance. A lot of interesting things were found nearby, so we can thank the slaves for their incredible help. These little creatures turned out to be much more interesting and powerful than initially expected. Kim also noticed many different things left in the dungeon from the time of the Great War, probably because there had been no people here for a long time. Looking more closely, Kim noticed small, deep crystals. The slave explained that he had seen many such crystals. Kim ordered these stones to be brought to him immediately, because a plan to make money immediately arose in his head. He doesn't know what will happen to the employees if he goes out into the real world now. Monsters could attack the maze at any moment. It's very dangerous to leave his small team alone, but Kim can't be with them all the time. The labyrinth brings him many benefits, not only money, but also opportunities. That's why he decided to donate a few crystals to help the labyrinth. It's strange because for the past 5 years, Kim had tried to forget about the maze, but as soon as he got here, the maze absorbed his thoughts. It seems that now he understands why the children of the dungeons are so obsessed with this place, and why they are willing to give their lives for the labyrinth. Despite the danger and constant darkness of Geyser, the unpleasant feeling never left him as long as he lived in peace and safety in the outside world. These feelings cannot be experienced or forgotten at all. To put it simply, Kim was constantly too bored. He was incredibly bored living in this ordinary and uninteresting world, but now he is the king of, and ready to restore the glory of the Empire. This fame will spread throughout Geyser, and then Kim will finally feel at home. Soon, the system reported that he could summon 1 soldier and 2 minions using the energy of the crystals. For now, that's all he's capable of, and it's immediately clear that the best option is to call in soldiers to defend the labyrinth. On the other hand, each soldier needs to be paid for, especially for their maintenance, so this should be done in moderation. The guy decided to find a balance and call one soldier and one servant, and soon the process was launched. Nagi appeared. He is a standard-type soldier, but it is immediately noticeable that he is indeed quite strong and physically developed. Kim wondered if the soldiers would have any weapons, but it turned out that these warriors were well prepared for any battle. The king informed the soldier that he would defend the vault together with the workers, and the beginning of their acquaintance was positive. Also, soon the system reported the appearance of the maid Nagi, for which the secret of Geyser was activated. It turned out that the maid belonged to the heroic rank. Her name was Dominicana, and she was much better than the standard maids. The Dominican immediately greeted her master, her voice echoing in Kim's head as if she were using telepathy. At the very beginning, the maid was ready to carry out the first order, so I had to tell her about the current situation. Soon, Dominicana learned that the king had not even finished the training process and then asked to look at the map of the labyrinth. She immediately said that next to the vault there was a place with hidden crystals. They needed to be found immediately, and Dominicana was ready to help. It turned out that there is a stalactite cave in the labyrinth. The walls of the cave are quite thin, so they can be easily broken to get to the crystals. Sometimes crystals can be obtained during the processing of other minerals. Even if the plant with the crystal is small, you can always take the flower with you. Geyser plants are quite hardy, so they do not require special care. Dominicana also said that they must protect this area, since it is part of the labyrinth. The nearest passages are easy to defend. There is drinking water here, but don't think that everything around is too safe. Nearby is an area with wild monsters. This area is called a hunting ground. There you can earn the opportunity to summon even more soldiers and servants. Kim was pleased. He didn't even suspect that there was someone in this place, someone Kim could talk to. He explained that he came from the outside world and had no intention of leaving the labyrinth, but sometimes he would have to return home. Since the labyrinth doesn't have a core yet, monsters shouldn't come here yet, although you can expect anything from Geyser. Dominicana recommends summoning more soldiers and servants to improve the labyrinth before it's too late, and constantly collecting crystals. Dominicana cannot help with crystals because only a master, that is, the master of the labyrinth, can release energy from these plants. Kim immediately wondered what would happen if he couldn't meet the standards of this place. The maid said that some slaves might leave or revolt, but even if the monsters harm the lord of the labyrinth, they will not be able to take over this place because only Kim can be king. The Nagi aren't stupid enough to try to start a riot because the whole of Geyser will find out about it. They have a lot of work ahead of them. They need to forget about conversations for a while and work actively. Soon, Kim returned to the real world and decided to earn some more money with the help of crystals. The shop owner was surprised because even famous warriors don't bring that many crystals. Over the past 5 years, the professionalism of researchers has declined, so crystal supplies have decreased significantly. The man is not going to ask where exactly Kim gets these stones, but he wants to offer a contract. The guy lived far from the geyser for a long time and has no idea what the situation is there now, so this contract can help him find out what's going on in the dungeon. Kim is ready to sign a contract, but in return he wants to find out information about the labyrinth. These are pretty good terms. Kim decided to ask the right questions from the start and talk about hell spiders. These spiders are difficult to defeat, but each of them has a deep crystal that can be sold profitably. Kim replied that he was going to decline the offer and that he was not hunting monsters. The store owner reminded the guy that he had a family to take care of, especially considering their financial problems. It was a big mistake on his part to talk about the Kim family because it could make the guy lose his mind. It seems as if this man was trying to get information about the boy, and he could be severely punished for this. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, the man immediately asked the boy to calm down and said that he would work with the strongest children in the dungeon. They don't have as soft a character as he does, but this can be of great help to both parties. It's hard to trust single children who have nothing to lose in this life. They've been taking care of themselves for a long time, so they don't know how to take responsibility for others. Of course, Kim is completely different. He has a family he wants to protect, and for that he is ready to do anything. If anyone even touches his family members with a finger, he is ready to demonstrate all his strength and anger. The conversation was over. Kim ordered not to forget to transfer him the money for the crystals. And sometimes our main character falls asleep and sees events from the past that make his heart bleed. In those days, when he was still an ordinary dungeon child, he had to fight for his own existence. Sometimes huge, horrible creatures came to feast on human flesh, and it must be admitted that these were difficult times. All their lives, children worked for the labyrinth, but sometimes they still became victims. Duke Geyser could come without warning and eat a few children if he was in a bad mood. During the most terrifying moments of his sleep, Kim would wake up and finally feel safe. Lately, after talking to the owner of the crystal shop, he has been mentioning hell spiders too often. Now, dreams from the past constantly remind me of myself again. But you don't have to worry, because those days will never happen again. Now Kim has a completely different life. Now he is the king of the maze and must be responsible not only for his family, but also for all these creatures. They don't look at all like horrible huge monsters that crave human blood. They are small and cute creatures that you want to hug. Kim has long been accustomed to various strange things because he was born and raised in a labyrinth. Perhaps it is because these creatures are not like the usual maze monsters that he is not so nervous when he sees them. Hell spiders live not far from here. It's great that they are far from the vault, but other monsters can still come here. Dominicana said that there were only a few seconds left until the update. Now the maze would be upgraded to the 3rd rank. Now you can call in more workers and also have access to new buildings. Of course, the most important news is the creation of the core of the maze. If this core is destroyed, the maze will be deactivated. Each maze has a power limit. From time to time, things will appear in it that increase this level. Dominicana said that if Kim can survive after the destruction of the core, he will be able to rebuild the labyrinth again. Due to the activation of the core, the nearest creatures and monsters learned about the existence of the labyrinth, so a pack of rats is approaching this place. It is necessary to immediately increase the number of troops, because they will not be able to defend themselves with just one soldier. Kim had never seen these soldiers defending a maze before. In theory, only a few soldiers could defeat a pack of rats. Soon, Kim ordered the system to summon another soldier and 2 Nagi warriors, and now the labyrinth could feel safe. These warriors turned out to be much stronger than expected. They can even challenge wolf monkeys. At this moment, an interesting situation occurred, which immediately caused a flash of sad emotions in my soul. Nagi's workers are the latest mutated version of a high-ranking. This kid is looking at the version he could have become, but didn't. This little one continues to follow orders but looks lethargic and upset. He has more energy than the others, but the difference in work is almost invisible. At this point, Kim called all the members of the labyrinth to him. He said that it was time to go on a little excursion. Respect is of great importance to these slaves, so you shouldn't hide them at such a dangerous moment for the labyrinth. They might get offended. Kim will personally make sure that no one is in danger. He will protect them at all costs. This decision could lead to an increase in the fighting spirit of the labyrinth. Kim chose the right strategy from the very beginning. It's time to show the rats who dared to come into this maze who's boss. Meanwhile, the rats were approaching the cave. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Their tasks are quite simple: to eat baby snakes and commit terrible crimes against women. They are sure that the new owner of the labyrinth is just a fool who will not be able to stop them. Their boss has the largest horn of all the rats, which means he is the strongest and smartest of the entire army. The boss ordered the snakes to attack and destroy all members of the labyrinth. They must destroy the snake cave and eat everything alive around. The rats began to attack and immediately saw the frightened slaves of the labyrinth in front of them. It seemed that these kids could really suffer, but at that moment a new king intervened in the battle. He wants all his warriors to show what they are capable of and destroy every nasty rat. It turned out that Kim had a fairly large army, ready to carry out any order from his king. The rats realized that they were in big trouble. They were trapped, and now they were forced to pray and beg for salvation. Let's talk about what was happening among the rats before this event. These rats have to work constantly, otherwise they will be eaten, because their owners are very big and strong. Their owner decided to tell about a way by which rats can become as strong as he is. Perhaps each of these little creatures can become the new master of the labyrinth. When it came time for battle, it didn't really matter because Kim and his team worked perfectly. The boss, called Tretch, said that if he could absorb the pearl, he would become stronger and protect his army. When he speaks of the pearl, he means the core of the serpent's labyrinth, so that is precisely his goal. He is sure that if you can do it, then no one will tell his army what to do anymore. The rats must protect their boss and pave his way to the pearl. If they can do this, they will no longer be treated as prey. They are no longer going to bow their heads and pretend everything is normal. They are not going to turn a blind eye when their brothers are killed and eaten. Tretch must run forward and save the rat world, or destruction awaits them. Kim doesn't know what's going on in the minds of these rats. He only sees that these creatures have come to destroy the maze, and he wants to stop them. Tretch was already very close to the core. If he could eat this pearl, then everything would be over. Of course, the king could not let this happen, so he took out a long spear and prepared for an accurate strike. At this moment, the system reported that the altar had been attacked, and its strength had been halved. Tretch was very close to destroying the pearl. but at the last moment the enemy's weapons stopped him. He can be understood. He only wanted to save his brothers and sisters, but Kim stopped the rat at the last moment. This big rat got too close to the core. Kim didn't expect that he could sacrifice his army in order to get closer to the pearl. We'll have to be much more careful next time, but today we can smile. Because after defeating the boss, the rat's fighting spirit disappeared. The defeat of the entire army is only a matter of time. If Kim knew how weak these rats were, he wouldn't even worry. They may win through sheer numbers, but they are unlikely to be stronger than ordinary Nagi workers. Rumor has it that people found rats in the labyrinths and forced them to work, which sounds horrible and reminds us of children in dungeons during the war. Nagi soldiers performed admirably. They are very flexible and strong and have almost no fear. Due to their long tails, their center of gravity is always in a free position, so they are very fast and strong. It turned out that there was a being who had been watching the confrontation between these two armies all this time. It was a man in a hood. This man immediately returned to his territory and said that the rats had been defeated. He also said that the owner of the snake maze was very inexperienced. It was noticeable that this was all happening to him for the first time. It seems that this man's boss was very unhappy that they lost an army of rats and did nothing. We will have to collect even more rats and also add mercenaries to them, all of whom must prepare for war. Someone managed to declare that a descendant of the dragon had appeared. Even if it was ancient blood, it was enough to protect a weak-level labyrinth. In any case, something amazing awaits them in the future, so they need to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, Kim received the title of Rookie Commander, although it is not a very high title, but it is enough to start. Kim is still not very happy with this battle. The rat leader was able to enter the ruler's room, and if he was not interested in the core, then everyone else would have suffered. Of course, it's a good thing that their first rivals were rats, because they aren't too powerful and strong. If the situation in Geyser doesn't change, they could be destroyed at any moment. So we need to come up with something. The king turned to his warriors and asked them to forever keep this triumph in their hearts. We must not forget that they are in Geyser. That is, a place where the weak die and the strongest get everything. They don't have time to celebrate victory over weak enemies because, at the moment, it's a maze. In any case, Kim is confident that they can do the impossible, and soon the vault will be overflowing with treasures. They must open new territories and make this place their own fortress. Then they will be able to fear no one and nothing. The guy assured that all members of his team will soon be called living legends. Many days had passed since the battle with the horned rats. The corpses had been eaten, and the weapons had been taken to storage. Kim sent slaves into the cave to install equipment to find crystals. All other workers, along with security, were ordered to go in search of crystal plants. In the future, Kim wants to create 2 squads, hunters and patrols. But right now he doesn't have enough depth crystals to summon. Also decided to use rat horns and sell them to a man he knew. These horns are often used among people. Of course, this seller, whose name is Sun, by the way, is more interested in deep crystals, but they have been hard to find lately. After they talked about money, Kim decided to mention hell spiders. He needs the crystals too badly, so he hopes that Sun's offer is still valid. The man replied that the first team had already set out to search for the monsters, and if Kim wanted to join, he still had a chance to do so. Sun tried to find out what the boy's current level was. Kim replied that he didn't know, but he was born and raised at level 12th. I couldn't even believe those words and thought the guy had completely lost his mind. Kim assured him that he was born and lived in the labyrinth of one of the Dukes of Geyser. So he was a child of a high-level dungeon. Now Kim doesn't even realize the power of the children of the dungeon, because he hasn't gone down there since the war ended. He doesn't know any information about the dungeon, which is why he wanted to talk to Sun about it. The man explained that each child in the dungeon has a level after birth. This level is equal to the floor on which the child was born. The first levels are only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. The middle levels are included in armed detachments of soldiers. The higher levels are in monster territory, meaning the kids from there are also incredibly strong. If we talk about the 10th level, we couldn't reach it even during the war. It's the most dangerous territory. There is almost no information about the lowest levels, as there are too few dungeon children from those floors. If Kim is really so deeply born, then he doesn't need to explain all this information because he is definitely one of the strongest warriors of humanity. Sun tried to understand what superpowers this guy had, but our hero doesn't like such questions. He said he had no superpowers, but he could easily kill Sun with his own hands. This was enough for the man to stop asking stupid questions. Then Kim said something strange. He asked not to talk about his high level, but to say that he was not that strong. Because of these words, he will lose potential earnings from cleaning the dungeon, but the guy is ready to go for it. Then he returned to his hideout and saw a rather interesting situation. Dominicana gathered the workers around her and said that in the future legends would be told about them. Kim's latest motivational speech must have made a strong impression on her, and now she wants to repeat after her master. The girl said that finding crystals in the cave was successful, and they were also able to find several plants with crystals. Kim received the crystals and immediately began transforming them into the energy of the labyrinth and summoning the Naga. He also said that he would be out of the maze for 2 weeks because he would be fighting hell spiders. Flowers with crystals grow too slowly, and each spider carries a lot of crystals with it, so attacking spiders is more rational. He also said he wanted to summon an archer, and soon the standard form of a green slave appeared. The king ordered the archer to go to the gate and defend the territory with the soldiers. The energy they received over the past few days has already been completely spent, so they need to look for crystals again. Finally, he asked them to change the size of the portal through which he enters the maze, after which they said goodbye. A small briefing among the soldiers began at the gate of the geyser. The commander of this expedition will be a girl named Lenara. She knows that most of the team members already have experience, so she is sure that everything will go quickly. For 2 weeks, they will destroy the hellish spiders that have reached the 2nd level. The expedition team will consist of 22 people. Speaking of the cleanup team, there are 7 people. All the rest are regular researchers. The gates began to open, and the team prepared to enter the dungeon. Lenara immediately explained that they needed to move quickly. She hoped that they would reach their goal and suffer no losses at all. But reality is always worse than expectations. As soon as they found themselves in the dungeon, they immediately felt this incredible horror and risk of death when they encountered the whip lizard. When fighting such a monster, you must always beware of its large tail and front legs. The cleanup team is not very happy because it's hard to make serious money by destroying such a monster. They hoped that the expedition team would pass the selection, but as a result, they see that all these people have no training whatsoever. More than 10 years have passed since the war. The most experienced and strong have already made a lot of money and retired. Kim wasn't going to sit around and watch ordinary people being destroyed by a monster. He came here to take action. Lenara was surprised by his actions, but nevertheless continued to give orders and prompt the soldiers. They were unable to save the man who was in the monster's arms. Unfortunately, this guy died. We need to escape immediately before the smell of blood spreads around. But first we need to check the deep crystals. Lenara looked at the guy with the sword and said that he had good skills and quick reactions. The skin of the worm lizard is quite strong, so Elder Song was not mistaken when he took a guy named Kim to this team. That's all well and good, but next time Kim should listen to orders because they shouldn't lose people over nonsense. Lenara believes that discipline in the team should not be violated, especially when ordinary people can protect themselves without their help. Soon they will have to fight monsters where ordinary soldiers will not be able to defend themselves, and that is when they will have to show their potential. Kim asked the team commander not to worry and assured him that there would be no problems in the future. As expected, the attitude towards ordinary people and children of the dungeon is different. Kim quickly realized this. When someone from ordinary people dies, almost no one cares. But if the problems are among the children of the dungeon, the reaction is completely different. It's unlikely that this really bothered our main character. He decided to continue his journey and a week later found himself on the 2nd level of Geyser. During this time, the team managed to lose 3 junior soldiers as well as find the necessary crystals. The soldiers immediately began to calculate the potential profits. They don't even understand that in order to make money, you have to get out of the dungeon alive. Each of them is already dreaming about spending the money they receive for the crystals. This is a sign of the inexperience of the mind. One of the cleaning soldiers said he was starting to get worried because something wasn't going according to plan. At the very beginning, they planned to catch up with the first group, but now the tracks are becoming too chaotic. It seems as if the first squad encountered the spiders and a battle broke out, or something worse. Their traces can be found absolutely everywhere, and some soldiers also began to hear strange sounds. Deep crystals began to fall from above. The soldiers tried to grab them with their own hands, but their bodies were stuck in the air. Upon hearing this strange story, Lenara immediately loudly ordered all members of the expedition to prepare for battle. Through her experience, she quickly realized that all of these were signs of approaching danger. Looking more closely, you can see that above their heads are the bodies of the first squad, wrapped in cobwebs. After the soldiers saw this with their own eyes, they would not be able to sleep for a long time. Now it was clear why the tracks were around. Lenara ordered to immediately retreat and prepare for danger. As soon as she said all these words, she immediately heard something very scary approaching behind her. At this moment, the battle began immediately. Lenara demonstrated from the very beginning why she was appointed commander of this team. With one move, this girl cut off the spider's head and ordered the children of the dungeon to immediately attack the monsters. While the researchers hide in the bunker, the children of the dungeon must clear this area. During all these orders, Lenara lost her concentration a little. She almost died, but Kim came to her aid. He sensed danger and was there with his sword in time. Maybe now she will respect this guy even more. The children of the dungeon must protect the explorers, but the number of opponents is increasing with every passing second. These spiders are huge and very creepy, as we remember. They are the ones who sometimes come to Kim in her dreams. On the other hand, the children of the dungeon are also not at all fearful creatures who immediately cry and run to their mother. These children were born in a labyrinth. They nourished themselves with the milk of monsters, and from childhood felt comfortable in the dark. Such rivals can hardly be scared. To be honest, the children of the dungeon themselves can scare anyone. The fierce battle was in no hurry to end. All these spiders were ready to fight to the very end. The children of the dungeon are ready for any dangers, so they are not going to give up without a fight either. If you pay attention, each warrior has his own special technique, thanks to which he tries to defeat his opponent. Each of these dungeon children is special, and that's what makes this team so fun to watch. The soldiers could not believe that during such a difficult battle, the children of the dungeon had time to joke and smile. Looking at the world through their eyes, it was difficult to understand how people could smile while looking into the eyes of their own death. That's probably why the difference between ordinary people and dungeon children is so great. They're just different levels that shouldn't be compared. Kim had long been hoping to meet these spiders, which was why he was so uncontrollable during this battle. Not only the soldiers, but also the squad commander were amazed by his technique. Probably for the first time, Lenara began to wonder if this guy really only had a 7th level. Watching him chop the spiders into pieces, it seemed as if the god of death in human form was fighting before them. Soon, the area was cleared. Lenara ordered the wounded to be checked, and also to make sure that all the spiders were dead. The children of the dungeon were pleased. They finally warmed up a little, because it seemed that because of this boring journey, they would completely freeze in this labyrinth. This all seems strange. Judging by the records, hell spiders should live at lower levels. They had never risen so high before, especially if you analyze the records left after the war. It should also be noted that these spiders seemed too weak. Perhaps the monsters of the deep levels are not as strong as everyone thinks. At this point, Kim said something interesting. He assured the entire reconnaissance team that these were not hell spiders at all. These creatures belong to the same species, but hell spiders are much larger and also have stronger skin. Even their fighting style is different, as hell spiders do not engage in close combat against a large number of opponents. Usually these spiders behave quite cautiously, but today everything was a bit too aggressive on their part. Hell spiders are like shy guys, they will never make the first move. Meanwhile, the soldiers noticed that when they first arrived here, there was much less cobwebs around. Kim said that real hell spiders will always wait until their prey comes into the trap itself, and maybe this is what will happen right now before our eyes. Kim was born and raised with these horrible creatures. He knows how strong their thirst for killing is. Hearing the words about the explosives, Kim said that it was better to plant them at blocked exits and to do it as quickly as possible. Some of the dungeon children didn't understand what he was talking about. The battle was over, so they could relax and rest a bit. Only in comics does something like this happen, when the strongest creature hides all the time and appears only at the most difficult moment. No matter what everyone else says, Kim still doesn't betray his strategy. He's cautious because he feels that the hellish spiders are somewhere nearby. The other team members may laugh at him, but when the enemy appears, no one will want to smile anymore. The team captain approached the boy and tried to understand where he had so much information about these creatures. Soon, exactly what Kim had talked about so much happened. Real hell spiders appeared. That's when everyone realized that he had been right all along and they should have listened to his advice. As happens in such situations, when danger approaches, it becomes too late to think. Kim kept saying that hell spiders were on a whole other level, and now it's becoming obvious how right he was. Terrifying creatures immediately surrounded the research team. Now they must act, and act quickly. The soldiers begged the children of the dungeon to save them, but when these boys faced death, they were not ready to die. Looking at this soldier, Kim immediately remembered what happened in his childhood. It is these moments that he has been dreaming about lately. It is these moments that make his body go cold and his heart stop. There are currently 2 hell spiders and 1 queen here. All the others are just low-level helpers. We must use all available explosives to create a path of retreat. Kim also said that there was no need to worry about the cave collapsing because spiderwebs were much stronger than you might imagine. Lenara quickly guessed that this guy had seen these spiders before and had a lot of experience fighting them. It was all too obvious. There's no time to think about it now. The monsters are becoming more and more numerous, and sooner or later the warriors will run out of strength. Half of the first squad is already dead, and soon this team may also go to hell. Now they must hold on and defend themselves until the explosives are activated. Some don't even understand why they have to retreat, because these monsters were the main goal of the expedition. It's strange to retreat once a target has been found, but on the other hand, that target may prove too dangerous. Some of the children of the dungeon decided to take the initiative into their own hands and become a hero. Kim tried to warn these fools that all this would only lead to serious problems, but still, no one listened to him. He has been proven right several times, but that is not enough for some mentally retarded soldiers to understand the seriousness of the situation. They will soon regret not having listened to Kim's advice from the beginning, but it will be too late. Maybe all the other guys will draw conclusions and be more careful, because if you don't learn from your own mistakes, there's no chance of surviving in the dungeon. Any weakness here leads to immediate death. They should have understood this as children growing up in these caves. Probably only by being born on the lower floors can one truly experience what a labyrinth is. Kim knows that there are no high-ranking warriors here except him, which is why he fights harder than the others and tries to protect everyone. He is not a spider. He does not have many arms, but he has a great warrior's heart that can lead him to victory. Now he doesn't want to pretend to be a hero. The slightest carelessness and he will die. That's a fact. He hasn't used the electric charge, which is one of his main skills, for a very long time. But today it needs to be fixed. This is the only way to stop these hellish creatures, and perhaps the only way to earn the respect of the other team members. The passage has been opened and now we must retreat immediately. Otherwise it will be impossible to escape from the spiders. Kim jumped high up to block the passage and the team from the spiders. He deliberately took this risk in order to save a large number of people, although he understands that he himself may be left face-to-face with a monster. Lenara tried to change his decision, but guys like Kim always think about others. Finally, he told all the other team members that they would meet at the exit and everything would be fine. Now he finds himself with monsters trying to laugh at him. The spiders are sure that they have won. Kim has a completely different opinion. Strangely enough, now he feels like he has finally spread his wings. It's unlikely that they even understand what he's talking about. All that's left to do is have fun and throw a real party. At that moment, the gates of the portal of the snake labyrinth were opened, revealing that Kim was not alone at all. The king was visited by his friends. He immediately gave several orders and prepared for battle. The only problem is the biggest spider. This big guy is about to attack. The second level is too small and narrow to attack with such a massive body. If he behaves too recklessly, he will destroy the cave, so he must sit and watch all the other spiders. Seeing the monster army approaching, Kim ordered Dominican to stay behind the gate. He said not to worry because these spiders are not much stronger than horned rats. We must prevent them from entering and destroy all these sinful bastards. That is, send them to the realm of the dead. The party was started, and the Nagi warriors immediately got down to business and showed why the king valued their help so much. Kim enjoyed watching his army destroy the horrible creatures. They fight much better than he expected, especially the archer, who shoots like a cannon. A little later, Kim saw the Spider Queen start to move, something he had not anticipated. He felt like the queen should understand that her move could lead to disaster. But it seemed this creature was too stupid. She is willing to sacrifice her life as well as the lives of her troops to try to kill Kim and his team. Nagi's soldiers was mortally wounded, and some warriors began to lose their battles with the spiders. The situation is really getting out of control. The spiders have found a way to turn the tide of the fight and seize the initiative. In such a situation, the king must lead his army and set his own example of confidence and courage. You need to strike a few blows at the queen. This will immediately help raise the morale of the army. At this moment, Dominicana reported that the labyrinth gates were in danger. There are too many lower-level spiders around, but Kim is too busy with the Spider Queen. The queen was completely distracted by the gate and focused her attention on Kim. It would be dangerous to ignore her and let her near the gate, because there are weak warriors there who will not be able to stop the monster. Only after a few minutes of battle did Kim finally understand why the spiders had become so much stronger since their last encounter. Kim said that for him now, everything fell into place because he saw that they constantly carry spiders with them. The system reported that the Labyrinth Lord had sacrificed one good quality mid-level profound crystal. Kim ordered the sorcerer to be immediately called for help. It seems he has figured out how to turn the tide of this duel upside down. The sorcerer must destroy this huge spider and protect the territory of the labyrinth. The weak secret of Geyser was activated. A sorcerer of rare rank soon appeared to aid his king. He immediately prepared to use magic to secure his territory. This battle took a lot of strength from Kim, but now he is confident that with the help of the sorcerer, they will be able to win. The ice technique immediately destroyed all the small spiders. All that remained was to kill the queen. Real hell spiders were almost never injured. They probably prioritize scale, not their strength. This does not mean that they are impossible to defeat, but only forces the brain to work on analyzing weaknesses. Soon the warriors destroyed the hell spider, and now the sorcerer has a better chance of defeating the queen. This huge creature is the main problem of this battle. If it weren't for the queen, it would have been over long ago. The spider's weak points are their eyes, mouth, and joints, but the queen is too powerful even despite her flaws. It will be too difficult to reach her brain, especially if you attack her eyes without preparation. Kim thought about trying to reach the brain through her mouth, but that was still too risky. During all this time, the cave has been badly damaged. One wrong step and everything will be destroyed. Very quickly, Kim realized that they had to take a risk. He said that they would attack the ceiling and break through to the first floor. Whether he understood how dangerous it was or not, he decided to do it because he didn't have enough strength to defeat the queen. After analyzing the situation, he realized that this was the only chance to get out alive, so he had to try and take risks. The queen is constantly on his trail, so now Kim has the perfect chance to get revenge on her for her horrible childhood. She will be the first person he takes revenge on, but that list is too long. Meanwhile, his army hoped that Kim had a plan, because it seemed like he was going to bury himself alive. The master is fighting with all his might, and therefore Dominicana is upset because she cannot help him in any way. Even the Nagi, who should be fighting alongside him, can only watch now. Feeling as if their existence has no meaning, the Dominican cannot understand the master's intentions despite being close to him. To the other soldiers, she said that they were not standing aside because they were helpless. The master has always gone into battle and risked his own life to protect the members of his army. He thinks about their safety even in such a situation. This shows Kim at his best, because even now he doesn't want to sacrifice his warriors. Kim fights alone because only he can handle this, because only he can stop this utter evil. Let's return to another part of the dungeon walls for a while and see what happens to the expedition members. They have been feeling earthquakes for a long time, and now these sounds are getting closer and closer to them. There shouldn't be any high-class monsters at the upper levels, but the boys still had a bad feeling. Soon a gap appeared in the cave and unknown monsters began to emerge from it. Only a little later did it become clear that it was Kim, who was a fighter against the huge Hell Queen. Perhaps right now the sorcerer will accumulate enough mana in his body and use a powerful attack. Kim hoped that would be enough, but the ice attack was too weak to destroy such a strong enemy. Soon, the ice will not be able to withstand such a heavy creature and will completely break, which is what should destroy the monster. Only Dominicana was able to guess her master's plans. They must have been talking to each other for too long. Of course, falling shouldn't destroy the monster. Kim did it just to gain pure attack power. It was necessary to create an opportunity for him to attack with all his might, and that should be enough. Dominicana said that they cannot let the spider escape. They must join forces and apprehend this creature. Once the spider is in the open position, the master will be ready to send it to hell. Kim has long said that hell spiders should live in hell, only there can they feel at home. His punch was extremely strong. There is no doubt that he had just shown his full potential. For his heroic victory, Kim received the title of a normal commander and significantly increased his authority. He destroyed the Hellduke's army and also earned experience points for his team. The master was upset that the sorcerer had not transformed, but for this he needed more experience points. After checking his loot, Kim saw 6 crystals of good quality, which had been obtained with the help of dead spiders. He sacrificed 2 profound crystals for the sake of updating the labyrinth. Progress must not stop. Also, the guy can't return empty-handed, so he will take a few crystals with him and sell them in the real world. The battle is over, but that doesn't mean they can relax. The labyrinth will become even more dangerous, so no one should see this portal. The master asked his warriors to take the maximum number of corpses and block all passages to the portal. The passage to the first level cleared, Kim may have time to return before the maze update is complete. He would leave his warriors with the necessary amount of food and thanked the Dominican for his incredible help. When he returns, he will definitely reward his warriors. This will happen in about a week. Let's move to the safe zone of the expedition squad. All this happened 5 days after the battle. The team members saw Kim in front of them. He was alive and almost unharmed, and it seemed like he had been waiting for them for a long time. He did all the dirty work in 5 days, although the plan was to clear the dungeon in 2 weeks. Linara started asking a million questions. Kim explained that he was lucky to escape and he took advantage of this chance. In any case, he saved her life, so now he can ask his commander for anything. Kim replied that he knew she was also a child of the dungeon, so he wasn't going to ask her for anything. After that, he said goodbye and said he was going home, and he took all the loot after destroying the spiders. Lenara wanted him to tell her about the lower floors, but it was too early for such a conversation. Soon, the boy met with Sun. He brought him 12 high-level crystals and the grandfather was pleased. For this, you can get a huge amount of money and relax a little and live to your heart's content. Oddly enough, Kim is not entirely happy, but he is immediately ready to spend the money and buy himself a house. He asked Song to help him with this matter because he no longer communicates with Kim in the outside world. After that, he said goodbye and set off in an unknown direction, leaving Sun very satisfied. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, everything was going according to the master's plan, with Dominicana directing the process and keeping order. Kim returned shortly after, but looked even more tired than after the battle with the spiders. He can't constantly lock himself in a room and open a portal there every day, which is why he needs to live separately. He constantly has to argue with his father and explain to him the reasons for his absence. Dominicana said that the renovation of the labyrinth has been completed, although the external changes are not entirely visible. She said that buildings are not added automatically, but now they can be found in the list. Since they have a significant supply of crystals, you can develop and improve the maze step by step. A guest also appeared in this place. He is waiting for the master at the entrance. There is one team that comes to every maze. It seems like they are quite powerful if they can come to any corner of Geyser. This creature is called the Mysterious Merchant. He greeted the king of the Great Dungeon and said he wanted to work together. Now we need to understand how the merchant found this place in the first place, and it is important to find out the truth. The merchant said that he already knew about the labyrinth, as well as its new owner, who had defeated the hellish spiders. These rumors spread very quickly throughout the dungeon, but it still seems like the merchant is lying. Dark merchants from the black market watch almost everything that happens in the dungeon. Probably this territory is under the control of this creature. Even if you pretend that Kim is a rather strange person, you still can't let the merchant underestimate the new lord of the labyrinth. The merchant said that he wanted to maintain friendly relations with the new owner. To put it simply, he came here to have a sale. Black market sellers can be dangerous, but he can't just be kicked out of here. If their relationship deteriorates, this merchant will definitely create bad rumors about the master, which will have a bad effect on the entire labyrinth. If these creatures have already noticed Kim, they will have to use their acting skills skillfully. Any merchant can bring profit. He has a lot of interesting goods, so you can buy something valuable. Dominicana also made an important remark. She advises to immediately buy the item that the seller recommends. Negotiations with the shady merchant soon began, and he was immediately ready to recommend his product. The first item he offers for the new maze master is called a parasite. This item will cost one high-ranking profound crystal, but it's unlikely that Kim will be able to afford such an expensive purchase. Kim wasn't ready to spend crystals on this nonsense, but Dominicana was sure it could help in the future. Thus, the merchant had to pay the required fee. He was satisfied and immediately gave the parasite to the new master. It seems that this is the tradition of merchants. At the very beginning, they show the most expensive artifact that is available. The Dominican explained that this artifact would be of no use until she tried it for herself, as disgusting as it might sound. Not a single piece of advice from this girl has turned out to be bad, although even just looking at this parasite makes me sick. Kim feels like he's becoming less and less human every day. Although, to be honest, he was also completely different before. The system reported that synchronization between the parasite and the host had begun. But for now, Kim is not at all worried about the outcome. He is more concerned with improving the maze and asks his assistant for a little help. Nagi slaves have now been added to the maze, as well as new combat forces to call upon for help. Dominicana is confident that the master possesses enormous combat power, so he can afford a rapid rank increase. This does not mean that the masters of other labyrinths are too weak. Most likely they simply do not want to go outside. You can now unlock new internal structures, such as a farm where you can grow vegetables and fruits for the slaves who work for the maze. It is also possible to open a training center, where you can start training slaves and improve your combat power. You can even open your own bar to collect information from neutral creatures who will come to visit the labyrinth. There are many other options, such as a forge, laboratory, and temple, all of which improve the physical and magical state of the labyrinth. The master ordered the warrior archers to deal with the monsters near the labyrinth. Kim wants to summon more warriors, so it will be easy to do, especially after building a farm and a bar near the nest. The laboratory, forge, and temple require too much energy, so it's better to improve the defense first. Kim is ready to sacrifice all the low-rank crystals he currently has. With this, he wants to summon an army and become even stronger and take a step forward in the evolution of the labyrinth. A week passed after these events. The expansion of the labyrinth was completed, and all the monsters around were also killed. All the warriors have set out to search for crystals and create traps. Some are training, and some are also defending the surrounding area. The map update will be completed in a few hours, meaning the maze is finally starting to look habitable. They seem to be too busy, lacking the deep crystals that can be found on the hunt, as well as in flowers. Now it becomes clear why the Spider Duke constantly started wars. Building a labyrinth is not an easy task. A few days ago, Kim arrived at his new house, a quiet area with almost no neighbors. The portal will close soon, so I decided to leave the labyrinth and rest a bit. He's been putting a lot of effort into working in the dungeon lately, so a rest wouldn't hurt. The parasite synchronization has been successfully completed. Now the parasite is trying to take over the body of its owner. At first, Kim didn't understand what was happening, but then he started to feel an incredible headache. A little later, he felt that something bad was happening to his eye, and he began to regret having tasted the parasite. His house is far from the city center, but that doesn't mean Kim is impossible to find. Linara had wanted to come visit him for a long time, and after a long search, she finally found this place. When she went inside, she heard strange sounds. The girl thought that someone had attacked the owner of the house. Looking more closely, she saw that something had happened to his face. Kim looked like a monster. With a little buzz, everything calmed down. He apologized for her seeing him in such a state. The girl tried to understand what had happened. It felt as if half of Kim's face had burned in hell. The guy said that it was just a common labyrinth disease that was treated very quickly. Kim said that he contracted this disease on the 12th level of the geyser. Before this, it seemed that all the children from such deep areas had already died. It seems that Kim is the last child of the 12th level dungeon. Now it becomes clear where he got so much information about hell spiders. Now Linara knows where he was born. Even if she tells someone, no one will believe her. The girl came here to find out if Kim would join her new expedition. She promised that on the new assignment he would be able to receive the highest salary. It was immediately apparent that she wanted him to become a member of her team. Oddly enough, Kim agreed almost immediately. For a long time he lived on the surface, but recently he began to think about returning to the dungeons. It seems that Geyser has changed a lot lately. Kim is ready to go on an expedition if his true level is hidden from the other team members. Linara is incredibly pleased that such a talented dungeon child will be on the same team with her. She feels that everything will go perfectly. After that, they said goodbye and agreed to meet in 4 days. The expedition plans to descend to the 6th level and spend 2 weeks there, with a total team of 15 people. Most of the members of the previous team will be on this expedition again, and Kim is not very happy about this news. I had to explain to him that this team has been working together for a very long time. They understand each other perfectly and are ready to correct all their mistakes. In 4 days, they will meet and try again to stay alive in this hellish dungeon. It will be an interesting adventure. 4 days later, Kim arrived at Linar and prepared to enter the dungeon again. The girl immediately told the guy all the details and the approximate plan of their expedition. Soon, the team members appeared. Some Kim already knew, and some he saw for the first time in his life. Standing with his friends, Han and James, was a guy with a scar on his face named Jung. Now, Khan and James respect their partner Kim, although they used to openly laugh at all his advice. Now, these guys are happy that he is on their team and will do everything possible to make sure everything goes well. Linara asked them to end all these conversations and prepare for serious dangers. The Nagi labyrinth for a while and see how sad Dominicana is. It seems that as soon as the master leaves her for a while, she starts having alcohol problems. It seems that she is in love with her king and cannot live without him. Everyone around her has long noticed changes in her mood. On the other hand, now they have a bar. So now Dominicana can calm down with a little wine, because before, at such moments, she would have real hysterics. She tried to eat the tails of other slaves and assured them that the tail would grow back, although she was not sure of that. Rumor has it that she has a secret room where you can find the master's used underwear and socks. It's hard to even comment on that. As soon as Dominicana heard the words about the mysterious room, she said it was a great idea. Now back to the expedition. This story is different from what happened in the past, where there were hired explorers and children of the dungeon. Since everyone here is from the same team, the dungeon children and the explorers behave as a single mechanism. Soon they will encounter monsters. Han will chase these demons and Zhang will cover the team from behind. Jian takes the position of captain. Despite being lower in level than Linara, This strategy is best suited for teamwork. This is called the detection skill, allowing you to see all living creatures except those with the ability to hide, which has this cheating ability and can lead the team to victory in almost any battle. Soon, the team reached the entrance to an abandoned labyrinth, the other path blocked by wolf monkeys. If you go around the monsters, you will have to go through this passage, although it is dangerous. John can't see anyone with his skill, so he's sure they're taking almost no risk. After listening to all these words, Kim said that he did not mind going forward. Now they were listening to him because they felt his experience in the dungeon. Maybe through this journey he will see new ideas for building his own maze. It could be useful. Now let's move to the evil side of the dungeon, where they talk about a dragon that has been seriously injured and needs to be restored. They can bypass the area that was marked with blood. The distance for the master, along with the dragons, is enough. Everyone knows that in the dungeon, ancient dragons do not have much speed, so this entire process will take 3 months. If only the hooded creature did this, he would have time to go around the maze in 2 weeks, so it was decided to entrust him with this task. It turned out that this is a girl. Her name is the traitor Rickshaw, and soon she will play a big role in our history. Meanwhile, the expedition team entered the labyrinth and saw the room of the lord of this place. Only a few hours had passed since they entered the labyrinth, but they had not seen a single monster, nor had they seen any ambush. This labyrinth was abandoned after the war ended, which is why nothing of value was noted on the map. According to rumors, the military wants to set up a training base here, but only next year. It was decided to arrange a small rest area here, as well as install motion sensors at the entrance. The sooner the team takes care of safety, the more time they will have for their own rest. Kim didn't receive any tasks. Lenara explained that he should save all his energy for fighting monsters. He is the strongest warrior in the team, so he must get used to being treated special. Meanwhile, he has the opportunity to look at the throne of the monster that previously ruled the entire labyrinth. At this point, the parasite's skill, called detection, was enabled. His eyes immediately started to burn and hurt, but he pretended that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about it. It's a good thing she can't see his internal system, because Lenara didn't give him any peace. This time the pain is not so severe. After the last case, the parasite did not even try to manifest itself. Kim's vision has improved significantly. Now he can see things that are not obvious, which are hidden from the eyes of all other people. He found something interesting. It's a fragment of the labyrinth, which stores the energy of the labyrinth for a long time. This stone is very useful. Soon, the system reported that the parasite was expanding its detection capabilities, which could lead to new findings. Now Kim immediately began to see deep crystals around him. He began to love the parasite in his own body. The longer he was with the expedition team, the worse Dominicana felt. She became bored and sad. The other Nagi began to talk among themselves and discuss the maid. I had to tell my friends that Dominicana was hiding her new secret room from the master, where she kept his old underwear. She asked the other Nagi to make this room bigger. This woman has very strange desires. She is more human-like. Her status is slightly higher than that of the other members of the Nagi labyrinth. While they were discussing the girl, they didn't even feel her lightning-fast approach. The expedition team continued on their journey. So far, they have not encountered any danger on their way. Kim was already tired, having barely slept last night, and had not been able to rest properly during the last stop. On the other hand, Kim managed to collect dozens of deep crystals and hide them in the labyrinth. He was also able to run through closed parts of the map and left a few notes, so next time you'll have to come here alone. All this could only happen thanks to the parasite. It was with the help of his skills that Kim saw all these minerals. The captain asked the dungeon children to all gather together, while Kim is not participating in team activities. He is only asked to stand back or rest. But when the monster appears, he will be expected to take the most decisive action. The team has approached danger, and based on the sounds they can hear, either monkeys or bats are waiting for them. John can only understand the location of the monsters, their number, and whether they belong to the same species. These monsters are almost impossible to get around. There is an option to wait until they kill each other and then leave, but this is also dangerous. There are an incredible number of monsters, so other predators may come here upon hearing the sounds of battle and the smell of blood. In the worst-case scenario, the expedition team will be driven into a dead end, so they will have to fight, because otherwise they will not be able to get through. Lenara started laughing and said that all these monsters were just child's play for such a strong and powerful warrior like Kim. If they stand in one place, then no progress will occur, so it is better to take the first step. Kim took out his sword and said that he was ready to take on half of the monsters. This should be enough for the team to confidently destroy the enemy. When they entered another part of the maze, they saw that the monsters had already started fighting each other. There are about 30 monsters here, and seeing this number, John began to think that today was his last day of life. Kim assured that it was too early to draw such conclusions and immediately intervened in the fight between the monsters. This guy doesn't know the word stop. With just one blow, he forced the first monster to say goodbye to life. Usually, the children of the dungeon can deal with monsters in a matter of minutes, their style befitting the labyrinth in which they grew up and learned. Also, their style depends on their level and their surroundings, which is why some of them start attacking without thinking until the opponent dies. This is how most dungeon kids fight, but this guy with a sword kills all his opponents with one blow. His talent is hard to overestimate. He only targets his opponent's weak points, as if he can clearly see them with the help of his skill. His level of speed and strength seems much higher than that of other warriors. It is not even clear how he achieved such progress. Seeing that Zhang was thinking too much about Kim, Linara decided to intervene and explain how it happened. She said that Kim had already been introduced to a number of mazes, and thanks to the constant dangers had increased his level. He understood how to fight effectively in order to survive, as he was constantly one step away from death. These explanations were enough for John to calm down and believe her words, although it wasn't easy. In the future, we need to think through Kim's story better so that other team members don't have unnecessary questions. The expedition's chief warrior reminded everyone else that they had not come here to talk, but to clear the area. They agreed that Kim would only kill half of the monsters, so John and company would have to kill the other half. Over time, Kim becomes increasingly comfortable using the parasite. The enemy's movement seems slow and predictable. He can't even understand whether he's fighting at full power or just maintaining his skills at the level of other warriors. Thanks to the parasite, many different abilities were discovered that affect battles with enemies. Now Kim can see the monster's weak points and internal organs at a glance. The more he learns about the parasite's abilities, the more useful his skills become. Now, the price he paid for the parasite seems incredibly small, so it was a great deal. The parasite has fully recognized Kim as its master and will now try with all its might to keep the boy alive. Although Kim said he would kill half of the monsters, he actually destroyed almost everyone around him. This is called gaining courage. Linara said that she had to invent various fairy tales to explain his extraordinary power. Team members are already calling Kim a natural-born death warrior, and perhaps they will soon begin to worship and pray to him. The battle was over before other monsters came smelling the blood, so we had to quickly collect all the deep crystals. It turned out that there were some problems. Another expedition detachment was approaching them, which was twice the size of their team. They planned to split into two groups to surround Liner's team, and now they need to quickly come up with a plan of action. Another team must have been watching them during the battle, so now they have to prepare for danger again. I had to explain to Kim that in Geyser, it's not just monsters that can become your enemies. There are no laws here, so anyone can steal someone else's loot, and it's terrible. They have destroyed about 30 mid-rank monsters. The team is tired after the battle and is now an easy target for anyone. If it weren't for John's abilities, they would have been in critical condition long ago. The other expedition team started to speed up. They feel they have been noticed, so they want to act quickly. Everyone must gather all their strength and prepare for battle, because even escape is almost impossible now. Less than 5 minutes after the two expedition teams met, the atmosphere immediately became tense. The guys from the other team look too cocky. Their leader is a guy with red hair named Jongle. They haven't seen this guy in a long time, and he's glad they met in the dungeon. He had already heard rumors that Linara and her team had recently been seriously beaten by spiders. But today, everything would end much worse. He warned that it was better to stay home and be in a safe place, but if they wanted to feel the adrenaline, they would regret it now. He is ready to let them go and not kill anyone, only if they give him all the crystals they have earned. Kim calmly listened to this fool and tried to understand who he was and whether he should be feared. There is an organization called the Association of Researchers. They recently received support from the state. Team Chongle is just a gang of bandits that controls all the entrances to the maze and attacks other teams. People are constantly changing in the association, which is why most teams are part of an association and do not operate independently. All because they invest a lot of money in Geyser. These people think they are doing a great thing, but it is all just a battle for crystals. From the very beginning, Kim felt that he didn't like these guys and tried to analyze them using the parasite skill. Among them are 9 children of the dungeon. Their leader is quite strong, and they also have a sufficient number of ordinary researchers who are seriously armed. If you start a fight with them, they will kill everyone except Kim because he is too strong. In any case, this gang of bandits has started to get too nervous for our main character. He can no longer control his emotions. When bandits come, you can feel the bloodlust around them, just like around the king of the labyrinth. Linera cannot move because of fear, and her last hope is directed at the boy standing behind her. Strangely enough, after some silly jokes and threats, Chongle decided to turn around and leave Linar's team alone. He sees that they have almost no serious reward, so there is no point in staging a battle. Finally, he turned to Kim and reminded her that Linara was a beautiful girl, but her pathetic team couldn't even join the association. He advised us to forget about these scumbags and go to the side of serious guys who are willing to pay generously for expeditions. Of course, Kim replied that he wasn't interested, but the whole conversation left him with an unpleasant feeling. It was obvious how angry Linara was, but John reminded them that they were lucky that a fight didn't break out. Linera also said that Jongul looks stupid now, but he used to be a cool guy with whom they worked together. He was a bit aggressive, but did a great job as a leader until he got a taste of money and changed. It was even hard to imagine that people could turn into real monsters, but it was better to forget about it and move on. It seems Linara wants to retreat and return to the outside world. Her motives are obvious. Chongle team will definitely get in their way again. They were lucky that there was no fight the first time, but in the future their luck may run out. If the conditions were a little different, they would have calmly continued on their path. But for now, we must be content with current achievements. They were indeed able to make good money after destroying a large number of monsters, so the expedition leader officially ordered them to return home. The way back turned out to be quite calm and safe, and after a week they returned to the outside world. Every time the expedition team descends into Geyser, trouble occurs. It's strange that they always come back in full force. Surely such luck can't last forever. After saying goodbye to Linar, Kim headed home and thought he needed to learn more about the Researchers Association and a boy named Jongle. Soon he came to Uncle Song. This man can always tell all the new information from the dungeon world. Because the association set a minimum level, the survival rate of conventional studies immediately increased. In the past, the children of the dungeon had no restrictions. They could take any number of explorers with them. That is why the mortality rate was very high. Only half of the team survived. Now the association has introduced new rules, and the community is satisfied with this. All parties in this world are happy. It's unlikely that Jongul creates any problems, and even if he does it as covertly as possible. Sun also said that there are teams of human hunters, but little is known about this. High-level dungeon children join forces and attack other squads to take their loot for themselves. Kim thanked the man for the useful information and promised to check in with him later. This time he didn't bring him any crystals because he got paid immediately in cash. Although the community supports the association, it is interesting what caused Linar to hate the association so much. Kim doesn't see any problems with the association. He generally believes it's better not to interfere in it and continue living his life peacefully. Soon, he finally returned to his labyrinth. The expedition ended sooner than planned, so Dominicana was happy. She told me about the situation in the labyrinth and said that a guest had visited them again. This time it wasn't a dark merchant at all, but a hired low elf, something new. The lower elves are devoid of any loyalty or sense of self-worth, and this should be known from the very beginning. Kim doesn't understand why they are still in his labyrinth if they can't be trusted. The maid explained that unfortunately there are currently not enough scouts in the labyrinth, so they may need a lower elf. Kim said that as a true leader, he would be able to make this decision on his own, so there was no need to worry about him. He entered the bar and greeted all his slaves. It was immediately clear that he was respected and loved here. Now it's time to talk to the guest, although the guest is in no hurry to show his face yet. Only a little later did he finally take off his hood and greet the king of the labyrinth, Nagi. So he is the same elf that Dominicana was talking about. The maid immediately became incredibly angry and ordered the elf to show respect to the master. The elf had no choice but to bow to the king of the labyrinth and say a million beautiful words to Kim. The elf said that his name was Rickshaw. He was a low elf mercenary who had come here for negotiations. The elf had never seen a person from the outside world occupy the throne of the labyrinth before. She wants to make sure Kim is competent enough to use the services of an elf. She specializes in escorting, scouting, and gathering useful information, making her a perfect fit for Nagi's labyrinth. Soon after he told them that he was hiring an elf for work, everyone immediately noticed how much the Dominican didn't like the news. Strangely, earlier she herself had said that they needed a scout, so now it was unclear why the maid was so angry. They decided to continue the conversation while exploring the maze, but we immediately noticed that Rickshaw very quickly became a personal enemy of the Dominican. The elf immediately noticed that everything around was completely out of order, nothing worth paying attention to. The core of the labyrinth is not even protected. It can be seen from the corridor. He found no ambushes at the entrance to the labyrinth, and the slaves showed no sign of taking the matter seriously. It's unclear what Kim is trying to achieve. It seems like he doesn't fully understand that he is the master of the maze. The elf immediately noticed that some slaves did not want to work and were constantly looking for opportunities for games and amusements. Kim explained that the slaves had a day off today, and because they had no tasks to do today. Of course, the elf was shocked. She had never heard of weekends in labyrinths before. It had to be explained that providing slaves with sufficient days off and food was much better than forcing them to work themselves to death. The more you use your muscles, the less effective they become. Kim looks at it all from the perspective of maximum efficiency. The elf immediately realized that this labyrinth would not last long. This hopeless place was just waiting for its death. Soon this conversation ended and several days passed. Kim was not very happy because the maze was developing quite slowly. To be more precise, they have too few deep crystals, not even enough to pay their salaries. The only good news is that they have enough food and water, but it's not enough to be satisfied with the situation. From time to time, soldiers hunt monsters near the labyrinth in order to collect crystals and other useful materials. They get about 3 low-level crystals per day, meaning they have too little energy. Kim thinks more and more about how he used to spend too much on various nonsense, especially the amount of crystals he spent on soldiers. 2 soldiers died in the last battle, so now he has about a little less than 50 warriors. The larger his army becomes, the harder it is to command each soldier individually. Thanks to the scout, they learned how to fight wild animals, but because of this, soldiers are constantly dying. This cannot continue. Their soldiers are quite advanced, but they keep dying, and therefore the master cannot understand what is happening. Previously, Kim was sure that the maze had 15 floors, but Dominicana explained that this was not the case at all. The labyrinth must have absorbed him from the beginning, and after he took the throne, the labyrinth returned Kim to his previous place. Sometimes labyrinths find their masters this way. Unfortunately, Kim only realized this today. Now it is clear why all the expedition's belongings were left after the war, because it was the most remote part of the geyser. Dominicana has never left the maze since the call, so she herself does not know where they are. There are no guarantees that the labyrinth is at deep levels. Perhaps more information will become available in the future. Maybe Rickshaw will be able to get some answers to important questions because otherwise there's no point in him. It turned out that the elf had returned from reconnaissance and was enjoying a beer at the bar. As soon as Rickshaw met the Dominican, a new conflict immediately arose between the two, a classic situation. The master ordered them to calm down and began asking the scout questions. Perhaps she had learned something interesting. He wants to know what level the maze is on, but it's not as simple a question as it seems at first glance. Rumor has it that people have divided the underworld into some categories, but Rickshaw grew up in the underworld, so she doesn't understand all of these categories. If the master wants, she can tell about all her travels that took place before he hired her. She said that next to Nagi's labyrinth is the labyrinth of the underwater Dragon King. All of these creatures were able to survive the war in the dungeon and remained alive. Rickshaw was there before coming to the Nagi labyrinth. These dragons have been around since the war. The master of the labyrinth is the king of the water dragons. Anak, he is the strongest of all dragons, and also a typical labyrinth master. The dragon defends its throne for a long time. Getting to that labyrinth is not difficult. It just takes a few days. Kim immediately guessed that if this labyrinth existed before the war, then its rank and number of warriors would be at a high level. If the labyrinths have unequal strengths, then the weaker labyrinth will certainly be absorbed by stronger rivals. When Kim was a slave in the labyrinth, he often saw battles between different territories with his own eyes. Rickshaw also said that most likely the dragon maze knows about the existence of the Nagi maze. Between the two labyrinths is an area controlled by a predator, a blood leopard. The dragons tried to subdue the leopard but failed each time, although they hardly took risks without reason. The dragons will have to bypass the leopard's territory, and they are very slow, so it will take them about 2 months to get here. This time will be enough to prepare for the battle, and this is very useful information from the scout. A little later, Rickshaw told her how she knew all this because she used to work for dragons. Dominicana immediately started screaming and calling the elf various obscene words. They must have misunderstood her, because Rickshaw is just a mercenary and only does what she's paid to do. Now she has been hired by King Nagi, but if he wants her to fight against the water dragons, the elf is ready to refuse immediately. Kim calmed the girl down and said he wanted to learn from her everything she had learned while working for the water dragons. He is willing to pay any money for this information because he understands how important it is. After a week of getting all the information available, she left and took a lot of food with her. For now, Nagi's labyrinth will prepare for the upcoming battle. Dominicana is sure that the elf is hiding something. It's better not to trust her. She asked to get a job in a weak labyrinth knowing that war awaited them. It was really suspicious. The water dragons are probably interested in this, but still, Kim can use the elf to her advantage. The master knows that Rickshaw will try to betray them at their most vulnerable moment, but knowledge provides an opportunity for protection. It will be useful if the dragons think that Nagi's soldiers are the entire power of the labyrinth, and also that they do not have deep crystals, and they are afraid of war. Kim was surprised to hear something about his rivals, especially that King Anak was sitting in the shadows after the war. Rumors reached him that humans had a weapon that could destroy him, although before the war he was confident in his own immunity. The dragon began to fear humans and hide, and now a human has become the king of Nagi. There is a hidden meaning in this. Kim said he would return in a few days and bring a gift with him. Upon returning home, Kim immediately called Lanera. The girl was sleeping, but she still picked up the phone. This is strange because almost no one calls her on the weekend, especially Kim, who has never tried to talk to her on his own accord. The fact is that the guy is ready to ask her for help. There are several items that he will soon need. A week has passed since that phone conversation. Let's see what the warriors in the Dragon Kingdom are up to. In this maze, they are confident that they can easily destroy their opponents from the Snake Maze. For them, this is just a game, not a full-fledged war. Dragons are the clear favorites in this battle, all due to class differences and the power of Great Blood. We probably shouldn't forget the number of defeats the dragons suffered in the battle with the Blood Leopard. So they're not the strongest force in the dungeon. Soon this whole company of monsters met little Nagi. They guessed that the labyrinth was already very close. The slave immediately started running away when he saw the strangers. Of course, they tried to stop him. The dragons will be able to find the entrance to the maze right away if they run after this little snake. At least that's what they think. Soon they were able to catch this little rat and prepared to make it suffer. Suddenly a cat appeared and saved his slave. He said that all the descendants of dragons are too loud. These words greatly angered the monsters, who had already prepared their teeth to destroy human flesh. Kim confidently looked at the monsters and declared that he was the king of Nagi and was not going to be afraid of anyone in this dungeon. Only now have the monsters realized that the king of the Nagi labyrinth is a human, and they must immediately tell Anak about this. It's unlikely they'll be able to leave here in peace because it looks like they've been ambushed. All these slaves only at first glance seem like small and cute creatures, but when the fight starts, they turn into Terminators. The Great Maid of the Dominican is also participating in this special operation. She has not left the labyrinth for a long time. Now the dragons will feel the power of Nagi. No one will underestimate the labyrinth of snakes anymore. Meanwhile, Rickshaw came to the dragon territory to fulfill her task. It's too scary around here. Everywhere you can see ambushes set up to take someone's life. There is no place to rest and very little food supply. Slaves are forced to do physical labor until their last heartbeat. This is what a real labyrinth is. The difference between this place and Nagi's labyrinth is incredibly big. Soon she found herself at the throne of the Dragon King and bowed before her lord. Rickshaw said that now the labyrinth of Nagi knows about the existence of the labyrinth among the water dragons, and soon they will begin preparations for battle. However, they find too few deep crystals due to a lack of manpower. Rickshaw wants to take advantage of their desperation and convince them to subdue the bloody leopard. Nagi's labyrinth, this battle will be easy to win. The Dragon King ordered the elf to recommend that the labyrinth of Nagi attack the blood leopard a week after they enter his territory. In this battle, they will lose all their strength and then will not be able to defend themselves against the dragons. The speed of water dragons can no longer be relied upon because the king wants to take a different path. Meanwhile, his warriors were being attacked by snakes from the Nagi labyrinth. The dragon tried not to panic, but fear could be felt in the air. At first, the dragons were confident that human weapons would not be able to penetrate their skin, but it turned out that this was not entirely true. They were surrounded, and now it is difficult for the dragons to escape from this hellish place. These illegal guns and equipment were manufactured with the aim of confronting the monsters of the underworld. The weapons were produced in large quantities to be sold illegally on the black market, but Kim used this to his own advantage. These rifles and pistols are quite effective against dragon soldiers, although they cannot kill with the first shot. The Dominican has already mastered her machine gun and is now enjoying this performance. One of the dragons saw that there was not a single scratch on his body, although all the other monsters could see serious injuries. He started laughing and enjoying the moment, even though he was constantly being attacked. Sometimes it might even seem like he was taking special poses for a photo shoot, or he was just going crazy. Dominicana could not forgive him for this attitude towards the battle, so she took out a real cannon to kill the monster. Only Kim intervened in this situation and said that he wanted to destroy this demon personally. This is probably due to the fact that the guy has not shown his physical skills for a long time and has not tasted enemy blood. The dragon was forced to flee because he didn't understand what was happening to this guy. His physical properties were much better than those of hell spiders. Also, Kim immediately has terrible fighting instincts. It seems as if he is mocking his opponents. Kim gets real pleasure from the battle. His progress has reached such a level that he now has to fight much stronger enemies. The problem is that the dragon has almost no weaknesses, because even the parasite skill cannot help this situation. Soon, Kim finally realized that the central back area would be his next target for attack. After his words, the dragon's aura immediately changed. He realized that his opponent knew about his weaknesses. You could immediately feel the changes in vibration and smell in the air. And finally, the dragon showed its true face. No attack could force him to begin the transformation process, but now the deed was done. You need to attack him with all available forces and techniques as soon as Kim gets the chance to attack first. As we approached, the dragon did not move at all. It seemed as if it was hypnotized and oblivious to any danger. The first attack was able to pierce his skin. Now his weak spot is even easier to reach, but it feels like an ambush. Kim understands that he cannot dwell on the danger. He needs to act and hope for the best. The dragon was furious that his king had not warned him about the strength of his opponent. He said that this labyrinth was owned by some scumbag, but it turned out that the master of the labyrinth was a real ninja. Kim even learned about the dragon's weaknesses. It seems like he is on a completely different level. The dragon was already planning to escape, but at that moment the enemy's sharp sword began to cut his skin. He had never seen blood from his own body before in his life. Today, everything changed. The fear of death filled his entire consciousness and forced him to stand still and be frankly afraid. I had to fall to my knees and beg Kim to stop. The dragon promised that he would never come to this earth again and would not offend anyone. He explained that he was only following his master's orders, that he was an ordinary mercenary, and did not want serious problems. Kim began to think about what to do with this clown. He could be easily killed, but cutting his meat would be quite difficult. Hearing such conversations, the dragon immediately began to swear allegiance to the Nagi labyrinth and promised to serve this land forever. To do this, he even swore on the blood of a dragon that he would never betray Master Kim. Dominicana said that dragons are very noble creatures. They impose limitations on themselves and are willing to be very loyal. As soon as they break their oath, it immediately means a horrible death for them. The problem is that this dragon is completely half-blooded. It has no wings, so it cannot activate the oath. The dragon admitted that this beautiful pervert was telling the truth, but he still wanted to serve Kim. Surely this dragon will be useful in the future. Its strong body will be useful in various situations. Let's move forward a few days into the future and see what's happening near Nagi's labyrinth. Or that the king of the water dragons is much stronger than the others, and he has almost no weak points. At least, that's what the dragon said. Today, Kim wants to prevent even the slightest hint of betrayal, although he has chosen a strange way to do so. He needed to test the weapon, and they did so just as the elf returned to the labyrinth. It turned out that Rickshaw is familiar with the dragon. They were previously responsible for various assignments for the king. The elf also told the dragon labyrinth that it was gathering its army and preparing for battle, with 2 months left until the clash. Rickshaw is not sure that Kim will have time to call in enough soldiers to help to even the odds. That's why the elf has an interesting idea. She suggests attacking the blood leopard. She is confident that the high-level profound crystals that the leopard has will greatly help in preparing for this bloody war. As mentioned, even the closest mazes to it could not defeat the leopard, so it is better to prepare well for this encounter. Dominicana said that this is a really great idea. It seems like the only adequate option, despite all the danger. Kim agreed to these conditions and asked the elf to draw a map of the path to the circular leopard's maze. Now Kim decided that it was time for him to return. He would no longer bring human weapons because these weapons were not powerful enough. He needs to find all his money and come up with something that can help him emerge victorious from this situation. As soon as Kim was alone, he took out his cards and began the synchronization process. Geyser levels were successfully synchronized, and now you can reach the place where the crystals were left. During the last expedition, it took 4 days to get from the first level to the abandoned labyrinth. That is, it takes exactly 4 days to complete the path through several levels, but Kim can complete it faster if she runs. Since he is a child of the dungeon, it is easy to increase his leg strength and demonstrate sonic speed. If everything is done correctly, then such a talented guy will be able to develop speed 100 times faster than an ordinary person. Dominicana always patiently waits for the master. Today, she is happy because he is back again. While he was gone, nothing interesting happened in the maze, so everything is under control. Kim brought all his savings and spent all those crystals to improve the maze. All this was collected thanks to the parasite. It seems that this is enough, although the war could take away all the energy reserves. Now we need to understand where exactly to put these investments. Even if we call up 100 soldiers, it may not be enough. Low-ranking soldiers can't break through the dragon's skin. Maybe you should consider improving the labyrinth. If you do this, then you can then call in mid-level soldiers, which is a serious help during war. Kim was involved in all these processes and hoped that he would be able to come out of the water unscathed, but serious trials await him. So he will need luck. Back to the elf. The king of the water dragons decided to shorten the distance to Nagi's labyrinth and pass through the blood leopard's territory. Maybe he will use slaves to dig the tunnel, and it will be possible to cover the entire distance in just one day. That is, the water dragon king will arrive within a week, which is exactly how much time it takes to update Nagi's labyrinth. Rakasha is sure that Nagi's labyrinth has no chance, but perhaps in the future she will change her mind. The rickshaw approached the labyrinth and saw extremely large monsters there. They were ready to tear off her head, but at the last moment the master stopped them and said that this elf was working with them. She was surprised to see more soldiers. It seems like Nagi's labyrinth is now opening up. With such forces, they really have a chance to seize the territory of the blood leopard, and this could change the entire future. Some soldiers will stay to defend the labyrinth, while some will go with the master to attack the leopard. Rickshaw said that this was not enough to defeat such a strong monster, but Kim was still confident in his own abilities. He doesn't even want to hear the words that his team could be destroyed. No one has the right to look down on his team. It was noticeable that Rickshaw was upset. She believed that she had made a mistake, and now Nagi had a chance of success in the labyrinth. Kim ordered her to go with them on this amazing journey and try to defeat the blood leopard. Only now did she realize that the master had asked her to make the map only so that she would be away from the labyrinth for a few days. It was a cunning plan. Soon they set off and prepared to meet the Titan. Soon they were in the territory of the blood leopard. Now they had to behave as quietly as possible. The leopard specializes in hidden ambushes. This is an ideal opportunity for its attack, so you need to be as careful as possible. The leopard has ruled this territory for many decades, so Rickshaw doesn't want to die acting as a guide. Although she agreed to accompany Kim's team, she nevertheless understands that it is too dangerous here. There is no certainty that she will be able to get out of here alive, especially after the thirst for murder has become audible around her. A controlled but immense thirst that sends shivers down your spine means that a blood leopard is somewhere nearby. Only a little later did the elf realize that all this thirst for murder did not come from the leopard at all. This strength is felt from Kim, who is finally ready to talk to her like an adult. Although she doesn't understand what's happening, he's sure she doesn't particularly like the way he's running the maze. Loyal to slaves, warriors, and assistants, a gang of weaklings, one can understand why Rickshaw has such an opinion about this labyrinth. But on the other hand, she must not forget that the master was also born underground and understands perfectly how everything works here. Kim takes care of his employees and destroys enemies. That's his way, and he still can't understand who Rickshaw refers to. She betrayed the labyrinth to Nagi and sold information to the Dragon King, but even so, he is willing to give her a chance to redeem herself. Of course, the elf kept saying that she no longer worked for the dragons, but it was obvious that this was a lie. She says that she behaved too arrogantly when they first met, but if she were a spy, everything would have been clear a long time ago. She also spied for the Nagi labyrinth, but in return, she is distrusted. Everything she says is true, but that's the main problem, according to Kim. She constantly goes from one labyrinth to another, but she is not going to justify her behavior. She is sure that the master has no evidence, but sometimes there are situations when evidence is not needed. Kim decided to talk about parasites. Rickshaw replied that she had heard about them, but had never seen them with her own eyes. Kim said that there is a parasite in him, but he also understands that there is something similar in her as well. During their first meeting, he placed a part of his parasite in her body, and that parasite enjoyed walking with the elf. He especially enjoyed traveling to the labyrinth of war dragons. It was very interesting and educational. It's strange, but Kim still gives her a chance. He probably really likes Rickshaw. She probably underestimated him. In fact, she doesn't belong to any labyrinth, but only wants revenge. This elf has been dreaming of sweet and cruel revenge on the Spirit King for many years. From the very beginning, Kim said that she would die if she turned to face him. And once that happened, it was time to act. She fell to the ground but felt that she was still breathing calmly, so he did not deliver a fatal blow. The elf saw a huge leopard. She didn't even feel the monster approaching. Kim's intuition worked perfectly. As soon as the boy felt danger approaching, he immediately took out his sword and began to act. However, he knows how to disguise himself even during battle. His speed is incredible, but this is not his only strength. His fearlessness makes you respect this labyrinth master. It's very hard to watch him fight and not become his most devoted fan. Only now did the elf realize that she had underestimated this guy too much. No matter how strong a person is, some facts cannot be changed, such as the fact that Kim is a child of the dungeon. The leopard was seriously injured in just a few minutes. If Rickshaw wants to, she can escape right now. She must know that if their paths cross again, Kim will not give her a second chance to talk. He is a monster who was born in the labyrinth, and he is the first person who can see the blood leopard. The leopard is now sitting and recovering from the first encounter, and it seems he is also shocked by the meeting with Kim. This is the first time the young guy has used so much of the parasite's power at once. It takes too much strength. If this continues, you will have to fight only with your skills, so it is better to try to win quickly. It turns out that the blood leopard has support. There are several similar titans in this labyrinth. These monsters wait for the perfect moment to attack, and when that moment comes, they do everything with lightning speed. As we already know, Kim will always protect her team members no matter what. Today only confirms this rule. This battle reminds him of his encounter with the hellish spiders, and he is just as sickened by these monsters. Oddly enough, Rickshaw said she wanted to help Nagi's maze, but Kim replied that they didn't need her help. Do not underestimate the soldiers of this labyrinth, because sometimes they can prove themselves to be true heroes. During the leopard's first attack, the sorcerer was seriously injured. His condition is quite bad. Honestly, he could die if he doesn't continue treatment. Everyone knows that sorcerers are very important to the king, so everything possible must be done to return him to normal. Nagi's warriors remember their master's good attitude. They want to thank him and fight with all their might. You don't understand that there are almost no chances in a battle with a leopard, and sometimes even the slightest hint of victory is enough to try. After a few minutes of battle, it became clear that they were losing, but that didn't mean it was time to give up. For decades, their labyrinth lay in ruins, and only now did they have a chance to start all over again. This warrior got the opportunity to be the first soldier of the Nagi labyrinth. At that moment, he swore that he would live until the day he could see with his own eyes the rise of a king who would not let them fall again. Only now does the soldier realize that his oath to destroy enemies along with the king was wrong from the very beginning. At this critical moment in the battle, the system reported that all requirements had been met, and now the hero was being followed by the soldier Nagi. He cannot call himself a soldier and claim to be defending his king when he is trembling with fear, awaiting a miserable death. Today, he wants to forget about the fear of death. Today, he will take this leopard with him to hell. Activating soldier Nagi's heroism results in something like this. It's a rare occurrence, but always an extraordinary sight. Finally, the blood leopard will feel that he is not the strongest monster in this dungeon. You could even say that this battle was a complete disappointment, because more was expected from the leopard. Rickshaw was shocked. Seeing this heroism, she realized that the master had deliberately taken so few warriors with him. To activate heroism, a soldier must have sufficient combat experience. This is known on each floor of the dungeon. Heroism only manifests itself when soldiers begin to look at the world differently, when their imagination changes and goes beyond all limits. No one can activate such strong energy on their own. But Kim said that one should not underestimate his warriors. It seems that he still has a lot of trump cards up his sleeve, but he is not going to use them prematurely. Seeing his warriors display heroism, Kim realized that he could no longer contain his own energy. Although he doesn't know what his soldiers are truly capable of, he is sure that they can pleasantly surprise him. Today could be a real tragedy for the territories of the blood leopard. Their fighting style is focused on camouflage, which is ready to compensate for their low durability, which is how they defeat their victims. Even with heroism activated, a soldier is not on the same level as a master who can track the movements of a leopard. Ordinary warriors can't even keep up with the speed of this monster, and their main task is to protect the wounded. These warriors are always at a disadvantage, but as it's seen before, even in this case they cannot be underestimated. Everyone asked the sorcerer to remain calm and restore his strength. He had no right to die today. Oddly enough, even when he was in a critical situation, he still did everything possible to protect his friends. He used all his remaining mana to create an ice wall. Now they are safe. This wall cannot be destroyed even if you put all your strength into the blow. So now, you cannot be distracted and destroy the leopard. A soldier's heroism can turn him into a real monster. He will fight the enemy to the last drop of blood and completely forget about the fear of death. If you do everything right and take advantage of the enemy's weaknesses, you can seize the initiative. We've already said that leopards have serious endurance problems, and it seems that Soldier Nagi took advantage of this information. In addition, during the entire battle, he has become noticeably hungry and can no longer keep this hunger within himself. It's certainly hard to compare to a delicious Big Mac and fries, but in the conditions of a dungeon, it's also a tasty delicacy. The soldier asked the leopard not to dramatize the situation, because this was just the beginning of dinner. Kim watched all this time as his warrior destroyed the huge monster. It was truly a magnificent job. With the soldier's help, they were able to buy some time. But Kim did not expect that without his help, it would be possible to defeat the leopard. Still, they lost one of their team's warriors, but they are all heroes to their master. The same goes for ordinary slaves who fought with weapons in their hands and still helped the team. If they died in battle, they are no different from soldiers. All who belong to the Nagi Labyrinth are one family without any classifications. Rickshaw was surprised at how professionally Kim leads his soldiers. He is first and foremost an excellent psychologist, and only then a general. Now she understands that there was no need to doubt this king. He has every chance of building something extraordinary. As a reward for his warrior, Kim decided to give him a name, because every hero must be called something. Now this warrior will call himself Quint, and will become a full-fledged general of the Nagi army. The warrior was so happy that he swore to serve the king for the rest of his life. A little later, it was time to head back to the labyrinth and take the loot with us. The leopard is still alive, and therefore, it is better to be careful and not relax prematurely. They decided to leave several dead monsters in this area because their skin was not suitable for making armor. We will have to be content with only the deep crystal, the heart of the blood leopard. It contains all the power of this monster, and now this power can be released and used to your advantage. It seems that this whole situation has changed the elf's attitude towards the king. It seems as if Rickshaw has finally chosen the side he wants to be on. Kim suggested they continue their conversation and talk about revenge on the Spirit King who destroyed Rickshaw's family. Because of this, a war began between the Water Dragons and the Spirit King, and Rickshaw had a cunning plan. She wanted to use the Water Dragon Labyrinth to absorb the Nagi Labyrinth and start a war with the Spirit King. Judging by the conversations, there are no more than 5 days left until the arrival of the Water Dragon King. It was expected that there would be much more time, so now there is no certainty that Kim will have time to prepare the maze. Rickshaw couldn't understand why Kim didn't know about all this in advance, since he had planted his parasite on her. It turned out that it was all just a lie, or, as it is now called, manipulation. The parasite dies immediately after leaving the host's body, and Rickshaw only saw part of Kim's parasite on her own body. She didn't turn back, so she couldn't understand this whole trick. It turned out really very clever. She had to be deceived to find out the whole truth, but it was all done only for a good purpose. Kim has too little time, so he is ready to give the elf one last chance. He will not kill him, no matter what choice he makes. An elf can join water dragons who have 10 years of experience behind them, or join newcomers without experience. Kim doesn't want to force the elf to make a choice, but if he even sides with Nagi, they will help him take revenge on the Spirit King. The elf asked to give him time until the war with the water dragons was over. It seemed as if she wanted to join the victors. It seems like she doesn't take Kim seriously and thinks it's all just a joke. Rickshaw should have understood the situation she is in a long time ago. She is the first person who is still alive after betraying Kim. He advises her not to test his patience any further, and reminds her that the choice must be made immediately. She can serve a king who is easily manipulated, or a new king who will bring light at the end of the tunnel. Meanwhile, Nagi's warriors have been waiting for their master for a long time. They want to hear further instructions. Kim returned and saw that they had all reached the maze safely and in good spirits. Judging by the fact that he came with the elf, Rickshaw chose the right side after all. Dominicana congratulated the master on the successful conquest of the Bloody Leopard and the emergence of a new hero. They have little time left, so they will have to call new sorcerers into battle without full training. Only now did the master tell us that the water dragons would appear in just 5 days, which immediately shocked all the Nagas. Dominicana was even more furious when she heard that Rickshaw was now one of them, although she still couldn't be completely trusted. Quintus received his first instruction from his master. He must help the slaves set up ambushes and prepare the army for war. Kim, meanwhile, will collect more depth crystals from the upper levels and try to find weapons for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Rickshaw can go on a reconnaissance mission and try to get useful information. In a few days, Kim will return, and they will draw up a detailed plan based on the elf's information. Kim assured them that their future enemies were only slightly better than horned rats, but of course he was exaggerating. Meanwhile, the king of the water dragons was approached by his best heroes, Aja and Urja. He ordered his best warriors to fight on the front line and destroy all opponents before the king arrived. 5 days have passed since then, and the invasion of the Nagi Labyrinth territory has begun. All the fighters are already waiting in position and ready to carry out any order from their king. Dominicana told the latest news they currently have 90 regular soldiers and 10 warriors available, not counting General Quintus. They also have 5 sorcerers and 2 guards at their disposal, who will fight to the last drop of blood. Speaking of water dragons, they only have 121 warriors. This army is quite large and strong, but it has its weaknesses. They have several heroes who will lead the army forward and give orders. These are the strongest warriors of the water dragons. It seems they really don't have a single soldier for ranged combat. Just like Rickshaw said, this is a feature of water dragons. Despite their terrifying power and enormous size, water dragons are quite slow and are also unable to fight from a long distance. They are only trying to crush their opponent with their power, although the dragons have not been able to compensate for their 2 main shortcomings. The enemy army is already approaching the territory of the Nagi Labyrinth. All warriors must prepare for the clash. Dragons look powerful and confident. Even if you look closely, it's hard to find fear in their eyes. There were still 2 hours left until the maze update was completed, but unfortunately, the update did not have time to finish before the collision began. All the soldiers have taken their positions and organized the first line of defense. Everyone knows how to act. Everyone remembers the plan. Kim is sure that a dragon named Draken is unhappy after being insulted in the territory of Nagi's Labyrinth. Of course, he doesn't want to be a target for training, so now is the time to show what the descendant of ancient dragons is capable of. Draken would fight for them together with Nagi's army. This was unexpected. They thought he had died long ago, but when they saw him alive, they realized he was a traitor. They believed that all this time he was just a weak link in their army, but now they are sure that he is not a descendant of the glorious dragons at all. All these stories about him being very strong were created just to distract attention from his weaknesses. In fact, he's no better than a dead lizard, so they don't even want to hear about him anymore. Draken has always been confident that he is an extraordinary warrior, so hearing him called a yellow lizard is too unpleasant. He became so angry that he decided to attack alone, even despite the superiority of his opponents. The dragons immediately analyzed their enemy and realized that this was a very weak army with a huge number of weaknesses. Soon the general ordered the water dragons to immediately attack and tear to pieces any insects that stood in their way. As soon as the warriors start fighting each other, you must immediately attack the sorcerers and remove them from the game. One of the strongest warriors immediately began to attack Draken. It seems that this battle is personal for him. Kim remained calm and did not panic at all. He was sure that it was okay not to interfere. Kim knows that Draken doesn't need help. He is very afraid of death, and thanks to this, he perfectly feels the strength of his opponent. He not only becomes a trunk and takes on all the enemy's attacks, but most likely, he analyzes the opponent in order to then attack. He also exposes his back to the enemy to see if they know about his weak spot. Oddly enough, this dragon is strong against the strong, and weak against the weak. The opponents have already realized that Draken is clearly bluffing. Now they admit that he is an unusual lizard. Although this does not give him permission to go fight against the water dragon heroes, so now death will await him. Oddly enough, this yellow dragon is once again completely motionless and confidently awaits its encounter with the future. Only one thing can be certain. This dragon is the strongest in this labyrinth after the master. Drakina Ortega activated a level 2 hero skill and demonstrated his incredible potential. Now he will show his enemies who is the true descendant of the legendary dragons, who deserves respect and who should die. There is such a nuance called the basic characteristics of a dragon. And now, we will see who has the best of these characteristics. What happened next is even difficult to explain in words. It suffices to say that it was cruel revenge. What Draken did to his rivals will be difficult for anyone else to repeat. It is strange that those creatures who called themselves descendants of legendary dragons cannot control fire. As soon as they feel the heat near their body, they start to melt like chocolate bars. It seems that this yellow dragon has gained courage and now wants to continue destroying his rivals. Seeing one of the leaders of the army die, ordinary soldiers began to lose confidence in their own strength. Some terrible creature was fighting in Nagi's labyrinth and began to flee. Only a huge creature standing behind stopped these warriors and ordered them to go forward and reach the sorcerers. Kim is not yet ready to open full fire on the enemy and waste all his ammunition on it, because this is only the first line of the dragon army. Both wizards should focus entirely on defense and defend them through territory. With the help of magic, you can easily deal with ordinary dragons that do not have extraordinary abilities. It is enough to attack them with icy energy, and it will turn out that their skin is easily pierced, like a piece of juicy steak. After that, Kim ordered his guards to target those opponents who were larger than all the others. You need to lure them closer to you, then attack their weak spots and make them suffer. Meanwhile, Draken continues to hold the center of the battle, stopping any attack towards the labyrinth. Seeing that the commander had been destroyed, the dragon army within the formation scattered in different directions. There's no point in activating the ambushes yet. You need to lure them to you. Quint can handle that. This warrior general must take over the left flank of the territory and not give up a single meter of Nagi land to the enemy. Soon, Rickshaw returned from reconnaissance and reported that the main enemy forces were approaching them. This can only mean one thing. We will soon have to fight against the king of the water dragons. At first, the warriors heard the approach of something very large. Strange sounds made them stop. Then they began to look ahead carefully and wait for the approach of new rivals. At this moment, Kim already understood that real danger was approaching them, and soon he would have to enter battle. This refers to the king of the water dragons, Anak, a giant who is capable of defeating even the strongest monsters of the labyrinth. He is called the Invincible King. He came here with 300 warriors who will help the first line of attack. They also have 30 medium-sized dragons for catapulting, so there are really a lot of these guys. Their king ordered the army to attack, and the dragons rushed forward with renewed strength. The enemy's main army has launched a full-scale invasion, meaning the most interesting thing awaits us now. Kim ordered the archers to hold their positions and take their time. The perfect moment to attack had not yet arrived. If the dragons reach their defense, it won't keep the pressure on us, but the enemy must be lured as close as possible. Only then will the plan work. The wizards are already starting to feel tired. They won't be able to last long at this pace and will soon use up all their mana. Only now did Kim give the order to send the sorcerers to the center of events and force them to fight alongside the other warriors. Their ice technique works great against these dragons who, due to their slowness, cannot avoid the attack. Having tasted blood, General Quintus led his soldiers forward and made them forget about fear. All these magical attacks were made to disguise the abyss, which was a trap from Nagi's labyrinth. The water dragons didn't think about a full-fledged reconnaissance. They only sent Draken and Rickshaw here, and now they are paying for their incompetence. If they had prepared better, they wouldn't have been ambushed, but that's a whole other story. Soon, Dominicana reported to the master about the losses of personnel. Unfortunately, there were a large number of wounded and even killed soldiers. Approximately a fifth of the enemy's main forces were trapped. To be honest, this can be considered a success, but it is too early to celebrate. Nagi Mei's defense. It passes over a narrow bridge, so it is better to defend yourself with a built phalanx. Warriors following their leaders should disperse in different directions to minimize injuries from catapulting dragons. You can't let enemy catapults reach the back rows. You need to kill them as quickly as possible. The weak spot of water dragons is under the chin. Kim reminded his warriors of this once again. He learned this art of warfare from virtual games, as well as the great book of Sun Tzu. It seems that people treat war as ordinary entertainment, and it's hard to believe. Now all that remains is to wait until the Water Dragon King himself enters the battle. If he's lucky, Kim won't even have to create a second line of defense, but trouble can always arise unexpectedly. The elf has not yet seen a single siege-type dragon among her opponents, and it seems as if these are not the main forces of the enemy. Soon, Dominicana, with a look of horror on her face, reported that the dragons had managed to break through the right wall. This is what siege dragons are. They are the same size as a huge hell spider. All the defenses of the Nagi labyrinth will be destroyed if these dragons come any closer. These are classic conquerors who have long been waiting for their time to shine. Among them, there are also heroic-class dragons. In other words, all the elite warriors of the labyrinth are water dragons, and this is no joke at all. The master immediately ordered his soldiers to retreat to the second line of defense, at which point the archers should constantly attack. The right line of defense, as well as the guards, must unite with Quintus and stop the invaders. Quintus has only recently reached heroic class. He and his warriors will not be able to withstand this blow. Perhaps the dragon should be called for help. Kim said that he saw another way out of his situation, which meant that it was time for him to step into the fray as well. Rickshaw doesn't want to watch all this from the sidelines. She also wants to experience the taste of battle and help her friends. Kim allowed her to intervene and act harshly and persistently. Now an elf scout with martial arts skills had appeared in their army. Now, finally, the time has come to release the bloody leopard onto the bridge, which was supposed to regain its strength. He wasn't killed for this reason. Now the sorcerers will be able to release him on the enemy so that the dragons can also feel what fear is. As we know, water dragons have lost to this giant many times before. It's time for history to repeat itself. The blood leopard is incredibly angry. He wants to restore his heroic level in his own eyes. And to do this, he needs to do one thing: kill. At first, Dominicana was afraid that the leopard might attack them, but Kim assured her that this monster had already figured out who was in charge: the Labyrinth Master. Nagi activated his parasite and prepared to defend the labyrinth with his warriors. The blood leopard has been without food for 5 days. Now he will eat everything that comes his way. At the very least, it will help you gain some time, but you still need to resolve the issue with the siege-type dragon. This dragon is now targeting Kim, not the other warriors, and that's good news. The master asked the Dominican to step aside and prepared to show that he had the blood of Thor flowing in him. Dominicana reminded that the master must conserve his strength for the battle with the Dragon King, but Kim assured that he would quickly deal with this opponent. He will only need a few precise blows to send this monster to Dragon Hell. It seemed like everything would be simple, but it turned out that Kim was not the dragon's main target at all. From the very beginning, he did not pursue people, but the inner core of the Nagi labyrinth. And it's very lucky that this huge monster got stuck in the maze gate. It delays it for a while. The master ordered the yellow dragon to retreat immediately because he had a new job to do. There's no time to wait for this slow yellow ass to do its bidding, so Draken had to speed things up. This dragon must stop the enemy and prevent him from reaching the inner core, although this will not be easy to do. Thanks to the blood leopard, the 2 units of the Nagi labyrinth suffered almost no losses and returned to the second line of defense. They are currently fighting off the attackers with a total of 1/5 of their troops lost, but this is not yet critical. Kim ordered the archers to work almost non-stop and made sure that Quint and Rickshaw had no serious problems. They are fighting a heroic class dragon, but of course, defeating such an enemy will be very difficult. As it turned out, the blood leopard helped Nagi much more than expected, stopping the onslaught of enemy forces. It seems that he has not forgotten his old enemies and remembers how delicious dragon meat tastes. At this rate, he will reach the enemy king and be able to stage an incredible battle. Seeing that a bloody leopard was fighting against them, a real panic began in the dragon's army. They still haven't forgotten how they lost their friends in the battle with this monster. Today, all their nightmares turned out to be reality. Upon seeing his eternal enemy, the Dragon King almost completely lost control of his own emotions. As soon as he realizes that the bloodthirsty leopard can kill him, he immediately becomes several times stronger and more ferocious. Because of his actions, half of Nagi's left flank of defense was destroyed, which is a serious problem. But the destruction of the left flank is almost nothing compared to the fact that King Anok finally enters the battle. Meanwhile, Quint and Rickshaw continued to fight the heroic class dragon. The elf was already injured, and now it will be harder for them to defend themselves from this titan's attacks. Her condition is not critical, but one of her arms is seriously injured, so she cannot fight at 100%. The dragons turned out to be much stronger than she expected, and would be even stronger if their king helped his warriors. The heroic class dragon is a fairly experienced fighter, but he hasn't had the opportunity to develop his abilities to their maximum potential. Meanwhile, Draken tries with all his might to contain the siege-type dragon, and he partially succeeds. Kim cannot fully assist his army because he needs to conserve energy for the battle with the Water Dragon King. The Blood Leopard holds back the enemy's onslaught on the flank, but even that may not be enough. Now, all of Nagi's warriors turn towards the enemy and realize that the critical moment of the battle had come. It's very simple. The rival king has intervened in the battle, which means that King Nagi must come out and protect his people. Rickshaw said that they should take their time as much as possible and let their master do all the dirty work. Kim's battle against the King of Water Dragons will be legendary. Several centuries will pass, and legends will still be made about this battle. There are 25 minutes left until the full completion of the 5th rank labyrinth. In real combat conditions, these minutes will seem like an eternity. The Dragon King was surprised. He didn't expect that a human would become the king of Nagi. Maybe the real master was hiding somewhere. Anok warned that he could spare Kim if he surrendered and immediately joined the dragon army. Of course, the guy didn't even plan to think about this offer. He came here to fight, and that's all he's interested in. If the dragon does not respect the true King Nagi, then he will have to be forced to change his mind. Although Anok is considered a huge titan with extraordinary strength, he is very slow and also has weaknesses. We must not forget that he lost the battle to the Bloody Leopard, but Kim, on the contrary, won this battle. Anok's armor is much stronger than that of a regular dragon. So far, Kim doesn't know his opponent, but it's only a matter of time. Kim remembers that this huge titan is incredibly afraid of human weapons, so he feels the same fear as an ordinary gazelle when attacked by a lion. This is a victim mentality, and anyone with this psychology is doomed to death from birth. Although the dragon moves slowly, its attacks are incredibly powerful, so you have to be quick to avoid these blows. In such a situation, one can only hope for the help of a parasite. This internal worm can help even out the odds. Real hell began to happen around. The Dragon King decided to fry his opponent a little. Seeing what was happening, Dominicana began to worry about her master, but now she could do nothing to help. Water dragons are also descendants of ancient monsters. The king has enough ancestral blood to use fire breath. Dominicana mentioned that there was a human weapon capable of killing the king of water dragons. The master should have known about it and prepared for battle. This weapon is unlikely to be a firearm type. It should be something more interesting and complex. So far, Kim is doing great in the battle against a strong opponent. The parasite's skills help him act unpredictably. Venom attack. His symbiosis with the parasite is really common. Kim's key task is to find the opponent's weak spot. Once this spot is found, all that remains is to end the war with a precise strike. After using the parasite, Kim has gotten used to Anok's movements. So far, his weaknesses are not visible, but the weapon is perfect for testing armor. Despite his powerful attacks, the Water Dragon King is still too limited by his huge body. His movements cannot be fast, and he cannot use fire breath in close combat. The dragon said that he had been holding back his strength because he didn't take his opponent seriously, but now he was ready to unleash his full potential. Now the king wants to show why some consider him the strongest creature in the dungeon. Seeing that their king was angry, the dragon warriors began to retreat, because now a real nuclear war would begin here. Rickshaw pays tribute to King Nagi. She never thought she would ever see Anok fighting at full strength again. Kim made him show his full potential. Maybe he has another ace up his sleeve. A heroic dragon is not going to run away. It will be able to survive the king's blow and will stay by his side. Seeing all this with his own eyes is a huge honor for him, because it will be legendary. Kim barely moved. He doesn't care about any danger. He's ready to take the hit and protect his labyrinth. The king's body has begun to change. He has opened his second phase, and therefore he may have weak points. There are several of these spots on his body, all because he sacrifices defense for offensive power. Now Kim's punches will have more effect. It's just a matter of waiting for the perfect moment. The parasite senses a mortal threat. Such a message has come for the first time since the symbiosis. No one promised it would be easy. It was clear from the very beginning that to win this war, you would have to endure the impossible. To kill Anok would require going beyond one's own abilities, but if anyone was destined to do it, it would have to be King Nagi. From the very beginning of this extraordinary attack, Kim realized that it would be extremely difficult for him to survive. He doesn't even have a chance to rest, but he can't let the enemy corner him. The Maze Master Nagi must find a way to get to the dragon and avoid its fiery attack. The weapons Kim brought with him are unlikely to be able to kill this giant, so you should try to dodge his attacks. The parasite automatically activated an ability called Consciousness Acceleration. This was done due to the risk of instant death. This ability will drain a significant amount of the parasite's health, but can lead to good results. Kim immediately felt like time around him had almost stopped. Everything slowed down as if in slow motion. Even his body feels too heavy. Probably his mind has started to process the available information faster. This ability can really turn a fight upside down, but the parasite's strength decreases too quickly when this skill is activated. First, you need to dodge the dragon's attack, and only then think about your own attempts to counterattack. This wave of fire immediately filled the entire surrounding space. Now it becomes clear why the dragon army began to flee when they realized that their king was too angry. Kim was able to survive the attack. Now he must kill the dragon before the parasite loses all its strength and dies. Accelerating consciousness immediately increases the chances of delivering an accurate and passive strike. The dragon tries to defend itself with its tail. It attacks the guy from the blind spot. Suddenly, Kim finally landed a well-aimed blow to the knee, and everyone around froze in anticipation. Everyone who was in this area and fought the enemy was shocked by what happened. Probably for the first time in their lives, they saw the king of the water dragons kneel down. This pose suits him much better than sitting on the throne. It seems he has understood who is in charge here. The pitiful lizard couldn't stand the blow to its legs, and now public shame awaits it. All that remains is to feed him explosives, and then he will never be hungry again. By pressing the detonator, Kim activated a bomb that, in terms of power, was no match for the dragon's fire breath. The master was able to find the dragon's weak points and was sure that it would kill him, but he underestimated the strength of his opponent. The exoskeleton is right in front of him. which is a problem because the parasite has gone into hibernation mode right now. The explosive was supposed to satisfy the water dragon's hunger, but instead, it became even hungrier. This creature wants to eat so much that it is ready to eat its opponent instead of defeating him in a fair battle. The dragon's mouth closed. Dominicana mentally said goodbye to her master and could not believe her own eyes. Anak smiled, if you could call it a smile, and said that King Nagi was dead, and now there was a new king. Meanwhile, the process of upgrading the 5th rank labyrinth has begun, thanks to which the labyrinth master can restore all his health. Together with him, the parasite will be able to recover, so the sleep mode will be turned off, and then we will see the second round of this fierce confrontation. Right now, a fierce battle is taking place in the Nagi labyrinth, but after the update, all Nagi warriors receive a 30% strength boost. Also, the health of the labyrinth master Kim has been fully restored. Now he even looks scarier than he was before. The parasite helped its owner escape from the dragon's stomach and prepare to strike back. He doesn't like being thought of as a tasty snack, so you'll have to teach this rat a harsh lesson. If the dragon is really that hungry, it can taste a little more explosives for a more intense experience. They say dragons love dishes with paprika and pepper. He'll probably like it too. This creature is so strong that even after an explosion in its mouth, it is still alive, but you can finally see its weak point. All that remains is to cut the creature's throat, but that requires a sword. The best warriors of the Nagi army were shocked to see their master in such a strong state. With one swing of his sword, he was able to cut a heroic-shaped dragon in half. Seeing that Urzak had been destroyed, the other warriors of the dragon labyrinth began to panic and try to take revenge. If they can't stop the labyrinth master Nagi now, there's no doubt that death awaits them. The parasite's strength grows with every minute. After fully restoring its energy, the symbiote becomes unstoppable. King Nagi said he needed a sword to fight the dragon, so Quint immediately gave his weapon to the master. At the last moment, Rickshaw tried to say something, but the acceleration of consciousness was turned on. Now everything around has slowed down as he wants to destroy the Dragon King with the help of his warrior's sharp sword. The dragon's weak point is already known, and even if this attack takes all the master's strength, he is still ready to do it. If you do everything right, hit the target clearly, and do it quickly, the result will be impressive. A historic moment is happening before our eyes. This attack will be talked about throughout the dungeons for decades to come. The Water Dragon King Anak tried to stop Kim in some way, but to be honest, it was almost impossible. He hoped that the wound would be too minor, and thanks to the tension of his neck muscles, he would be able to survive. Of course, this is just a theory. Sometimes in practice, any problem takes on a completely different form. When Kim struck that blow, all doubts were left behind. He was sure that everything was over. While the king tried to survive by absorbing all of his crystals, Kim struggled to make a choice. The parasite asked for permission to absorb the Water Dragon King, and Kim soon allowed it to do so. What happened next could be called a real horror movie. It was difficult to watch. The parasite increased in size to an incredible scale and began the process of absorbing the ancient titan. It was funny to watch the faces of the dragons who saw what was happening to their king. Quintus could not calm down and celebrated despite the continuation of the battle, while the elf could not believe her eyes. Watching a human devour the king of water dragons is either fiction or a miracle. After that, Kim received the king's core, and his parasite will be able to use a new ability called the strengthening skill. This technique will be able to activate the water dragon's defenses because now Anak is dead and the summoned water dragons can no longer sustain life. An extraordinary species is doomed to destruction. The intelligence of lower beings gradually deteriorates, leading them to the state of savages. Kim decided to summon the conqueror Nagi. All his slaves eagerly awaited the appearance of this creature. The conqueror Nagi is a high-ranking creature, a powerful warrior who specializes in heavy attacks. With him, you cannot be afraid of any rivals, especially if these rivals are left without their leader. Kim does not want to let the dragons leave the labyrinth peacefully. There should be no pity. Every dragon should die a horrible death. Nagi's labyrinth achieved a complete and convincing victory. The battle that would become a legend officially over. They defeated the water dragons, overcame a huge difference in strength, and now everyone around them learns about their power. The water dragons that remained alive will face a difficult fate. They will have to suffer and fight for their lives. A huge number of legendary creatures in Geyser learned of the death of the Water Dragon King. Among them are the Hammer King Malik, King Heparim, the Dream Queen Ariana, the Swamp King Corinth, and even King Uther. They are all interested in the person who was able to kill such a powerful and legendary dragon. Balacious thinks about this because a lot in this world depends on his opinion. Simply put, the victory of the Nagi Labyrinth has shaken up the entire dungeon, so now a new distribution of power awaits Geyser. The clearing of the territory was completely completed, the large dragons were killed, and only a few of them were able to escape. The Nagi have lost half of their army, so they will have to bury a huge number of warriors, but it will all be worth it. It was a truly heroic battle. The Nagi won despite the odds, and now all the fallen warriors will remain true heroes. Most deaths were caused by fire breathing. Such a death during battle is considered dignified. Rickshaw's injury turned out to be minor, and the sorcerer immediately helped her restore her muscles and joints. There should be no one in the labyrinth of water dragons now. Their core is not protected by anything. The elf immediately told her that she needed to take the core for herself before the labyrinth chose a new owner. You can get to their lab in half a day if you forget about rest and hit the road right away. Soon, an old acquaintance visited the winners. A shady merchant greeted them and said he could help. He was surprised to hear that the underdog had won this battle and congratulates Nagi on his legendary and heroic victory. In fact, he was just walking around and watching the battle. Quintus saw this rat and immediately brought it to the master. The winner of the battle receives many trophies, and dark merchants are ready to offer a large reward for all these artifacts. For example, they might be interested in the body of the water dragon king Anak because it is truly a real treasure. Although this body is missing its head, the rest of the body is in excellent condition. Kim is willing to keep a minimum reward for food and construction, and he can sell everything else. In fact, the dark merchant didn't come here for that at all. His main goal is to convey something important. Taking a box out of his pocket, he said that now the Baron's seal belonged to Kim. Soon, Kim was appointed Baron of the Underworld. Now no one will be able to penetrate Nagi's labyrinth. Kim can create an order of knights, and also has enough power to travel to any level of Geyser. We can say that he has earned serious authority among the lower class, and now a large number of opportunities will open up for him. A little later, the Dark Merchant escorted Nagi to the Labyrinth of Water Dragons. As far as he knows now, Master Kim is not yet able to control the Dragon Maze. Because King Anak died far from his labyrinth, his core, and everything else was preserved in perfect condition. That is why dark traders can offer large rewards for this maze. In fact, Kim has no intention of selling this territory at all. He wants to take full advantage of it. To begin with, his Nagi will take everything they need from the labyrinth. Everything else will be completely destroyed. After the Great War, a small part of the labyrinths was preserved in good condition. If everything here is destroyed, then a labyrinth will never appear in this area again. As it turns out, this is exactly what Kim is trying to achieve. He originally wanted to create a desert here. The Dark Merchant tried to dissuade him from this. He says that one should not underestimate the power of the Baron, because no one will dare to come here. Kim is not at all worried about all these nuances. He thinks about the core, which has a huge amount of energy in it. This guy's idea is quite simple. He wants to deactivate and take the core with him. Soon the Water Dragon Maze was deactivated. Kim pleased with himself. He did it because he didn't even like the idea of there being another maze next to him, but now he can forget about it. Decades of development were destroyed in a matter of seconds, but the Dark Merchant may not be upset. Kim is willing to sell him special water dragon equipment, but the Nagi still won't be able to use it. It turned out that horned rats also worked in the Water Dragon Maze. They were found inside the maze. It seems that some of them are still hiding, and now it is unclear what to do with them. Looking at these small and funny monsters, Kim smiled. They look useful. A little later, the rats were explained that this man was the Labyrinth Master Nagi, who had cut off the head of the King of Water Dragons. For his achievements, he was recognized as a geyser and given the title of Baron, so if they want to live, they must bow their heads to him. The power of the crow has been activated. Now the rats will serve the new lord. Their lives will change for the better. After defeating the King of the Water Dragons, Kim set off into his labyrinth in search of war trophies and was satisfied with this journey. He is ready to take horned rats to his home, if they are of course useful to him. Otherwise, he will destroy them. The rats have worked in the mighty maze for many years, but Kim is still disappointed because they can't even hold tools in their hands. Most of them have suffered serious injuries and lost a lot of strength, and it is also immediately felt that they are prone to disease. Kim doesn't understand how the rats could work in such a state, and they, in turn, are sure that he will soon kill them. They have worked for the King of the Water Dragons their whole lives, and perhaps now it would be better for them to die than to fight for such a life. These were the thoughts that were in my head, but everything changed when Kim offered to feed these little creatures. They had never even heard of anything like this before. with almost no normal food or days off. But now everything would change. Now they will be fed 3 times a day and each of them will get a full rest. It seems as if they are being deceived and want to eat them. Only after some time will the rats really begin to believe that Kim is a completely different master, and they can be calm and happy with him. Working in his labyrinth, they will not die, but on the contrary, they will live as they have long deserved. He understands that they all don't trust his beautiful words, so he needs to get some evidence. I had to take the little slave Nagi and show him off to all the other rats. Such a fat caterpillar can immediately serve as confirmation that the slaves in the Nagi labyrinth are well fed. Kim reiterated that they receive full meals, plenty of time for rest and sleep, and weekends. If they are sent outside the labyrinth, a soldier will definitely go with them for protection. After that, they finally believed these words and began to bow down to their new king. After he told all these stories, the rats that had been hiding until then came out of hiding and also prepared to serve Kim. They no longer have to live in fear that they could be eaten at any moment due to fatigue. So now, Kim has almost 200 employees who will help him work even more actively. 2 days have passed since this conversation. Let's go back to the Nagi maze. There have never been 2 cores in the geyser maze at the same time. It is unknown what consequences all this may lead to, but Kim still wants to try to activate the second core. The main core of the Nagi labyrinth gets help from the core of the water dragon labyrinth. It's risky, but very interesting. The system reported that the cores differ in rank, so it is impossible to fully utilize the potential of the dragon core. In this regard, the core of the dragon labyrinth will be reduced to the 5th rank, and now these 2 cores will be able to work together. Now all that's left to do is wait. Synchronization will take almost a day so you can check how the rats are feeling. Some of these slaves are not used to constant rest, so even now you can find various bad theories and fears in their heads. It is unlikely that this will last long. Over time, they will get used to the new regime and begin to enjoy life. Dominicana also said that the process of collecting military trophies is almost completely complete. They found deep crystals in the dead bodies of monsters and froze the remains of the corpses for the future. It's very lucky that sorcerers can use ice energy. Otherwise, everything around would stink of dead dragons. As for deep crystals, their supply is significantly reduced, but it is still not enough. They were also able to obtain 1 crystal of the highest rank, this item belonging to a blood leopard. He was killed by the Water Dragon King during the battle, but this trophy went to the Nagi labyrinth. You can only experience the full value of a blood leopard's heart in a laboratory or forge, but it is already clear that it will give a large amount of energy. Finally, the clearing of the territory is completely complete. Now we can focus on expanding the labyrinth and the main hall. Now their territory has become larger, and thanks to the last battle, their authority in the dungeon has improved. We will have to build a gate at the new borders of the labyrinth, move the barracks, farm, and training ground across the lake. Kim has also long dreamed of building a temple and a laboratory, as well as moving the bar to another location. The empty space can be filled by building houses for rats and Nagi slaves. The Dominican offered to make a restroom for the king, not far from the main hall, because he deserved it. Also, as a reward for killing the spiders, Quintus asked that each warrior of heroic rank be given a personal room. This is strange because it seemed that this guy would instead ask for a new weapon. In any case, from that day on, Nagi's labyrinth begins to develop with enormous force and speed. It's too early to relax. You can't stop at just the ranks of the strong labyrinth. You need to become even stronger. Meanwhile, strange things were happening deep in the dungeon, about which little is known. An unknown creature resembling a werewolf was seen killing researchers. After the war ended and the territory was cleared, Kim returned to the outside world. He immediately came to Sun and learned that he was being asked to go down to the 7th level. This story is somehow related to werewolves, and it has nothing to do with horned rats that can talk. The dream speaks of creatures found in comics, that is, people with tails and ears like animals. Wealthy people often catch and keep such creatures. For them, it is a real pleasure and entertainment. In this world, too much is decided by money. The Association of Researchers even has a team for hunting werewolves. It seems as if Song wants Kim to capture a few monsters and give them to the association so they can be treated like all the children of the dungeons. In fact, everything is not like that at all. You just need to write about it in the report, but you won't have to catch the werewolf. Kim gets everything he needs and will only need to go down to the 7th level and return, for which he will receive a generous reward. Sun tries to prevent the deaths of inexperienced researchers. He invents a reason that explains why he failed to catch the werewolf. This process will take about 2 months, so you need to prepare the Nagi labyrinth for this. While Kim was away, nothing important happened. But there are a few interesting details from the life of the labyrinth. The horned rats have finally started working. So far, they seem to be doing well and looking happy. Of course, they are significantly inferior in efficiency compared to Nagi. But according to the elf, this is due to the difference in their race. Instead of digging out vast spaces to build tunnels and rooms, horned rats are accustomed to digging small holes. Also, in 3 days, the processing of the blood leopard's heart in the laboratory will be completed. Kim said that for now he would leave the maze. He had other things to do. He again accepted a job from another person, and thereby upset the Dominican again. She gets upset when the master is away from the labyrinth for a long time, but you have to get used to it. Kim recalled that he was born in a dungeon, and therefore feels much more comfortable here than in the outside world. He also receives important information from the outside world, which can also be useful in the dungeon. As it turned out, the labyrinth is located on the 9th level of Geyser, as Sun told him during the last meeting. This means that they will not have to face the rude dungeon explorers. They will all die on the way to the Nagi labyrinth. On the other hand, the monsters of the abyss may begin to act, and then it will not be easy to stop them. People consider the Water Dragon King a weakling, probably because he avoided battles with humans during the war. Perhaps the rumors that he was afraid of human weapons turned out to be true. After this conversation with the Dominican master, another 3 days passed, and the blood leopard's heart was completely ready. The left side of the heart was improved in the laboratory, and the right side was worked on in the forge. This heart holds the essence of the skill of camouflage, honed over years of hunting. It turns out that he has retained his ability to disguise, but it is still unclear how to use this to his advantage. Dominicana said that the development of the parasite in the master's body requires crystals of the highest rank. Now it becomes clear why a parasite might seek out such crystals and try to absorb them. This makes everything more difficult, because high-ranking crystals increase the progress of the maze. Dominicans, on the contrary, consider themselves lucky, because some parasites need the blood of their master. Some even kill their owner. So the parasite that only asks for crystals is a very good friend who will help Nagi more than once. Dominicana is absolutely right. If it weren't for the parasite, they wouldn't have been able to achieve victory over the water dragons. No one would be left alive and the labyrinth would be completely destroyed. So we must let it consume the blood dragon's heart. Soon the parasite acquired the skill of camouflage. Now Kim will be impossible to spot without a special detection skill. Because of this, the parasite has reached the limit of its development. It will have to transform to overcome this limit, and for this it needs a week of rest. It's unlikely that the other part of the blood leopard's heart can be used right now, so for now it will remain with Kim. He wants to find something special for this crystal, because he doesn't want to waste it on a regular sword. After finishing the conversation, he ordered the workers to begin work. This will take about 2 weeks, and once he returns, he will check the synchronization with the labyrinth core. Now Kim must cope with all the dangers without the parasite and rely only on his own strength. Another week has passed since this conversation. Let's move on to the 7th level of Geyser. There are a huge number of corpses around, and judging by the injuries of these people, they were destroyed by something very large. The warriors decided to be careful and look around. No one would want to die in this darkness either. Some don't even want to go to places where many people have died just to find werewolves. Rumor has it that rare species of monsters can be found there, and you can make a lot of money from it. In any case, no one should relax, especially considering that they may be being watched. Kim was right there. It seemed to him that the children of the dungeon were beginning to lose their strength and were making too deep a mistake. Anyone with any sense knows that geyser monsters never leave corpses behind, or rather, they eat them completely. Most monsters hunt only for the sake of food. With the exception of a few individuals, no one will waste a lot of energy on pointless hunting. In such a vast area, you can find a pile of dead people, and here there are only human corpses, although none of them have bite marks. Even their equipment remained with them, so the enemy's goal was not theft at all. Apparently, it's a small creature that killed for protection, and most likely it's staying somewhere nearby. Kim has a great sense of such moments. His intuition always suggests the right path. It is also worth noting the speed of reaction. Only with the help of this skill was he able to dodge the enemy's attack. He didn't sense its presence until it began its attack. Probably this is the beast Mr. Song was talking about. It was probably the one the researchers were hunting, and it was this creature that destroyed all the people around it. Apparently, she doesn't really like talking, so it will be quite difficult to build a dialogue. On the other hand, there is a fairly predictable attack. No feints or ambushes, just brute force. It feels like Kim is fighting a smaller version of a blood leopard. This girl is about the level of the warrior Quint. If it weren't there, we need to finish these games and show that Kim is a completely unusual researcher. He is not a boy who can be easily killed in a few seconds. On the contrary, this hooded guy is a real predator. This monster doesn't interest him at all, so he wants her to stay away from him. Otherwise, he'll break more of her bones. Seeing that she couldn't hear him at all, Kim realized he had no choice but to kill her. It seemed that now he would cut off her head, and that would be the end of it. But someone else intervened in this battle. Very quickly, this terrible and cruel creature was caught. Similar children of the dungeon heard these sounds and came here. Kim tried to understand what they were planning to do, and not even gratitude for saving his life. They believed he was part of the group that this creature killed, but in reality, this is not entirely true. Judging by his equipment, the soldiers decided that he was an ordinary explorer, perhaps even the captain of the expedition team. A little later, everything changed when the team leader saw what was in Kim's backpack. Then his expression immediately changed, for he had not expected to see such a large number of precious stones. He is probably happy that all the expedition team's crystals have passed into his hands. I had to explain to these guys that Kim came here all alone and didn't know all these dead people, but no one believed him. They believe that the stronger you are, the better your chances of survival, so you shouldn't be ashamed of your own nature. Upon seeing the crystals, these people immediately made a decision. They were not going to talk, they wanted to kill Kim and take his loot for themselves. To do this, the skill of reading the target's movement was activated several seconds ahead. They had 3 seconds to do everything quickly and almost painlessly, but it was Kim, so their plans were ruined. He almost instantly destroyed all the attackers and demonstrated who the truly special guy was. The children of the dungeon were shocked by what they saw. No one had ever seen such speed before. Kim understands that an ordinary researcher would not be able to handle such an attack. But he has already said that he is not part of the expedition team. Only now did he realize that these guys were manhunters, and he hated manhunters. Kim considers such guys to be shitbags who stink and hate their own kind. Because of this, he will definitely destroy them. And only then will he think about what to do with the werewolf woman. All members of the manhunter team began to panic and try to escape, but no one succeeded. Within a few minutes, the leopard woman realized that she was completely free from all chains. Kim looked her closely in the eyes and ordered her to run away from here immediately and never come into his sight again. The leader of the manhunter team has just changed his mind about Kim. Now he is sure that this guy destroyed all the people around him in order to take their crystals. That is, he killed his own expedition group and is actually even worse than the manhunters. Hearing such words was too unpleasant. If it were a TV, Kim would have turned off the sound. But in real life, the sound is turned off a little differently. One way to silence the interlocutor is to take out a sword and send him to another world. Half of this team immediately ran away, but Kim doesn't want to let any of them go. He knows that if he lets these thieves escape, they will return and continue to do their terrible things. The difference in their levels is too great. Upon seeing what was happening, one of the squad leaders almost lost consciousness from fear. Now he himself has become a target. Although before he always acted as a predator, there is an irony in this. In the last seconds of his life, he saw that this boy belonged to the children of the 12th level dungeon. Previously, it was believed that these children were no longer alive, but the boy will take this secret with him to the grave. Kim gave the leopard a chance to escape, but for some reason she's still here. It seems like she wants a fight. It seemed that way until Kim looked at her more closely and realized that she didn't look hostile at all. Meanwhile, work continued on Nagi's farm. They already have a lot of animals, so now there are even more tasks. This doesn't mean that everything is fine. The food supplies don't have time to grow as fast as the maize, and the animals on the farm have never given birth to babies. Thanks to the dragon corpses, they still have something to eat, but that can't last forever. Quint suggested giving Nagi the power of precious stones for a while, but the downside is that the army will not be strong. On the other hand, you don't have to worry about this because after Kim became a baron, no one wants to attack them. Rickshaw came and said that she had good news and was ready to share it. She realized that many monsters had settled in the empty territory of the blood leopard and the dragon labyrinth. If we start hunting them, we can get food for a few more months, and the food problem will be solved. All that remains is to resolve all issues with the construction of the walls, and then the situation will be under control. A little later, Dominicana heard strange sounds near the entrance and realized that her master had finally returned. The girl immediately ran to meet him, at which moment the slaves heard the approach of something unknown. It all happened so fast that they didn't even have time to scream. A leopard attacked them, but Kim didn't tell the girl to stop in time before she turned the Arabs into steak. He explained that this is not food at all, but on the contrary, these bones must be protected because they are part of the labyrinth family. We'll have to spend some time teaching her the rules of behavior in society, because so far she's more like a savage. Kim explained that this girl is a werewolf leopard. She started following him after he saved her life. Bars had killed many people, so it was wrong to leave her alone. It was better to teach her manners and win her over to your side. With the help of the system, he learned her real name. This werewolf leopard's name is Hoya. She was born that way. Now such creatures work for the nobility of the abyss, but usually do not leave their own territory. Apparently, she's not the only werewolf from the lower floors, because such monsters are constantly being caught by people now. It's unlikely she served any nobles, as her manners are still at a weak level. Now everything has changed. The wolf monkeys from the 6th floor ended up on the 2nd floor. About the same thing happened with the hell spiders and werewolves. It was as if the abyss had swapped all the monsters. Chaos had begun. Werewolf leopards are the strongest warriors, so their labyrinth will need it in future battles. Kim immediately warned Hoi that if she ate everything in a row, they would make soup out of her. A lot happened over the next few days. Kim received payment from Mr. Song and also spent some time with his family. The maze was also fun. Everyone around, especially Dominican, tried to teach Hoi good manners. So far, there are serious problems with this. After 2 weeks, he finally returned to his native labyrinth. What he saw here surprised him, but he is glad that Hoya was able to adapt. To be honest, everyone else has had to adapt to the arrival of this werewolf, but that's the new reality of Nagi's labyrinth. After that, the master went to check the internal cores, which had already completed their synchronization. The new core is fully formed. Now you can summon many new creatures, but this requires a lot of crystals. To start, a few new warriors are enough, such as a long-range scout and a spellcaster. Now you won't have to worry about research, and thanks to the caster, the level of losses will decrease. Dominicana said that this is not all. They now have a new serious problem. To be more precise, they have absolutely no food. Without permanent hunting grounds, they will start to starve in a month. For Rickshaw, so that together with him they could explore the nearby lands and find a place to hunt. Also, the Dominican is now allowed to use the energy of the labyrinth core to improve the forge and laboratory buildings. Kim also hasn't forgotten about his eminent warrior Quint, who will now train soldiers and protect workers. Draken will also not be left without a job. From now on, he will be responsible for Hoi. After these events, a month of commands passed. Nagi's labyrinth became incredibly strong and improved its skills. Rumors spread very quickly that the Naga king had become a nobleman, so no intellectual dared to approach the labyrinth anymore. Thanks to the strengthening of the defensive troops, it has become easier to defend against monsters, and thanks to minerals, you can now build new equipment. Constant training and research helped improve the skills of absolutely all members of the maze team. Under Rickshaw's command, a special team of horned rat scouts was formed and a large network of tunnels was created throughout the maze. This team monitored all scout bases and safe zones. Now absolutely everything is under control. Soon, Rickshaw reported that she had received a message from the northern scout base. It turned out that a small army was located half a day's journey from Nagi's labyrinth. There are approximately 30 soldiers in this army, and there are also 2 commanders of heroic rank. Now we need to focus on defense. Instead of thinking about offense, Kim will personally go to lead the process. He soon found himself at the northern gate of his territory with a full support group. The approach of the enemy army was already visible to the naked eye. Looking closer, you could see all these mysterious creatures who consider themselves worthy to come to this earth. It turns out that they serve Malik, the Hammer King, and carry out his personal orders. Their goal is to request an audience with the Labyrinth King Nagi, and they won't let any nasty guys stand in their way. If he wants to stay alive, he has to let these giants, or, as it turns out, dwarves, pass. A little later, they all fell to the ground and began to bow to Kim, although he is not their king at all, and it is unknown why they do this. It turned out that they came here to pay their respects to him. He was the first in this territory to receive a noble title. They apologized for their recent behavior and explained that they did not expect to see a normal human as the king of the maze. That is, they came here fully armed just to welcome the new king. It seems Malik wants to establish friendly relations with Kim, and they brought strong warriors with them only for protection. As a congratulations on receiving the title of Baron, they brought a gift with them. These deep crystals can be converted into a large amount of energy for the labyrinth, and it's a pretty good gift. Kim forgave them for their honesty and smiled at the sight of the large number of crystals. They are the first to come here with this purpose, and it really surprises the guests. They can understand why the labyrinth of the dead is silent. But why the labyrinth of gluttony does nothing is beyond explanation. Their labyrinth is spread as close as possible to this place, but the question is completely different. Kim wants to understand how they found his labyrinth. As a sign of friendship, the hammer maze is ready to share with Kim information about the nearest mazes around. The surrounding labyrinths have also already learned about the destruction of the water dragons. The Labyrinth of Gluttony of the North is in the Rotten Dungeon, and the Labyrinth of the Dead is a little further in the northeastern lands. The Hammer Labyrinth is located at the top of the Geyser mountain range, and the map also shows the locations of other labyrinths. The 9th level labyrinths keep each other under control and capture the small labyrinths that appear in this region. The strongest labyrinths are considered to be the Water Dragons, the Labyrinth of the Dead, and Gluttony. Their trio maintained balance. So it turns out that Kim appeared and disrupted this balance by destroying the Water Dragons, and now the 9th level is waiting for a bloody massacre, which is why weak mazes, like the Hammer Maze, will start coming here and trying to befriend Kim. The Master likes their honesty. If they hadn't tried to lie to him, he would have learned the truth anyway. Nevertheless, Kim still can't believe that the two labyrinths are keeping everyone else at bay. The idea of creating a trio of balance was suggested by the Labyrinth of Water Dragons and the Labyrinth of the Dead. Gluttony was not interested in it. All their king did was sit on his throne and grow in size, but his body became so large that he gained extraordinary strength. As long as he doesn't need to feed his warriors, he won't leave the labyrinth. But sooner or later, he must get hungry. It turned out that their base is in a favorable location. They easily receive energy without any losses. This is very valuable information, and Kim wants to thank King Malik for the gifts and help. They have come a long way, and so Kim wants to offer these warriors some rest, but they immediately refuse. These guys are afraid to meet other labyrinths, so they will have to call Quint and escort the guests home. Soon they were all on their way. Very soon Quint would be back with his support group. Rickshaw said that this information can really be trusted. Their maps show the area correctly. Soon everything happened exactly as the goblins had predicted. The guests became more and more numerous. Over the next few days, they were visited by labyrinths of dreams, swamps, and travelers, and creatures resembling witches and fairies were obtained from the Labyrinth of Snow. Swamp Maze sent slave-like swamp creatures to this land, and aggressive centaurs were obtained from travelers. All these kings are worried about their future and therefore want to establish a connection with Kim, and this is understandable. But only goblins know how to behave because centaurs are not at all well-mannered, although they should be noble. There was no news from the Labyrinth of the Dead, but the parasite soon noticed a foreign presence. Kim understood what was going on. He used his skills to grab something. Directly above his room was a glutton, the most ill-mannered guest of all. They sent in this creature and didn't even come to say hello. This is blatant espionage. These gluttons have a collective mind. Everything they see and hear is transmitted directly to their king. Kim just hinted that he's ready to start a war for this kind of espionage, which looks like it could lead to serious consequences. In fact, Dominicana is sure that they have a serious advantage in the battle against the Labyrinth of Gluttony, but she didn't say that while the goblins were here. In fact, few people know it, but ice is the weak point of the Labyrinth of Gluttony. Kim heard these words, smiled, and said that he officially challenged these slugs. He already knows the location of their labyrinth, and now he also knows their weak point, so the job is half done. Now all that's left is to go visit them in a week and freeze every slug's ass. The King of Gluttony couldn't believe he was hearing this from the new King Nagi, but it was true. If they want to apologize, they'd better hurry up and come here and kneel down. Another week has passed since that conversation. Time flies too fast in the dungeon. Dominicana came to her master and said that the King Snail had finally visited them. These guys came here to apologize, but they came in without permission. Kim immediately tensed up and got angry. Surely this king came here to die, not to apologize. Within seconds, the king slug finally showed his terrifying form and appeared before Kim. He probably planned to quickly enter the master's room and destroy the core of the labyrinth, but he didn't think Kim would be ready for that. The sorcerers immediately appeared behind their master and prepared ice energy. Now this snail will feel the cold breath of death and will regret ever being born. Strangely, Kim expected fear in the slug's eyes, but this king didn't even move. On the contrary, he became even more confident and seemed to be preparing for his attack right now. It seemed as if Kim had underestimated the slug. Dominicana said they could easily defeat him, but she could also be wrong. The parasite has activated its abilities. Together with the power of the sorcerers, it is ready to perform an incredible combo. The slugs were supposed to bow their heads to King Nagi, and because they didn't, they will now experience what Antarctica is like. Kim ordered all his warriors to attack immediately and prevent the slug from doing anything. But at that moment, it had already begun to act. An unknown creature appeared from his pasture, immediately fell to its knees and began to apologize. Kim, like all members of the Nagi family, was shocked and surprised. It turned out that a rather comical situation occurred before our eyes. The snail was talking all the time, but Kim could not understand its language. His name is Uther. He came to apologize and wanted to peacefully resolve the conflict. He said he was being too rude and didn't want to offend anyone, but Kim was getting more and more irritated by the minute. Uther tried to escape, but the exit was already blocked and he was surrounded by Nagi's warriors. He tried with all his might to calm Kim, but the master had already activated the parasite's skill and prepared to kill. Only when he remembered that he had no vocal muscles did he turn into some small creature. Uther hasn't spoken to Kim in too long, and now he's apologizing because he's completely forgotten how to do it. When Kim was told about the Slug King, he considered him a fearsome and cruel opponent, which is why he was so surprised. It seems that in front of him is a completely tiny creature who is afraid to even think about conflict. It was all a total misunderstanding. Now he has officially introduced himself. His name is Uther, King of the Labyrinth of Gluttony, Conductor of Food, and Lord of the Vanquished Valley. He congratulated Kim on receiving the title of Baron and explained that it was his first time seeing a nobleman, so he didn't know what to give. I had to follow the goblins to understand what to give the Baron, because Uther had never come into contact with Kim in his life. He wanted to find out what Kim liked, but he didn't know what would get him to the host's room, and even more so, he didn't know if he would be seen. He apologizes for his behavior and speaks as if he is too modest for the King of Gluttony. After leaving his labyrinth, he maintained his form only with the help of energy. Because of this, tens of thousands of clots of gluttony die every minute. He looks quite calm despite the fact that his body is slowly dying, probably because clots of gluttony have no consciousness. He took about 1 million clots with him to last him a month. In any case, he would die last. If Kim tries to freeze all of his food, the king snail will surely die. Of course, Kim is bluffing. It would be impossible to freeze his entire body at once because the concrete immediately broke just from his fall. He has incredible mass and strength, so freezing him to the point of complete paralysis would be impossible. He is much more afraid of ice than he needs to be, and this can be used to his advantage in the future. Kim said that he had a hard time accepting the slug's apology, and this surprised Uther. Kim asked to come and apologize, but never promised that he would accept the apology, although it is possible. After Kim becomes a baron, he has the right to ask anyone to become his servant and first knight. You were surprised because he didn't think guys like him could hold such a high position, especially when they first met. Kim explained that he had no doubt about the Labyrinth King's fighting abilities. They would be bound by a contract, so trust was irrelevant. He's ready to get a loyal warrior, and Uther can no longer worry about the ice. Moreover, he will become the first knight of the nobleman and everyone will look at him with wide eyes. It is unknown whether Kim is manipulating the slug or telling the truth, but it sounds strange. After a short conversation, they finally prepared to sign the contract. Baron Kim appoints Uther, King of the Maze of Gluttony, as his first knight. Soon the contract was officially signed, and there were quite interesting conditions. Kim is not obligated to protect the slug, but Uther has sworn to do everything to protect the Nagi labyrinth and its king. He must follow all of Kim's orders and give away half of the accumulated crystals that are in his labyrinth. In parallel with these events, a meeting of the Dark Traders of the Round Table took place. Their auction must go according to plan. It is the best event of the Dark Traders, so mistakes cannot be made. These merchants began to talk about the fact that the labyrinth had once again made a man its king, and that he would probably also come to the auction. Everyone wonders how long a person can last in a dungeon because usually these creatures are too weak to navigate the labyrinths. Then they started discussing Kim. It was quite calm on his floor, although there was real chaos on the 8th floor. One of the merchants said that Kim was able to become a baron. He not only survived the battle with the dragon, but also received this serious title. With special preparations and the presence of the baron, the auction will be incredibly interesting, so it will be fun. Soon, Kim received his VIP ticket to the auction, an annual festival held by shady dealers. Common goods are sold on the black market by merchants like themselves, while rare goods are auctioned off. These goods are in incredible demand, and everyone will eventually have equal conditions for purchasing artifacts. The participants will be the maze hosts, but besides them, many other people usually come. Geyser is much larger than people imagine, so many of the labyrinths still survive the war. When Kim leaves his maze empty, it will have a black marketeer icon on it. Nagi's labyrinth, they will be blacklisted by the merchants. They are restricted from trading in the labyrinth and can even be destroyed depending on the situation. Very influential indeed. There's a reason they've been able to survive for so many centuries. Uther even remembered how many years ago he was able to save his labyrinth by escaping to an auction. This was before the Great War. The merchant was very surprised when he learned that the Snail King had become a knight of Kim. Rumors of this had not yet spread through the dungeon. The song of the signing of the contract, Uther recognized himself as a knight of Kim, and the master was given the opportunity to open the gates between the two labyrinths. The maze of gluttony is now practically nearby, and this gives them many new opportunities. Alliances between labyrinths can lead to the emergence of a new force on this floor. Now other labyrinths will respect Kim and his army even more. Kim constantly thinks that even the contract does not give him complete control. He can control the snail, but not its maze. He can only see the maze rank, but cannot access the summoning and building function. Kim tries to understand how Uther was able to bring his labyrinth to the 5th level, even though he never even went outside. Uther offered to give a tour, but everyone around him said his labyrinth was too slippery and terrifying. Returning to the topic of conversation, the merchant said that he was giving away VIP tickets instead of regular tickets because Kim had become a baron. Now he will sit in a separate room with a good view of the auction items, and other participants will not be able to disturb him. He will also have the opportunity to enjoy free food and experience the highest level of service. Rumor has it that the Ghost King Valets should also be there. He is a participant who takes part in the auction every year. Usually this king is interested in biological experiments, so he buys live goods. Kim is happy to have received a large amount of information from the merchant. His title of baron opens all doors. The trader probably also has a point in saying all this because it can make the auction even more interesting. However, he will seriously consider this offer. But in order for him to come to the auction, he needs to control everything that will happen there. The auction will begin exactly 1 week after the ticket starts glowing. Regardless of Kim's location, the gates will immediately open in front of him. The Baron also has the right to bring friends with him, if he wants to, of course. Another week has passed since this conversation, and we are now back in the labyrinth of gluttony. It's too slippery and horrible around here, and you can also smell something unpleasant. They came here because the beasts might jump out when the auction ticket is torn, meaning this maze is used as a shield. Quint has already hung the black market trader's flag near Nagi's labyrinth, so no one should attack this place during the auction. Almost all of their forces have gone on a well-deserved rest. The Ghost King is also participating in the auction, so there is almost no threat left. Only werewolves can attack Nagi's labyrinth while no one is there, but Quint will keep a close eye and guard the area. Uther and Rickshaw know the appearance of all the maze masters on this floor. They will go with Kim. The master said that Dominicana must stay here so that the labyrinth can continue to function normally. He apologized to her for this decision, but she assured him that it was her job. Soon the time came. The VIP ticket for the auction began to glow with a bright flame, meaning the gates would soon be open. Various horrible creatures have already begun to gather at the auction and discuss their problems and potential wars. A huge number of conflicts can break out at any moment, but fights are prohibited at the auction. Kim doesn't like these loud conversations, but he understands that it's part of the environment. He was explained that most buyers are at war with each other, and he will have to accept this. They have other circumstances besides the auction. Half of them came here to save themselves, like Uther in the past. Now he is calm because people no longer attack his territory, and of course, now he has powerful defenses. Soon, he pointed his finger at the king of the ghost maze, also called the king of the dead, named Valets. So far, only his back is visible, but it's immediately noticeable that no one is sitting around him. The snail is not sure, but rumor has it that this king smells so bad that it is difficult to be near him. The auctions behind the bar will begin. All guests are asked to calm down and pay attention to the stage. All these conflicts will be postponed for the future. But there is no doubt that all these guests will soon be trying to kill each other in the dungeon. Soon, the host of this auction appeared and greeted everyone around with another meeting. He thanked them for their presence and said that he had no time for empty words, so the auction would begin immediately. He also promised that everyone around would be craving a special finished product that would be presented at the end. Everyone should remain in their seats and calmly and politely examine the first item. At first, Kim remained calm and was confident that this product would not surprise him. The host said that they hadn't seen anything like this in 10 years, because it was something that was biting the hands that fed them. Such goods are difficult to find, as they are only found in the most remote parts of Geyser. It is a true rarity. He said that this product is called Geyserian, and if you look closely, you can see that it is just a small and scared girl. The children of the dungeon became rare in Geyser because they began to make contracts with the people of the surface. This is a true child of the dungeon who has never been to the outside world. After signing the contract, the child was on the verge of death, but the aristocrat took her in and raised her. The monsters were surprised. They didn't understand why people were being sold at auction. This had never happened before. The host explained that their higher-level clients exist alongside people, so it is difficult to assess the value of this product. The Child of the Dungeon is aimed at clients from deep levels because the appearance of a human there is a great rarity. This product has only one drawback. The child is considered defective because he cannot speak or even scream. Due to this defect, the original price will be reduced, and it can be purchased for 100 profound crystals. The monsters around immediately started a war over this girl, and within seconds, someone was even offering 160 crystals. Kim was angry because he didn't understand why the child was being put up as a commodity. He wanted to hear an explanation immediately. He was told that items for auction are selected based on their popularity. They study subjects that are highly valued at Geyser, but these explanations are not enough to reassure Kim. The assistants explained that even wealthy aristocrats are afraid to conflict with shady traders. There can be no massacre here. Kim reminded Rickshaw that she wanted revenge on the King of the Dead for experimenting on her family. After that, he pointed his finger at the first item and said that people like him were displayed here as toys for kings like that. He is not ready to tolerate this and is sure that Rickshaw would not have stopped him if there had been an elf in this girl's place. It was noticeable that his words had touched the finest strings of her soul, and I must admit he was absolutely right. But this does not mean that going against dark traders is the right decision, because it is quite the opposite. The maid standing nearby said she completely understood Kim's desire to save this child. She said that the best way to save the child would be to start a bidding process because it wouldn't cause any problems. It seems that the King of the Dead is not going to back down. He is also targeting this child and is ready to pay a sum for her. Valets kept raising the stakes. It seemed like he had completely lost his mind. A little later, it turned out that he had a competitor. Someone from the VIP room offered a higher bid. A real fight begins for this child, even though this is only the first item at the auction. Soon the goods were sold to an aristocrat from the VIP box. It seems that the King of the Dead is not very pleased. I had to go too far to redeem the child, but the main thing is that this girl will be safe. Once the auction is complete, the items will be shipped to buyers at the end of the week. The problem is that Kim won't be able to pick up the girl today, because during the auction, you can only look at the goods. The King of the Dead is silent, but perhaps he is too angry because he has competitors. There were no longer people as goods. From time to time, living goods appeared, but they were animals. You could also see deep crystals with unusual abilities. Such artifacts were very expensive. In the second half of the auction, items appeared with incredibly inflated prices. Kim is not interested in that. One product he couldn't even fully understand, but at least it was interesting to look at because it was a vampire girl. Vampires are very rare in Geyser. The bulk of their population belongs to high-level aristocrats. This vampire has almost no pure blood left, but even so, there's no doubting the rarity of this lot. The monsters immediately started a real war over the vampire. It seems that such creatures are valued here. The product has one interesting condition. Even if you win the bid, the transaction will be cancelled if the vampire does not recognize its owner. The item will be returned and put up for auction again, don't worry, as there are no penalties. We must also not forget that the item was put up for auction by a master of one of the deepest levels of Geyser. The monsters didn't like these conditions very much, so they had to be reminded that it's better not to anger the dark merchants. When Kim was in the deep levels, he saw creatures there that attacked others for blood, but they were ordinary bloodsuckers. Most of them have no personality of their own and are no different from the undead. A real vampire, on the contrary, is able to grant its host the power of immortality. This vampire has almost no pure blood left, so she's unlikely to be that powerful, although she would fit perfectly into Kim's team. The auction quickly heated up to the highest levels. The final price for the vampire was incredible: 23,000 crystals. The most interesting thing began when the vampire refused to look at her new master. This made the 6th level ruler very angry, so he had to explain that he had no right to touch the goods. Dark merchants are much more influential and powerful than previously thought. They will not allow anyone to desecrate the sacred auction they hold once a year. Many hours passed, and finally I got the opportunity to see my product. He was asked not to touch the girl until all necessary procedures were completed. She seems to be looking at him, but her eyes are not focused at all. Kim decided to explain that she can't worry, and he won't hurt her. It seems that the dark merchants were right about the girl losing her ability to speak. Her life in the labyrinth must have been very difficult. In the past, there were also people like her around Kim. Kim explained that he was now her master and she must serve him. But at that moment, the girl fell face down on the floor and began to cry. She must have been treated terribly and turned into a real doll. But maybe this can be fixed over time. The girl didn't say anything or answer any questions. She would have to be raised by other Nagi. If Kim gives her up to find the right parents, there is a high probability that she will be abandoned or experience violence from other people. Kim understands perfectly well that something like this could happen, so he will have to take care of her for a while. The guy promised to come get the girl in a week and asked her to rest during that time. He also said that he was very dissatisfied with the storage conditions of the goods, that the shady traders could have arranged everything much better. Now this child is part of the Baron's family, so he orders to watch over her and treat the girl as a Baroness. We need to find her a separate room, constantly starve her, and heal her of all her injuries. He is not going to buy damaged goods, so they are obliged to immediately fulfill all his requests. The maid said she agreed, but she thought slaves should be treated completely differently. These words made a serious impression on Kim. In the first few seconds, he even planned to kill the woman by cutting off her head. She probably doesn't understand that she's also facing a child of the dungeon, so she better filter her words. I had to immediately apologize and promise that everything would be fine with the child. Only after that did Kim leave. 7 days have passed since the moment I arrived at the auction house of the Dark Merchants. He spent most of his time in the noblemen's quarters, where they were given excellent food and good living conditions. It was pretty good. If you don't take into account the lack of entertainment, overall Kim was satisfied. They had enough free time, so he was able to hear Rickshaw's story about her terrible past. After the elven attack, she gathered all the remaining family members to create a mercenary squad. They survived by helping various labyrinths, and their mercenary guild was quite famous for its fighting skills. The problem was that the entire guild was made up of elves, and because of this, the king of the dead Valitsa set an ambush for them. Rickshaw was the only one who wasn't sacrificed, if that wasn't hard to hear. But that's common practice in the dungeon. This place doesn't recognize weakness. Rickshaw understood that strength alone was not enough for revenge, so she always tried to use her mind. Kim understands her situation and promised to help. He was the one who forced her to become part of the labyrinth, so now he is obliged to support the elf. He had long noticed that the King of Death was behaving rather suspiciously, and the labyrinth was nearby, so sooner or later, a conflict would become inevitable. A small child in the dungeon constantly looks into the far corner of the room and is given food, but she eats almost nothing. The girl must be forced to eat, otherwise she will die of hunger. This child looks like a doll that only moves around the room. It is still unclear whether she will be able to return to normal life. Today is the last day of the auction, and right now you can hear a new statement from the dark traders. The last auction for today begins. All nobles and guests must gather in the main hall. Everything will end today. Apart from the little girl, Kim didn't buy anything else. Most of the goods were luxury items, which is not at all interesting to Master Nagi. In addition, as soon as something useful appeared, the price immediately shot into space, like the price of Bitcoin after the Trump election. The final auction was no different from the last one. The goods were not interesting at all. Kim said that he would rather spend his precious crystal reserves on improving the quality of the army. Finally, it's time for the final auction item. Maybe at least there will be something of quality here. Everyone should remember who this girl is. She is a special item in this auction that has refused her buyer over the past week. Kim doesn't understand why the vampire came here at all. She seems to be here only to laugh at the participants. The moment the host began his speech, the girl started talking and said that she understood that she needed to be sold. Since she understands that this is the last day of the auction, she thinks she needs to add something spicy to make it more fun. In a few seconds, she transformed and completely changed her appearance and said that now she would choose her own master. This owner himself will say how much it costs, and regardless of the quality of the offer, it will be sold for this price. The host agreed to her terms and said that this event was really suitable for the finale of the auction. The girl said that she made her choice on the first day and immediately headed to the VIP box. It is there that the baron who bought the first item of this auction is located. When she smelled this guy, she immediately fell in love and could no longer hold herself back. Kim was trying to figure out if all vampires behaved so strangely, so he had to ask Rickshaw. The elf had seen many things in the dungeon, but she had never encountered anything like this. She looks like some kind of nymphomaniac. Maybe we should be careful with her to avoid unnecessary problems. It became obvious that the vampire had chosen its master, and that choice was the Baron of the Labyrinth, Nagi. The monsters were not very pleased, although they understand why the vampire chose the Baron. Now its price depends entirely on Kim's assessment. It will be sold for the price he sets. Looking more closely, Kim said that this girl belonged to the lower class. Everyone around him immediately began to call him a fool who understood nothing about the true treasures of the dungeon. Rumor has it that she is priceless, but Kim is still sure that this girl is too low level. He is not willing to pay a lot for her because he does not want to waste his treasures on something unnecessary, especially when he can choose the price himself. At first, he thinks it's just a waste of time, and besides, he doesn't understand what this girl is capable of. If he realizes that she is of no use, he will immediately return her to the auction and will not feed her at his own expense. The girl was also unhappy that she was being paid the lowest price in the history of the auction. Now she would be called a vampire for 1 stone. However, now she doesn't care how she's evaluated because she wants to eat, or rather drink blood. The host thanked everyone who participated in the auction and now said that it was time to prepare for next year's auction. The dark merchant believes that buying a vampire for such a small price is a real robbery, meaning the Baron is very lucky. Since Kim is busy with his own business, you can immediately skip all the empty talk and get down to the payment. As soon as it was time to pay, this merchant immediately appeared, although he was difficult to spot during the auction. Kim also wants to know why, after he defeated the neighboring maze, he was given the title of Baron. Now he came to a random auction and the vampire chose him. It's unlikely that all this is just a coincidence. Although it's a bit rude, the horse is just as much the owner of the maze as everyone else. The dark traders understand that they too stand to gain if Kim expands his influence beyond the confines of the Nagi labyrinth. In fact, as far as the vampire is concerned, the previous owner loved her very much, so there could be serious problems with her upbringing. Kim listened to the merchant and said that he didn't need the vampire at all. He asked to take her for himself. If her previous owner was so attached to her, then let him take her back. This girl was shocked by these words. She chose her new master, but he immediately rejected her. I had to explain that just by her presence, Kim would become much stronger than he actually is. The guy replied that he didn't think she was special because she was just a mosquito who was given too much importance. Kim doesn't know how all the other creatures in the dungeon treated vampires, but he doesn't think of them as special. To him, this vampire is no better than a small child, that slug from the dungeon of gluttony. The girl understood that Kim has a rather difficult character, but she assures that being a vampire also has its advantages. Only now did she give her real name, and her name was Angela. Her past owner was Count Anatolio, the Iron Giant from the 11th floor. What was said about his love for Angela was not a lie, but something special happened, and he was forced to give her up. Even the basic conditions for signing a contract with a vampire were not met. For such obligations, it is necessary for the vampire to receive the blood of his master, that is, the power for his own abilities. Anatolio's blood was iron. Although Angela could have accepted this, she refused. His heart ached, but Anatolio decided to give up his pet mosquito. Because of this, she had to go without food for several months, and the sweet aroma of her new owner forced her to make a choice. To be honest, she planned to use her abilities as a high-class vampire to seduce her master and enjoy life. She said she was starving and wanted to taste Kim's blood immediately, even if he was against it. It should be noted right away that Angela doesn't want to do anything wrong, she's just hungry. The dark merchant explained that if Angela refused, it might anger her previous owner. Even despite all these threats, Kim still isn't going to give her precious blood to various insects. Only after several minutes of negotiations was it possible to agree on an adequate agreement. Kim is willing to feed Angela a little, but that doesn't mean he's taking her completely under his control. As soon as Angela heard that she could drink some sweet blood, her face immediately changed. Soon, the whole merry company returned to Nagi's labyrinth, and Dominicana was shocked. She saw that now there was an addition to their large family, and this did not make her very happy. The child looks like the owner and belongs to the human race, and the girl on the left looks strange in general. Only a little later did Dominicana finally realize that this girl was a vampire, so she had to explain that she had been bought at an auction by dark traders. If you consider the budget of the labyrinth and the costs of maintaining it, not to mention the number of crystals, you can see Nagi panicking over the budget. Kim immediately reassured his assistant and explained that he got Angela almost for free. The only free room in the maze will go to Angela. That's the master's order. He said that he would live with the little girl because he couldn't leave her completely alone for now. To start, you need to feed her, bathe her, and ask the sorcerers to heal all her wounds. This girl will be called Yunhee. Kim immediately ordered her to obey all the Dominicans' orders. Angela is sure that the maid talks too much. In general, slaves do not increase their status due to their low origin. Sometimes the labyrinth grows with the host, so theoretically the Dominicana could become stronger over time. Kim considers the handmaiden to be the true core of the labyrinth. and he considers creatures like Uther to be superfluous. After giving some orders, the master asked the day trader to wait until the precious crystals were brought to him. From this moment on, he forbids the merchant from doing stupid things behind his back, and the rules of the game change. Now Angela belongs to Kim and his maze, so he offered to give her a little tour and answer all her questions. She soon learned that the maze was quite small, but well-formed and clearly constructed. Here you can find a huge number of different creatures, elves, werewolves, and even dragons. Now a vampire has also joined the fray. Kim has absolutely everything a labyrinth baron could dream of. He can truly be considered happy. The Iron Giant, Angela's past host, is also in stagnation mode, as is the entire 9th floor. Instead of unconditionally releasing the vampire, he met with the enemy on the 11th floor so that she would fall in love with her new master. If a faction grows rapidly, everyone else will feel the crisis and form an alliance to create balance, making managing the labyrinths quite difficult. Angela wants to disrupt the balance of the 11th floor, but they are in a different place now, and Kim is not going to be distracted from her main job. Most nobles live on the lower floors, so the previous owner hardly expected it to end up with the Baron on the 9th floor. Soon she was shown the room where Angela would live. The girl called it a prison. She believes that a high-class vampire cannot live in such a place. Only the blood of the host can improve her mood. Kim refused. He didn't know much about vampires yet, but in the future, he would see if Angela would be useful. He already gave her blood when he signed the contract, so for now, let her go hungry. Kim had been in the maze for too long, so the next day, he immediately went out into the outside world and met with Mr. Song. It turned out that Sun has a lot of interesting news about the dungeon, and he is ready to tell it. About a month ago, the dungeon took in a boy from the dungeon, as well as its lord. They say that the guy became the owner of the maze, but no one can show any real evidence. According to rumors, the portal connects the earth and the dungeons, and now the only thing people in the world are talking about is this. Everyone was incredibly surprised when the guy from the dungeon showed off the portal, so this is not a rumor at all. There must be a reason for all this. It seems it happened when the researchers set up camp in the owner's empty room on the 4th floor. Of course, the expedition members also saw all this. They were also shocked. Then even more interesting news appeared. The monsters of the maze founded a community and even created an auction. There were weapons for sale, as well as a child from the dungeon, it seems. This guy also participated in the auction, but Kim didn't notice him at all. Then Sun told me that the guy who became the master of the labyrinth died yesterday, or rather, he was killed. According to rumors, his labyrinth is a real treasure. He was probably betrayed by a friend who decided to take everything for himself. For now, the labyrinth is still without an owner, but there is nothing left inside. Since it's only a maze on the 4th floor, it's hard to find precious crystals there. There probably isn't even a core there. After hearing this whole story, Sun thought that Kim would also want to get the labyrinth, and he was ready to share all available information with the guy. This is just his suggestion. Kim can take this maze for himself, and Sun will also benefit from it. Kim is a real killing machine, so there's no chance he'll get killed in the dungeon. In addition, he constantly does everything on his own, so you don't have to worry about rumors or someone betraying him. Sun also received information about empty labyrinths, one of which was found on the 7th floor, which is where Hoi was found. According to rumors, the association has already sent its people there, and even one of its best warriors. Uncle Song is probably talking about a warrior named Zhonggul. Kim has met him before. So the association asked this fool to help. Now it's clear that this association is run by the same mentally retarded people as Zhonggul. Kim promised that he would go to the 7th floor of the dungeon and see what was going on there. He's ready to do it right now, but he'll need some kind of weapon to do it. After some time, Angela and Dominicana finally waited for the master to return. Looking at his equipment, they realized that he had received another task from the humans. Kim said that we need to explore the empty labyrinth on the 7th floor, but we can hardly expect a friendly meeting there. Rickshaw must rest. Dominicana and Quint, as always, must stay and guard the labyrinth. It's unlikely that Draken will be able to handle this task. He's too shy to talk to people, so someone else needs to be chosen. Kim immediately said that he didn't want to take Angela with him, although she, on the contrary, considered herself an ideal candidate. She is an ideal scout and also knows how to evaluate surrounding objects at first glance, all of which can be very useful. On the other hand, the Maze Master thinks that Angela will be too noticeable, and that is the main problem. After some thought, he decided to take a chance and take her with him. At least it was a good opportunity to see what she was capable of. Uther will also go with him. This is done so that Rickshaw has extra time to rest. Rickshaw decided to say a few words and talk about the skills of the little girl Yunhee. It turned out that although she doesn't speak at all, she can use some incredible abilities. To be more precise, she can create maps, although this ability is ambiguous but it can be useful. This technique mainly helps children from the dungeon. Most of them survive with the help of these skills. Unlike other maps that have been around for decades, the created map shows the current nuances of the dungeon much better. Activating these abilities doesn't require much physical strength or energy, so it was decided to take Yunhee with them. Soon the team was assembled and set off, a long journey ahead of them. They left 2 days ago, but haven't encountered a single monster yet. Angela believes it's all thanks to her because everyone is afraid of her. They may also be afraid of this funny snail, although he doesn't like it when people talk about him like that. Not much time has passed since the auction, and Angela already feels like a fish in water in the Nagi family. Uther doesn't really like her. He's tired of listening to the constant insults and needs a year off to restore his mental health. They soon reached a potential entrance to another floor, but getting to those wouldn't be easy. There is usually always someone watching the entrance, so you have to be careful and not run into monsters. Soon they found themselves on the 8th floor of the underworld. It is not yet clear why this area is considered safe. The snail looks incredibly scared, probably because it has never been on another floor in its life. This is not surprising because the kings of the labyrinths very rarely leave the territory of their homeland. The further you move away from the floor you were born on, the weaker you become, your strength decreasing by 1/5 with each floor. That is why the inhabitants of the lower floors did not participate in the Great War. Without this restriction, people from the surface would not have been able to conquer the underworld. There is some truth in these words, as most battles between humans and the inhabitants of the underworld involved only mid- and entry-level beasts. In rare cases, when really strong monsters appeared, they helped very seriously in battles against people. Angela is sure that for a creature like her, it doesn't matter how far she strays from her territory. She says that only a weak king such as Uther could fear such an effect. Soon the Snail King felt that they were surrounded. There were about 50 wizards around. Kim once said to be careful, but that still wasn't enough. He ordered the snail to take Yunhee and protect her in case of danger. Surprisingly, the King of Slugs has his own personal safety techniques, although it's hard to even look at them. He will create all the comfortable conditions for the girl and even give her the opportunity to breathe easy. Meanwhile, Angela activated the camouflage skill and helped Kim hide and become less noticeable. Invisibility is an enhanced form of camouflage in which auras and even heartbeats completely disappear. After a while, you could see wild boars approaching. It was a real pack of these monsters. They immediately smelled the scent of alien creatures and guessed that someone had climbed up from the 9th floor. The boars are angry because someone has decided to hide from the Nose King's scent, which could lead to conflict. The king can perfectly smell the creature that came from another floor but cannot find them. Wild boars always want to eat and are already dreaming of finding some easy prey to make a delicious dinner. They need to be much more careful because if they meet Kim, they could turn into fried pigs themselves. It turned out that when Angela is in her master's shadow, they can communicate telepathically. They looked at the pigs together and laughed at their silly faces. These boars could not even notice Uther, who pretended to be an ordinary stone. Judging by their low intelligence, you can't be afraid of these strange creatures. They are unlikely to create serious problems. Recall that Kim is looking for an entrance to the 7th floor, so he doesn't want to waste any extra time in this area. He appeared before one of the boar leaders and said he wanted them to show him the way. At first, the boars were scared, and then seeing human flesh, they said they would eat him alive. They probably haven't heard the rumors yet that there's a very powerful person downstairs. They consider Kim a weak creature who was born to become a tasty snack. Without thinking twice, the boars began to attack using their ground control skills. Honestly, it was impressive, because you don't expect anything interesting from such creatures, but of course it wasn't enough to destroy Kim. On the contrary, he became even angrier and prepared to put these pigs in their place. The Boar King did not want to give up and prepared to attack again with the help of the earth, but immediately felt a blow to the face. Within seconds, he was lying on the ground in a deafening knockout. Everyone else watched in surprise and did nothing. During a battle, you need to act quickly and confidently. Kim has long mastered all these rules of martial arts. He activated the Baron's skill and said that I could easily eat all these boars, but now he needs a guide. If they refuse to help, he will make them into a delicious barbecue, because no one has the right to refuse the Baron's request. The pigs immediately fell to their knees and recognized their leader. No one wanted to anger such a strong guy. They explained that they had come here for the smell and soon agreed to escort Kim and his friends to the entrance to the 7th floor. On the way, they met other boars on this floor and explained that it was better not to joke with the Baron. Some even began to make up legends about Kim and call him the Grunt King. Angela doesn't like it when those horrible pigs look at her. She said she would tear their ears off if they didn't stop doing it. Realizing that they were dealing with a real vampire, they immediately said they didn't want any problems. Boar blood tastes quite pleasant and is easy to obtain, and it is also useful for vampires. Several decades ago, the ancestors of vampires began to massively exterminate wild boars, so now all pigs are afraid of vampires like fire. Now their numbers are incredibly large. Over time, the pigs have become meaty and strong, but they still remember the past. After walking some distance, they saw that something large-scale was happening and immediately tensed up. Looking more closely, they realized that the king of the boar dungeon had appeared, and they might have to work a little harder again. This huge boar is too hungry to talk. He has come to eat and will not stop until he satisfies his hunger. He was told that the Baron had come from the lower floor with his friends. Kim quickly realized that this boar king was quite strong, so he immediately activated the Baron's power skill. Oddly enough, the boar king tries to resist the Baron's authority. This resistance is unsuccessful, and now the king is a little scared. This is probably because he saw the vampire with the Baron and thought they had come to destroy all the pigs. I had to explain that they were just passing by these lands and were not going to harm the local residents. They were interested in the 7th floor. The boar immediately explained where to go and ordered his assistants to help the guests. Asking pigs for help wasn't the best idea, but no one else can show the way. At first, the boar king decided to suggest that Kim turn back and change his route. Such words immediately offended the labyrinth master Nagi. He prepared to take out his sword and demonstrate his power. No one has the right to force him to change his mind, but all this is being done because there is a war going on the 8th floor right now. It's better not to go here without significant military support because they could be surrounded, and then Kim and his friends will start having serious problems. There is only one way out. If the password distracts, it will briefly open the way for Kim. It's not often that dungeon lords appear in conflict zones, so this would look strange, so the chances are 50-50. The king has a condition. When Kim finishes all his business on the 7th floor, he must help the boars with their problems. It's like a deal. A war of attrition has been going on for 2 days now, with bloody lions and striped wasps from the 7th floor fighting for territory. The boar king ordered his warriors to go to the labyrinth and strengthen the defenses, not knowing what to expect in the future. They are afraid to let their king go without support, but he assures them that he only wants to attract some attention, not fight his enemies. Marcus, the blood lion, occasionally appears on the battlefield. According to survivors, he is incredibly dangerous, and therefore the pigs fear for their king. This lion came from the 7th floor and is trying to take some territory for himself, but the boar king is not afraid of anyone. He assured his soldiers that they could not worry about him and promised to return soon. Honestly, this giant hasn't been on the battlefield for a long time, and I would have loved to watch him fight a lion. If he's really going to warm up and show his full potential, it'll be interesting to watch. Pigs consider their king invincible. If he is in good shape, no one can stop him. During attacks, he turns into a real titan, ready to destroy everything in his path. It seems that this titan has already begun the process of distraction. All that remains is to wait for the perfect moment and quickly make his way to the 7th floor. Soon it seemed that the boar king had done his part of the deal. Now all the enemies were closing in on him. Judging by the sounds, even monsters 2 days away have become involved in this situation. A bloody massacre will soon begin here. Kim has a few days to reach the entrance to the 7th floor. She has to hurry because anything can happen. Let's fast forward 3 days and look at the 7th floor, because that's where our main characters ended up. From the very beginning, they encountered dangers, but each of them understood where they were going and what they were risking. After climbing 2 floors, Uther began to feel like he was wasting too much energy, but he still had to protect Yunhee. The master ordered to keep the girl safe and make sure nothing happens to her, which is exactly what she should do herself. At one point, he lost his vigilance and saw an enemy approaching her, but it turned out that Yunhee could defend herself. All this time, she only pretended to be a small and fragile girl, but in times of danger, she turned into a real monster. After that, it's unlikely anyone will want to compete with her in strength after all. She's a child of the dungeon from the 11th floor, which means she's almost a devil. She can't use her powers to their full potential yet. It takes a little training and perseverance. Kim approached the girl and placed a sword in her hands. Perhaps with it, she would be able to reveal her full potential. If she continues to destroy her enemies with the same hatred in her eyes, she will be called an Avenger in the future. Her body movements show that she has been used to fighting since childhood. She probably likes being a warrior, not a caveman. Maybe it's just talent. But in any case, Uther can rest assured because now Yunhee will protect him. He also suffers from constant enemy attacks, but Kim is not going to help the Slug King. Angela looks pretty confident. She uses all these vampire tricks to stop any enemy attacks. She doesn't want to drink this dirty blood and thinks it's better to get a little hungry and taste something tastier, like Master Kim's blood. A drop of enemy blood fell on her hand, and out of curiosity, she decided to taste it. It turned out that she had never tasted anything more disgusting in her life, unless of course you take into account sugar-free Coca-Cola. The situation is still tense. There are too many monsters, but Kim and company have already wiped out half of the enemy army. If we continue at the same pace, we can finish soon, especially if Yunhee helps. Everyone knew about the war on the 8th floor, but no one expected to see such a mess on the 7th. It's starting to get annoying. If Angela uses all the power of her master, she can destroy all the monsters together. But to do this, she needs to drink some of his blood. Let's remind you that a vampire's power always comes from the blood of its master. Only in this way can vampires be extremely strong and useful. Kim promised to give her 2 glasses of blood when they were done with all these problems. Angela had been dreaming about this for a long time. Now she is ready to do absolutely anything to make Kim fulfill her promise. When it comes time for the blood festival, this girl is unstoppable. Now is a good opportunity to understand how useful she is to the Nagi labyrinth. Soon this blood festival was over. Not a single monster remained, and Angela was visibly tired. Kim expected a lot from the vampire race, but he couldn't believe that it would actually destroy everyone around it for a small portion of his blood. All the other team members look healthy, Uther is a little tired, and Yunhee doesn't seem to have fought the other monsters at all. A little later, Kim saw something strange happening. His inner intuition told him that a storm was approaching. It is unknown where the attack on Kim and his team originated. They could not have predicted it. The team leader immediately ordered everyone to take cover and prepare for danger. Angela said she killed everyone around her, but Yunhee was attacked by an unknown sorcerer. Angela assured me that there was not a single living creature around, but this was absurd. Yunhee has disappeared somewhere. Uther can't find her anywhere, but he must not stop. He must continue his search. He also noticed that there were no traces of the girl on the ground. She seemed to have completely sunk into the ground. At first, these words seemed like nonsense, but then Kim remembered that something similar had already happened in his life. He calmed down and said that they had entered the labyrinth. Now it was time for the most interesting part. The map was immediately updated. It seems that the dungeon has summoned Yunhee. Immediately, some parts of the map opened up, and in a short time, Yunhee covered a large distance that would have taken several days. When Kim was called into the maze, he immediately ended up on the 9th floor, although he had previously been on the 1st. Soon he found the girl. She was indeed summoned by the dungeon, and now he had to hurry to catch up with her. He immediately activated his special invisibility skill, took his friends with him, and ran forward. There are a lot of monsters around, so you have to remain unnoticed. Otherwise, they will be detained. Yunhee is quite far away, but thanks to her skills, you can see the girl on the map and try to catch up. She's just a baby who can't even eat on her own, so she can't be left without support for a long time. Angela saw that they were about to encounter a large number of life forms. The most interesting thing about this situation is that these are not monsters at all, but ordinary people, although there shouldn't be a large number of people on this floor. It seems, as Mr. Song said, these people are trying to find a new dungeon. There are hundreds of living creatures in the direction they are moving. Probably the monsters gathered around because of the people. Kim decided to make sure what was happening and went to follow all these people. Apparently, they gathered near the dungeon to try to make money from it. But desire alone is not enough to become king. People probably don't yet know the full system of dungeons, but associations and free explorers are already fighting for these territories. Kim marked this place on the map and said that they would return later. Now the priority was saving Yunhee. A little later, Angela noticed that there was a living creature next to them that she knew, probably their girl. The dungeon is in a remote location. People haven't found it yet. They decided to go inside. The dungeon doesn't have an owner yet, but it's functional, so you have to be careful. Everyone except Yunhee will be considered uninvited guests, so anything can happen. They went quite deep but saw nothing interesting around them. It seemed the monsters weren't guarding anything. It seems like they are not inside a dungeon at all, but rather wandering in an empty cave. Kim also feels like he's been here before. Maybe it's just an illusion, but his intuition rarely lies. First, he asked Angela to analyze the situation around her. The girl did not respond, and he realized that she had disappeared with Uther. It's probably because of the dungeon, but he doesn't feel any signs of attack. Maybe he's gone beyond that area. He wanted to look at the map again, but it was gone too. And not just the map, but his equipment, skills, and even the parasite. Now he is completely naked in terms of combat training, and it is unknown how the 7th floor dungeon could not be so capable. Soon he saw that there was a guy next to him who thought he was crazy. This guy looks pretty calm and says that there are a lot of monsters around, so you have to be careful. After that, Kim disappeared somewhere, and a little girl appeared next to this guy. She went with this guy and told him that she had become the master of this dungeon and learned the parasite skill. The boy assured him that it was all just a dream. He didn't want to believe the little child and didn't take her words seriously. He promised that he would protect the girl from monsters, but the main thing was that she not attract too much attention. They soon joined the other members of the expedition team and now feel safer. The guy told the other team members that he found a girl who was telling all sorts of nonsense, and in his opinion, she should write scripts for cartoons. While they are digging a path to the next floor, you can listen to it to keep yourself awake. Maybe they can teach her to dig and then they'll have another employee on their team. At first, everything was fine. No one was stressed and calmly thought about future plans. Everything changed so quickly that no one even understood anything. One by one, people began to die a terrible death, as if some unknown creature were attacking them from the darkness. With each passing minute, the impression grew that the same child from the dungeon had something to do with it. She was left alone with her savior, but it was unlikely that he would survive either. Everything that was happening was quite difficult to explain, but the entire research team was dead. This dungeon forces a person to wander in a happy dream, all of it an illusion that will never allow one to get out. Kim remembered that this was how all his close friends had been killed. Right before a moment of true despair, they all died a terrible death. And it also happened in the 7th floor dungeon. They were soon able to break out of this illusion. They just had to wake Uther, although he didn't want to wake up at all. Kim and company saw unknown creatures approaching them from the dungeon. Apparently, after the illusion didn't work, the dungeon decided to call on the minions of evil for help. Kim immediately prepared his parasite skill for active action and decided to show who was king here. There are very few warriors around. They are all the same and do not look like strong opponents. After waking up looking very angry, don't be surprised if he completely destroys this dungeon in a few minutes. We managed to calm him down very quickly. He is not a tyrant who destroys everything around him just because he is in a bad mood. After the problem with the dungeon servants was resolved, the search for Yunhee continued. Apart from the illusions, there's nothing scary here. Even the traps are quite childish. This does not mean that you can lose concentration, especially when you start to feel the aura of a child nearby. There is no entrance here, although Angela clearly feels that Yunhee is behind this wall. This is called the defense mechanism of a dungeon without a master. Probably the king's room is hidden here and Kim knows how to get there. A few powerful blows with the parasite skill can open any door. Less than 2 minutes passed before Kim saw a little girl in front of him. She seems to be doing well, and as expected, she hasn't taken a single step since she got here. Kim approached Yunhee and asked her to accept this dungeon and make it her home. Within a few seconds, a real carnival of fun began in this place. This is related to the festival dungeon celebration, and Yunhee had her hands in it. Everything went great. With the help of his experience, Kim helped the girl take control of the dungeon. The Dungeon Festival of Madness, Joy, and Fabulous Pleasures has registered a new user, Yunhee, as its lord. Reconstruction began immediately, and the entire surrounding area began to change its appearance. The door has appeared, which means that the synchronization was successful. Now we need to begin the process of improving the territory. The next day, we went to learn about dungeon control skills, and we have to admit that Yunhee is a quick learner. After that, Kim prepared a personal contract and asked her to become his knight, just like the Snail King did. Soon, a portal was opened leading to the Nagi Labyrinth. Now you can shorten the journey to a few seconds. Kim told Dominican where they were and what had happened over the past few days. The maid was happy to see little Yunhee. It reminds her of the times when the Nagi dungeon was also small and still quite weak. The master asked Hoy and Draken to stay here and defend this place. Uther and Yunhee must return to their native dungeon. Kim said that he had some business with Angela and would be back a little later. He also didn't forget that she needed to be given some blood. Their goal is quite simple. They want to go back and see what people are doing. The researchers and warriors of the association came here for the sake of the dungeon. The outside world already knows about what is happening inside Geyser. Kim decided to use the invisibility skill and eavesdrop on the researchers' conversations. Maybe he would hear something interesting. The guy immediately realized that the conflict was in full swing. The researchers hated the association, and the association hated the researchers. Some began to feel Kim's presence. He is not visible, but his shadow seems to be starting to move next to people. People think a monster has visited them, so Kim decides to ask Angela to distract them. Among this crowd, you can also meet our old acquaintance, a warrior named Chongle. He asked the security guards not to let anyone in and decided to check on his own whether an unknown monster had really visited them. He believes that in any case, researchers are just dogs who are blinded by money and do not understand the greatness of the association. The soldiers don't understand at all what they have to guard. There is nothing valuable around. To begin, they must find something to explore and somehow figure out how to become the master of this maze. None of them even noticed that the king of another labyrinth was already nearby, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation for a long time. Within seconds, he had killed both of these guards without any hesitation so that they would not interfere with his business. Other association warriors may return at any moment, so you need to hurry. At the end of the corridor is the dungeon master's room. You may need to go there. This dungeon looks quite strange. There are no labyrinths, ambushes, or even a containment core. Probably everything was destroyed at the very beginning. The core was formed and didn't even reach the 3rd level, so it's a dead dungeon. Surely this dungeon is ready to accept a new host. Kim decided to activate the parasite skills. He immediately found the core of the dungeon without a master. Currently, this place is in an inactive state. It won't be activated until it finds its leader, but Kim has an idea. He tried to do something, this technique is called engraving, but the system refused to let an outsider in. If the dungeon core is left in the same state, it will activate on its own. You can't be sure that the new owner of this dungeon won't be someone from the research team or the association. Kim doesn't like people exploring labyrinths at all. It could lead to chaos underground. He understands that sooner or later a person will become the master of the dungeon and begin to study Geyser from the other side, but that will be for today. He tried to forcefully remove the inactive core, but the dungeon immediately began to resist. There were people nearby. They all heard strange sounds and thought that monsters were approaching them. Only a little later did Chongle realize that anomalies had begun in the dungeon and called other warriors to help him. Angela immediately sensed the approach of the enemies and reported this to her master, who asked her to hide immediately. He had an idea. He wants the dungeon to cast its pride aside. No more rising and falling. Death is inevitable. Kim believes that the dungeon is simply unlucky today. In any case, it would have become a toy for people. Now he will use it for his own purposes, as the extraction of the inner core of the dungeon has been successfully completed. It was at this moment, when the deed was done, that the association warriors appeared on the horizon. Jong-gul carefully looked around the room and saw something very creepy, something that looked like a monster. This is probably one of the forms of the parasite that lives in Kim's body. It's immediately clear that this skill has reached another level. None of the warriors of the association had ever seen anything like this. They prepared for battle. But deep down, they understood that they were doomed. No one even had time to get out their weapon and swing it before the parasite had already taken over their bodies. People who had not gone inside the dungeon heard these terrible cries of the warriors and began to tremble with fear. The association warriors begged to stop. They called for their mother for help and shouted that they didn't want to die. Only a few managed to survive, but they will forever remember this dark day of their lives. Yonggul is one of those still alive. He ordered the warriors to prepare for battle if they did not want to die. The huge monster was already preparing for dinner. In front of him was a large assortment of human flesh and blood. He would be able to enjoy these snacks for a long time. It seemed that the people were doomed. But at the last moment, the monster began to flee in a completely different direction. At first, they wanted to chase him, but then they thanked God that they were alive and decided to stay put. It seemed like it was the local floor guard protecting the dungeon, and that was enough to make everyone leave the place. Nobody needs massive losses. Kim was able to achieve his goal and can now be satisfied. Now the parasite has gone into a dormant state. Kim had no idea that he would be able to create such a large monster from this snail. It takes a lot of strength. After he took the dungeon core, there's nothing more to do here. You need to transfer this artifact to the laboratory and rest a bit. Only a little later did Kim remember that he could not return to Nagi's labyrinth. Particularly attentive viewers remember that he has an obligation to the monster on the 8th floor. I had to return to the Boar King. They were happy that Kim really knows how to keep his word. Very quickly, the Maze Master Nagi was taken to the Boar King, who had been waiting for him for a long time. It turned out that distraction was costly for this monster. He paid the price so that Kim and his team would not be harmed. Surely the King of Boars met with the same lion named Marcus, who came from the 7th floor. The Boar King decided to retreat after a fierce battle. Although his warriors still consider the king a hero, the blood lions are very fast. They absorbed a huge amount of the dungeon's energy and moved to the 8th floor, changing their residence. That is why there is constant fighting on this floor. Now everything around resembles a catastrophe, war, and chaos. It is unclear why the lions did this, probably because of the people who came to the 7th floor. The Boar King was upset that he had to speak to the Baron in this manner, but these were the harsh conditions of life in the dungeon. He explained to them that he had returned to complete their deal, that he understood that because of him, the king had found himself in such a difficult situation. Kim has long wanted to leave this floor and return to his home, but he doesn't understand what the king wants. After a short conversation, it turned out that their desires coincided. The king also wanted to leave Mary. This is a terrible place. He is ready to go with Kim and become his knight, probably all because of the bloody lion. There is hardly anything wrong with this. The Boar King is tired of fighting a strong enemy and wants to find himself a safe haven to rest. Now, it's hard to understand what this boar is worth. The same goes for his people. They haven't yet been tested in real battles. On the other hand, the pigs have already heard many good words about Kim. They know that after only 6 months of his reign, he was able to defeat the king of the water dragons. It is unlikely that he was able to do this through luck alone, so receiving the title of Baron was well-deserved. It seems that the Boar King knows Kim's story very well, but now he must tell his own story, his own path and destiny. If you look at his warriors, you can understand that this labyrinth is held together only by the king's strength. To be honest, he was also like them before, fighting to protect the labyrinth and trying to survive. This helped him become the same king, a strong and powerful warrior who protects his territory from enemies. Some people treated this maze like a grocery store and took all the pigs for their barbecue. The king always took the initiative to destroy enemies who attacked his army. He was the only one who could protect the pigs. After decades of constant battles, he thought he could finally afford a little rest. But this time, bloody lions descended upon them. To be honest, he had had enough of all these battles and was frankly tired. He asks the Baron to believe his story and give him the opportunity to find peace in another territory. Although the boar tries to show his weakness, Kim must not forget that he is facing one of the strongest warriors on the 8th floor. He is an experienced monster who can help a lot in the future. He is tired and deserves a chance at a more peaceful life. Without thinking twice, Kim said that he was ready to accept him and make him his third knight, because it would make Nagi's labyrinth even stronger. It will not be easy for some time. You need to understand that there are also a huge number of dangers on the 9th floor. The Boar King can be a commander. He is ready to share his experience with other Nagi warriors. As soon as the situation on the 9th floor stabilizes, Kim will immediately send a letter of invitation here. He will return here soon, but the boars must stay alive. They have to wait a little longer. First, Kim returned to Nagi's labyrinth, and then came to the real world to see Uncle Song. Sun already knows that an unknown monster has appeared in the labyrinth. It attacked the association and almost killed everyone around. Rumor has it that he is the boss of the maze and looks a lot like spaghetti from hell, perhaps because he is Italian. The association quickly abandoned the labyrinth and left the place, and Kim was not at all happy to hear all these rumors. He explained to Mr. Song that the labyrinth the association was involved in turned out to be dead, and this monster was not related to it at all. Sun hoped that it would be possible to get some precious stones from this labyrinth, but one must not forget that greed always comes at a price. Kim brought some stones from the dungeon and tried to cheer Mr. Song up. Maybe it would at least improve his mood. It turned out that someone had shown up here looking for Kim, and even left a business card. This is related to the country's development company. Kim wants to ask for a favor. This man's name is Juhek. He is the deputy director for country development, a rather serious and influential person. The president is worried about the chaos in the human labyrinth, which is why this organization was created. One of their team members is a child from the dungeon that Kim is familiar with, a girl named Lenara. They did not disclose the purpose of their visit, as it is a state secret, but asked Kim to call. There is probably complete chaos in this association as well. Kim cannot trust human information because people have no trust. Mr. Song did not expect such a reaction, but decided to remain silent and not anger the warrior. After that, they said goodbye to each other and Kim returned home. The synchronization of the party hall, the venue for the second night Yunhee festival, has been completed. Now Yunhee has become the organizer of the party hall and can open a portal to the dungeon in which she is the master. Recall that all this time Draken was there together with Hoya. They protected the labyrinth from other monsters. During this time, no one even came, but for some reason there are many traces of vandalism around. Probably Hoya is playing again. It was at this moment that unknown animals appeared. They did not look like monsters and were hardly dangerous. Kim has seen something like this before. Probably these are the workers who will help rebuild the maze. He explained that he would order them what to do because he was the master of this territory. Kim ordered to immediately draw up a map and build a warehouse next to the labyrinth, but so far no one is listening to him. Angela suggested to her master to start a regency of the aristocracy, a skill often used by the Lord Anatolio. In this case, Kim will literally be able to control Yoonhee's maze, which is almost the same as taking the maze for himself. For a rational labyrinth master, this would be worse than death. But Yoonhee is a little girl. It might work for her. Kim asked the girl for permission, but she, as usual, didn't answer. Soon, she finally agreed to the regency, and Kim took full control of the labyrinth and officially became its leader, or rather, its deputy. Now the forces of the two labyrinths obey him. He has become a true aristocrat and has acquired the skills of this title. The large number of knights and regents enhances his abilities for aristocracy. Now it is clear why Anatolio was engaged in such things. He can't keep protecting the labyrinth, so he needs to improve the place immediately. He began the process of improving himself with crystals and ordered all slaves to work immediately. You should also consider calling in several soldiers to defend the territories. The structure of the troops of each maze is different from each other. Here the soldiers will be clowns, and there are quite a large number of them. Each maze has its own unique abilities and features. There is something special here called festival fever. The more opponents are neutralized, the stronger the festival fever will be. At first glance, it looks pretty good. In the ideal scenario, the battle ends on the second level, and to do this, you need to summon warriors. Kim ordered the immediate summoning of a minstrel, a juggler, an acrobat, and even a clown. They are all defenseless, but you can give them a unique ability called Sweet Dreams. This technique is also known as Sweet Sleep, something like an illusion, but this technique gathers a lot of the power of the labyrinth. This is quite similar to the hypnosis used by the 7th floor maze, and can be used against a strong enemy. It must be admitted that this labyrinth is the complete opposite of Nagi's dungeon, and that is a problem. Kim is used to managing his own dungeon, so here he has to start all over again. If you create a guerrilla unit and start a secret struggle, this skill will not help at all, especially in conditions of total war. Nagi's Labyrinth. You can summon all warrior classes, but there's nothing special about it. If Kim had started his descent into the dungeon from this very labyrinth, the Water Dragon King would have destroyed him in a matter of seconds. Kim asked Yoonhee to activate this skill and test it on other monsters. Test subjects like Draken and Hoya are ideal for this, even though they don't suspect anything. Kim assured me that nothing bad would happen. The main thing was to relax my body and not tense up. The sweet sleep habit started working immediately, and it was quite interesting to watch the reaction of both patients. Draken immediately imagined himself as a descendant of ancient legendary dragons. He felt the strength in his muscles and an indomitable character. Watching him sleep is quite an interesting pastime. Now it's clear how it works. The minstrel is an assistant in this maze. You can also try this skill on him. The target is completely defenseless, so the sweet sleep technique works easily. Meanwhile, the dragon was starting to feel completely insane. Maybe we should calm this guy down before he did anything wrong. Now you have an idea of how to use the festival maze. The main thing is to create a map of the area and hide the path to the maze. Kim also ordered employees to be responsible for all important work and forget about rest for a while. We need to improve this maze as quickly as possible and make it safe, so Kim can maximize the scale of the strategy. 2 more weeks have passed since that day, and both mazes have been improved and made significant progress. Now it was time to call upon Uther. He had been able to regain all his strength in these few weeks. Now the snail must prepare for war. They will fight with the king of the dead valets. The battle will begin in a week. Kim is not joking at all and orders Uther to immediately send a message to the king of the dead calling for war. Hearing the word war, the snail immediately began to scream and crave blood. He had never behaved like this before. After that, he calmed down a bit and suggested that valets be ambushed and not given time to prepare for war. Of course, this is considered a rather cruel strategy, not telling your opponent about your intentions, but it gives you a better chance of winning. Rickshaw entered the room. It was noticeable that her leg was injured and she looked exhausted. She said they have a problem because Count Anatolio is approaching their territory right now. As soon as Angela heard this, her face instantly changed. Probably the first time you could see fear in a vampire's eyes. It seemed to her that the nobleman from the 11th floor could not go up to the 9th floor. Perhaps there was some mistake. Rickshaw reported that they had been captured. The entire reconnaissance detachment was captured by Count Anatolio. They were unable to fool the eyes of this monster with their concealment abilities, but they avoided serious losses. The Count decided to let them go. He was not alone. Next to him was a dark merchant, as well as the demon she had already seen. It is unlikely that they will pass by because their destination is the Nagi Labyrinth. Rickshaw is sure of that. The dark merchant learned that they belonged to the Nagi labyrinth, so he immediately released them. Hearing this, Kim immediately ordered preparations for the meeting, just in case. All troops should be gathered and brought to full combat readiness. Kim needs to return to the maze immediately. Given Anatolio's size, he won't even be able to get through the gate. Angela continued to panic. She always remained calm, but now she had completely lost control of her emotions. She said that Kim has no chance at all compared to Anatolio. The Dragon King and the King of the Dead are just small rats, so we need to run away. Kim doesn't know why the Count has come such a long way, but it's unlikely he's going to fight. It's possible to get scared too early, but it's also a great opportunity to assess the level of the graph, as it's rare to find it in Geyser. The Master does not know how to hide from trouble. He is ready to meet a strong opponent with his head held high. Angela is ready to accompany her master. But whatever happens, Kim must not show the Count his strength. A few hours later, Kim met Quintus at the northern gate. They had already managed to gather the warriors. Yoonhee, Hoya, Uther, and Draken went to the festival dungeons. All that was left was to close the portal just in case. Dominicana should return to the main room. Everyone else will accompany King Nagi. The maid really wanted to go with Kim, but it's too dangerous and he doesn't want to risk his right arm. If something goes wrong, he will die. There must be someone left who knows the labyrinth and can keep Nagi alive. Kim said he wasn't expecting war, but anything could happen, so we shouldn't underestimate unknown monsters. Angela said that the entire territory of the Nagi labyrinth is already under Anatolio's control, so there's no point in hiding. After all these conversations, it was decided to take Dominican with them. The maid was happy. At this point, the parasite reported that it felt incredible fear and advised its host to flee immediately. This has never happened before, and this speaks volumes about the importance of every little thing that happens in the next few minutes. The parasite immediately strengthened Kim's body as much as possible in order to survive, but still advises its host to flee. Of course, Kim wasn't going to run away from a regular meeting. He stayed and waited for Anatolio to arrive. This giant is truly an extremely large figure, several times larger than an adult hell spider, and even larger than the walls of a fortress. Kim hopes that this terrible tyrant doesn't see the warriors inside the labyrinth because it might anger him. Kim began to behave quite impudently. He wanted to know why this unsurpassed Count had come to him without warning. Angela tried to calm her master and explain that she couldn't talk to the Count like that, but he didn't listen to her at all. Soon the Count finally revealed his face and said that Kim was really too self-confident and he had better get on his knees. He activated a skill called Count's Greatness, and Kim immediately felt incredible pressure. All his lightning assistants fell to the ground and could not do anything with this force. This is something similar to the Baron's Greatness that Kim used before, but this technique is much stronger. It feels like your whole body starts to scream in pain. The force of gravity increases several times. The graph is really on a completely different level. It's strange, because despite everything going on around her, all this technology couldn't make Kim fall to her knees. Now the Count recognizes that he is facing a worthy king of the labyrinth, not some little snotty. The effect of the Count's greatness is surprising. Now he understands that Kim is much better than all these fools from the 10th floor. Count Anatolio is pleased, but he still hasn't explained why he came here. It seems like he did it just to show off his power. The Count also drew attention to Angela. He noticed the girl from the very beginning and realized that she had found herself a rather strong new master. The human Baron is really just as they say he is, self-confident, strong, and uncompromising. Count Anatolio will be Kim's investor, assistant, and guide. He only needs to follow the Count's orders. Even if Kim refuses, his opinion is completely unimportant. It always happens the way Anatolio wants it. He orders Kim to defeat the King of the Dead and gain control of the 9th floor, and also reminds Kim that the road does not go up. This guy should have gone down to his hometown a long time ago. He should have gone down into the abyss. The Count hopes that the next time they meet on the 11th floor. After these words, he turned and left. Kim was very angry and promised to avenge this humiliation someday in the future. After the Count left, a dark merchant and a demon approached the Labyrinth Master. It turned out that they came here to make a deal, but what exactly is still unknown. The demon is a fairly influential person due to his position on the black market. He is much more powerful than an ordinary dark merchant. He looks like he has valuable goods and artifacts, but he came empty-handed. The price of the deal is huge. He wants to get the Dungeon of the Dead, which belongs to King Valitz. And in return, he is ready to give the necessary information about this king. This can be called non-standard information in exchange for early payment. The main thing is that there are no problems with the transaction in the future. There's a reason why we're constantly silent about the ball, and it has nothing to do with the Water Dragon King. The stronger the person, the more time it takes to train the chimera. And judging by the Dark Merchant's reaction, he doesn't want Kim to hear this. Now Kim must find out which fresh corpse was recently delivered to the black market. The answer could lead to a shock. Labyrinth Master Nagi was surprised. All the time it seemed to him that the Dark Merchants should remain neutral. I had to explain that the Dark Traders were just a small group of speculators. They bought the body from the Baron, and for him it was just a piece of meat. After that, the body was sold to a client who needed it, and that was the work of the classic merchants in the dungeon. Actually, this is not exactly what Kim wanted to know, because he is interested in the King of the Dead. It turned out that Dark Traders also sell useful information to all other parties. They act like classic speculators and have no conscience. Kim ordered the devil to immediately reveal all the terms of the deal, as well as information known to the King of the Dead. A week passed after this conversation, and full-scale preparations for the war with valets began. The raiding force, excluding the dungeon guards, consists of more than 1,000 warriors. This is about 3 times the information that the King of the Dead received, which is what the current army of the Negi Labyrinth is. The army of the King of the Dead is difficult to count. It consists of approximately 5,000 lower-ranking warriors. Considering the transactions of the King of the Dead 2 months ago, we can say that all the chimeras are ready. The undead appear after the energy of the dungeon is infused into a dead body. It is under the complete control of the team that created the undead. Each of them is immune to psychic attacks, fatigue, and pain. And after receiving an order, they will attack until their heads are cut off. The army of the King of the Dead can be divided into 3 types: lower warriors, higher rank, and chimeras. Lower warriors do not absorb as much of the dungeon's energy, so they are only able to follow simple commands from their general. Higher rank can drive more energy and participate in the war as tanks. The strongest warriors of the King of the Dead are called chimeras. So far, only the Dragon King has been confirmed. Based on the reputation of the King of the Dead, there may also be far more of these warriors than expected. Rickshaw also prepared new information about the opponent that she had gathered over the past week. Usually the King of the Dead keeps the undead in ambush. It is impossible to know how many dead bodies are hidden in his lands. There are also many active undead lurking in the ambush, but all reconnaissance near the dungeon of the King of the Dead has failed. It was learned that the King of Death had left his fortress and headed towards the Dungeon of Gluttony. The rats confirmed the movement of a 1,000-strong army of undead that had left their native territory. At intervals of about half a day, they divided into an advance and main detachment and set off. The arrival of the Dragon King to the vanguard and the King of the Dead to the main army was confirmed. The positions of the King of Guards are different. Most likely the insects are planning an attack rather than a defense, so you have to be careful not to get into an ambush. The situation is different from when they were going to attack without troops, because now the Nagi dungeon is quite strong and influential. It's unlikely to be an easy fight, but Valets has too little information about them, and this will give him the opportunity and perfect opportunity to attack him. All the information he was able to gather was obtained after 1 week of war with the Dragon King. Now Uther must go to the Dungeon of the Dead alone, the Master has decided. It is unknown whether he will be able to fulfill his duty. Some are not even sure if he can lace up his shoes on his own. Considering the current situation, in about 2 days the Terran Anak will begin the battle. The King of Gluttony must restrain the enemy vanguard. Meanwhile, Kim and his team will attack the King of the Dead from behind, and his henchmen will try to steal the core of the Dead dungeon while Valets is busy. Despite the strength of their warriors, it will take a lot of effort to break through the undead everywhere. If high-ranking warriors meet, Dominicana must retreat. Don't forget that caution is the most important thing during battle. Kim cannot afford to lose his best allies. Even the success of one of the 2 teams can turn the tide of the fight, and the core of the Dead dungeon is important for supporting the undead. Whichever unit wins, they must all meet in front of Valet's army, and if it becomes too difficult, they must retreat immediately. No team member had any more questions. They understood the overall strategy and plan, and were now ready to act. Quintus immediately set out for the army to convey the king's instructions to them and decide to set off. After that, Kim approached Rickshaw, and in a calm voice told her that the long-awaited time for revenge had passed. She will have the opportunity to take revenge on the King of the Dead for all the suffering he has brought into her life. The elf must cast aside all doubts and act as coolly as possible, otherwise Kim will be the first to cut off Valet's head. 2 more days passed after these events, each team member carrying out their part of the plan. The King of Gluttony knows that according to the plan he has to fight some corpses, but right now he is so tired that he also feels dead. Soon, a huge creature appeared before him. This monster slightly different from what Uther had imagined. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the King of Gluttony decided to compliment the monster and note his new hairstyle. It's unlikely that such a vicious and terrifying monster would like such compliments. Uther is confident that most physical attacks will not affect his body, so he feels confident. He can be defeated by shooting heat rays, as the dragon could do in a past life. In his current state, he is incapable of this technique. At least Uther had hoped so, and he was very seriously mistaken. His opponent decided to use his special skill from the start and demonstrate his strength, and he succeeded. But in any case, this does not mean that the King of Gluttony will surrender without a fight. Although he is very small and very funny, we must not forget that he is the king of the dungeon and has a special ability. The Dragon King. Anak, who rose from the dead and became undead, immediately felt the power of this boy. Now Uther wants to show off another of his special skills and order his copies to have a little breakfast. They must eat all these dead monsters around and satisfy all their secret desires. Although this particular skill seems absurd, the King of Gluttony should not be underestimated. This battle will be legendary. The outcome is difficult to predict, but it will not be sweet for the Dragon King. Soon Kim learned that the battle with the dead Dragon King had begun, and everything was going faster than expected. In order not to frame Uther, Kim and his team must attack Valets as soon as they see him. Their army was tired after 2 days of active movement, and this could affect them during the battle. Angela suggested moving in small groups and then moving the remaining troops through the portal. It might work, but Kim is against it. It's like opening the door to the Dungeon Master's room. This door won't be closed for 24 hours, and it could lead to disaster. You can't sacrifice combat power to protect the portal, so you have to hope that Uther can defeat the dead man. He promised to attack and do everything to eat the dead bodies of the enemy. It might work. The lower undead have no nutritional value, so it won't be easy. And the Dragon King is very strong. Devouring him will be a difficult task. Uther is not going to wait until he is melted, because his special skill, Rapid Healing, is temporarily unavailable. According to available information, it is known that Dominicana and her group have fallen into the Dungeons of the Dead. They are already very close to the core. Everything is going according to plan. You could even say they are ahead of their time, but it's too early to rejoice. Rickshaw appeared and said that the reconnaissance squad had found an enemy camp where the undead were located. There was also confirmation of the presence of the King of the Dead at the very center of this army. It is dangerous to interact with a non-living thing that almost knows no fatigue, so you need to act wisely. It will be difficult if Valets notices anomalies in the Dungeon of the Dead, so you will have to attack quickly and do everything almost without stopping. Kim promised to give the King of the Dead Rickshaw for revenge, but now the situation has changed, and he must cut off his head himself. As soon as they approached the enemy army, Rickshaw immediately ordered the first detachment of archers to attack. A truly epic confrontation awaits us. The scale of this battle will be much greater than during the war with the dragons. The undead came to destroy and kill everything in their path, but that doesn't mean they are invincible. The basis of this army is made up of lower-ranking warriors. They are not too powerful, so they can be easily defeated. The Nagi are perfectly prepared for the battle. They are acting according to plan and maintaining order. Lower-ranked undead have low penetration ability, so they can't function as a true tank. Nagi's army can fight even without its king, because so far the main forces of the opponent have not entered the battle. Rickshaw interacts wonderfully with the archers and gives correct and timely orders. By taking the ideal attack position, archers can attack the enemy without risk and remain at a safe distance. It was noticeable that the beginning of the battle did not go according to the King of the Dead's plan, and he immediately tried to intervene. Looking closer, he saw that he would have to meet the same legendary guy who was talked about so much in the dungeon. This drives the King of the Dead crazy and adds spice to the potential confrontation. Recall that not all of the forces of the Nagi Labyrinth were gathered near the army of the Dungeon of the Dead. Some had other goals. So far, they are heading in the right direction, and on their way they encounter reconnaissance signs left by Rickshaw. They are very close to the Dungeon of the Dead. There are a huge number of dead bodies and burials. The problem arose when they got even closer, because it seemed as if there was no nucleus here. Even on the new map there is a Dungeon of the Dead. Maybe if you go a little further you can find everything you need. On the other hand, such an experienced warrior as Quintus immediately realized that all this could only be a trap. They cannot stand still, so they must decide how to proceed in order not to let their king down. They can't waste time, so they need to act very quickly and forget about doubts. Kim struck with a lightning strike with his sword and ended the fight in a matter of seconds. He looked at the severed head of the king of the dead and could not believe that this legendary warrior had really lost so easily. This is strange because the undead army is still moving. Probably the guy who was just defeated is just a pile of bones. Within a few seconds, Kim heard some kind of terrible laughter coming from within the enemy army. It was the voice of a warrior, confirming that Kim had just defeated the king of the dead. And Valets was right when he said that Kim was a dangerous enemy. It seems as if the general of the army now becomes the new lord of the dungeon. He is the reincarnation of Valets. There are always a lot of questions and confusing storylines with these dead people, and in order to figure out the situation, you have to cut off his head again. Various monsters attacked Kim from different directions. All of them had a part of Valets' soul. It seems as if his spirit is not in this world, so Kim cannot understand what is happening. In fact, even before the battle began, it felt like something was wrong, but now that the king had risen from the dead, everything fell into place. There is a faint internal and external reaction of the undead on the battlefield, but all of this reaction feels like something unified, not separate mechanisms. This mad king broke his soul into 1,000,000 pieces and gave it to each of his warriors on this battlefield. Valets survives death and repeats his life in another body, following the fragments of his soul. In other words, all the undead around is the king of the dead. He has broken his soul, just like Voldemort. For such tricks, all you need to do is deal with a dead soul, and then doing something like this becomes very easy. So it turns out that Kim must destroy the entire enemy army in order to completely defeat the king of the dead. You'll have to do all the hard work, but there's no other way. Kim ordered all his assistants to act immediately and destroy the enemies. The sorcerers must also join the battle. Angela has long been waiting for the opportunity to show all her best abilities. Her vampire potential is ready for battle. The wizards also began preparing to use their improved skills, which they had managed to hone over the past months of training. Nagi Labyrinth is the undead. These warriors have too little blood, and therefore Angela cannot show all her power. On the other hand, the opponent is so weak that even half of her abilities will be enough to destroy everything around. Right now, it becomes clear how important it is to have a creature like a vampire in your army. Kim is sure that it doesn't matter whether he defeats the king of the dead or defeats his entire army. Either way, the deed will soon be done. Valets has a different opinion. The lower runny nose is not his main feature, so there was a misunderstanding. He admits that he has no combat power, but on the other hand, he has no need to take active action. The war game will soon end. It will happen when he makes his next move. Meanwhile, Dominicana and her team still couldn't find the dungeons of the dead and the inner core. She hoped that they would at least be able to find traces of the destruction of the dungeon or something, but it seemed as if everything around them was hypnotized. It's as if they are in a parallel reality, and because of this, they don't see the real dungeon, even though it should be here. If you look closely, you can see traces of this place, such as a fairly deep tunnel, although it is obvious that it appeared recently. It's unlikely that something like this can be dug up easily, because it requires digging monsters. Meanwhile, a huge and terrifying creature appeared on the battlefield. Perhaps this is the answer to the question regarding the dug tunnel. Kim was surprised by the level of preparation of his opponent. It was much more difficult to restrain him than King Enoch. Another problem also arose, as Nagi warriors who died in battle immediately turned into undead. Kim cannot allow even more casualties, because all his soldiers would thus go over to the opponent's side. Angela must intervene and help stop this monster, but she senses something is wrong. Kim doesn't understand what she's talking about. Now is not the time to pay attention to trifles, because this is just low-level colds. Probably the king of the maze? Nagi still doesn't understand what's happening, but Angela is more experienced than him. Geyser for many years, and therefore it seems to her that there is a dungeon right in front of them. There are many limitations to managing undead, such as not always being able to find the right body for it. There are also many limitations on the number of bodies that can be awakened on command. Even if the body is lifted, it will only be a skeleton that will move with the help of magic. Nothing more, nothing less. Even if a healthy body is found, it is still already dead, and will soon decompose into parts and turn into a corpse. That is, a pile of bones. Over time, the armies of the dead decay, weather, and weaken, and the only thing that awaits this world after the war is its downfall. Maybe this means that we can look at this whole situation differently and find a way out. Evil showed its true face and ordered the immediate gathering of the dead and their bodies to be piled up. He is even interested in bones. Without pieces of meat, you have to collect everything down to the last bone. Maybe death is just the end for some. But for this monster, death is just the beginning. He asks us not to seek peace and eternal life and endless glory, but rather to get up and move forward. The first Chimera of Death, the Dungeon of the Dead, was created, and the capabilities of the troops in the Dungeon of the Dead immediately increased. All these creatures have felt incredible power. They are close to their core, which gives them additional energy. Angela immediately noticed that all the monsters around her belonged to the highest category of undead, and this was a big problem. The impact on the dungeon contributed to the appearance of higher undead, although the first earthquake could destroy everything around. Kim really didn't want to use Yunhee in this battle, but it seems he has no choice. The situation on the battlefield must be changed immediately, and for this we will have to use hidden weapons. Yunhee must attack through the right flank with the army. Her time has finally come. The sorcerers will also focus all their firepower on the right flank. The carnival dungeon will finally enter the battle. The opening of the festival will begin soon, but it is completely unknown whether this will be enough to win. Since there are penalties for not completing tasks, the dungeon crawler in the carnival must act very quickly. Angela is still worried. She sees too many inaccuracies and misunderstandings around her. It is also not easy to see the body's nose. This is the best skill that only aristocrats can master. Excessive use of such force is more likely the ability of the unknown than the ability of the commander. He probably hid the dungeons from the beginning, but even in expanding monster souls there must be limitations. Valets could not hide all his intentions for long. He revealed his plan and acted like a true gentleman. On the other hand, if you look at this situation from a different angle, you could call his behavior stupid. As soon as a player reveals his cards, it becomes easier for opponents to seize the initiative. This is exactly what Kim plans to do. His parasite skill is ready to help its owner win another victory on the battlefield. It is obvious that he is interested in the core of the dungeon. Possession of this artifact is equivalent to possession of an army of the dead. This doesn't mean it will be easy to get the core, as there are a large number of high-ranking undead in Kim's path. The Chimera will also try to stop him, but the parasite's skill perceives any opponent equally. During all these months of war and dungeon battles, Kim has made significant progress. He is no longer the same guy who became the king of the Nagi Labyrinth. Now this warrior is much more experienced and confident in his own abilities, but even now he still has room to develop. The core of the Dungeon of the Dead is very well guarded. To get it, you will have to go through hell. These guards are here to stop Kim. There are 2 of them, so they have a numerical advantage. But if you look more closely, you can see that behind them stands some unknown wizard. Our main character doesn't really like all this. Maybe he's afraid of magic. Meanwhile, Angela came to support. As soon as Kim received a minor injury, she immediately smelled his blood. He told the girl that there were 3 human chimeras inside, and they were all quite strong. Soon these monsters came outside. They decided to take a walk and have some fun. Looking more closely at these monsters, you can see that they look very similar to a familiar character. And this is unlikely to be a coincidence. Yes, it seems that this is the Rickshaw family. If after what happened to them, they can still be called a family. Seeing what happened, Rickshaw completely lost self-control. She took out her weapon and ran to attack Valets. Now she sees nothing in her path, and such carelessness can lead to terrible consequences. If Angela hadn't intervened at the last moment, Rickshaw would have been cut in 2 right now. The huge red monster was already preparing to cut her in half, but the vampire was saved by the elf. Valets is surprised. He thought that Rickshaw would die anyway, which is why he let her go during the last meeting. Even 3 elves were enough for him. And besides, this girl wasn't worth much attention. Valets is also confident that his opponents will not be able to defend for long and will soon begin to retreat. The same creature with a human face also appeared on the battlefield. This monster began to give orders and said that the elf girl must be killed, along with the vampire. He also allowed the use of spirit magic for this purpose, and upon hearing these words, Angela began to visibly become nervous. Meanwhile, Rickshaw found herself all alone. She was rescued, but she is still too angry. As soon as she raised her head, she immediately saw an elf chimera in front of her, perhaps one of her brothers or family members. As soon as she saw him, tears immediately appeared in her eyes. It was clear that this creature meant a lot to her. Maybe it was like that before, but now it has changed and this elf no longer belongs to the world of good. He has become undead and will do absolutely anything his master tells him to do. Seeing that Rick was in serious trouble, Kim tried to help her, and because of this he completely forgot about his own safety. These powerful chimeras are true martial artists, as well as high-ranking warriors. Much has been said about Kim's progress, but even now he is still an ordinary person. Seeing the blood on his body, he became even more angry and tried to do everything possible to destroy the enemy. He was sure that he had repelled the attack, but the chimera turned out to be much stronger than he had thought. This elf belongs to the legendary level, which means that defeating him will not be easy at all. Now Kim is surrounded by enemies, but the elf began to do some incomprehensible tricks and destroy the undead around him. He probably wants no one to stop him from defeating the Labyrinth King Nagi, and that also means he knows how to use magic. In such a difficult situation, you will have to rely on the parasite's skill, because without this feature, Kim has no chance of winning. The undead can control a spirit, although a spirit is only a denial and imagination. Now you will have to fight another Chimera elf, who is also at the legendary level and has magical abilities. It is noticeable that this monster is being purified, and now, after the purification process is complete, it will be much more dangerous than its brothers. Angela should retreat and call for help. It is better to fight with a numerical advantage over the enemy. The king who gives the orders is still in a safe place, and he should have been hunted down long ago. This is not possible at the moment because all the warriors of the Negi Labyrinth are fully engaged in other battles, and Angela cannot do everything alone. She has too much responsibility on her shoulders, although on the other hand, that's exactly why she was taken to Nagi's Labyrinth. Opponents have a perfect balance of attack and recovery magic, and it can also be noted that they are not actually dead at all. To be more precise, their bodies are dead, but most likely their souls are still alive. A king who gives orders to the entire army cannot control all the chimeras at the same time. You could say they've all been brainwashed, so all is not lost with these elves. We need to find a way to bring them back to consciousness, perhaps only with the help of Rickshaw. Kim immediately called Yoonhee for help and ordered the girl to protect Rickshaw because she was the key to victory in the battle with the chimeras. After that, he ordered the girl to open the dungeon and entered the festival labyrinth. Yoonhee started attacking the chimera with the sweet sleep skill. We already remember this effect from the past. If we're already talking about the past, we can look at what happened to the elves before they became monsters. The general came to the princess of the estate and asked her to never run away from him again. But Rickshaw replied that she could protect herself. The problem is not only this, the prince is also worried about her. But the girl still thinks she is in control of the situation. The Knight General always protected Rickshaw. He risked his own life and did everything possible to make her feel safe. This is what he lives for. This is what he has vowed to do for the rest of his life. The Knight General is supposed to be a human shield for the princess, but now he's trying to kill her. Strangely enough, at this last moment, when only the last step remained to be taken, the general remembered who was in front of him. He was ready to send the princess to hell, but stopped at the last moment. He threw the stones he was trying to kill her with and immediately tried to help Rickshaw. Only now did he realize that Valets had made him his puppet, carrying out any orders. The king of the army was surprised by what was happening. It seemed to him that the elves were completely under his control. Yoonhee intervened in the situation. She still didn't trust the general and therefore decided to calm him down on her own. He thought she was one of Valet's warriors, and so he said he would kill her and tear her body to pieces. After that, they explained to him that they were actually friends of Rickshaw and were fighting on the same side. The general also learned that he had become an undead being, which was created with the help of the king of the dead. If he loses all his energy supply, he will not be able to exist, and he will also forget everything that happened again and turn into a monster. The general may receive a new order to kill Rickshaw, so he must remain calm and not show that he is fully awakened from this dream. Kim was pleased to learn that one of the chimeras had awakened and broken free from the king's control. However, there is other news that is not so rosy. For example, the energy of the festival dungeon is almost completely at 0 level. Yoonhee must prepare to open the 5th level. It is dangerous, but there is no other choice. The only thing that can help in this battle is Valet's loss of power, but the general must not be caught in his eyes. If he gets brainwashed again, it will only get worse, so it's better for him not to interfere now. He is willing to avoid the king's attention, but that doesn't mean he will no longer protect his princess. Rickshaw is still weak and cannot defend itself from enemies on its own, which is why it needs a general. Wherever he is, in any condition, even with broken bones, he will still forever remain her night guard. During the battle, a portal was opened in the middle of the action. This was done in order to get the effect of a dungeon. Kim and his team do everything they can to throw the king off guard, but for now he remains focused. The king ordered his dungeon to immediately destroy the portal because he realized that this could lead to problems. Kim is ready to defend the portal to the last drop of blood because he understands that this is his last chance to win. The festival maze level is currently being increased. We need to wait and give Yoonhee a chance to help. He is constantly bothered by chimeras. These terrible monsters are still not awakened, so they create too many problems. Meanwhile, the general of the knights could no longer restrain his inner convictions and the call of nature. He is the shield that must protect all the elves in this war. Lunar, the commander of the knights. Valets needs to understand that Lunar is not going to be his puppet. He would rather die a horrible death than watch evil triumph over good. Angela was furious at the behavior of this fool. She asked him several times in a row not to come into the king's sight. This heroism could lead to even bigger problems. Someone should have been left to watch over him. Meanwhile, the king of the dead was surprised that the hypnosis no longer worked on the elven general. He doesn't understand how it works because all the other chimeras are still completely under his control. Valets tried to convince the general that he was fighting on the wrong side, because now he had a chance to avoid all the problems of his past life. There's no point in clinging to the past. Now he has a chance to get a new story, and he should take advantage of this opportunity. The king of the dead immediately activated a skill that begins to manipulate consciousness. Resisting this technique is too difficult. The elf must immediately let go of all his beliefs and accept any order from his new king. Valets probably never realized that his main mistake was leaving the souls in the bodies of these elves, because the soul, unlike the body, is immortal. Now the elf general will demonstrate what the spirit magic technique is capable of. The king immediately realized that his target was not receptive to mind manipulation, and his attack failed. He couldn't believe that this body, that is, the vessel he had created and enclosed his soul in, had gained so much freedom. Now the elven general has completely given freedom to his soul and is ready to take revenge for everything that happened. The spirit of Geyser is lunar, ready to disappear rather than exist as a cursed puppet. Kim saw the general's soul leave his body and realized that he could use this to his advantage. He also immediately noticed that the other elf had stopped attacking him and stopped. It feels like he's paying his respects to the general. Maybe his brainwashing has been undone as well. It's not yet clear what's happening. Angela calls it spiritualization. 100 years have passed since the elves lost the war, and Kim can't believe there's anyone who still remembers how to do such tricks. Elves have always had spirits in their own bodies. Spiritization is a ritual that prevents the soul from going to the spirit realm. Quite the opposite. Ritual forces the soul to remain in the physical world. But all this comes at a price. This price is complete disappearance without the possibility of reincarnation, meaning that after some time his mana will turn into nothing. This skill was considered sacred among the elves. Most likely the general does this on a subconscious level. The king of the dead does not show his fear at all. On the contrary, he is ready to give the elf the opportunity to do whatever he wants. He probably doesn't understand what the elf spirit is capable of, and right now, we'll see what this will lead to. Right now, Lunar has no physical body at all, and as soon as he touches the king, he immediately feels his terrible soul. In the last seconds of this conversation, Valets tried to stop his opponent, but Lunar was no longer listening to him. Very strange things started happening. Some might call it magic, but it's just an ancient elven technique. After a huge explosion of kinetic energy, the king of the dead fell to the ground and made no sound. Kim, along with Angela, silently watched all this and did not understand what to do next. After a while, they heard Rickshaw's incredible screams. The girl could not believe that this really happened. Lunar had always promised her to protect her no matter what, and after saying those words, he died twice in front of her eyes. It seems as if Lunar has completely disappeared, taking Valet's soul with him, but this has yet to be confirmed. All the undead around them began to fall, and they seemed to be left without energy and could not continue the battle. It remains to be seen whether the brainwashing technique will be cancelled, because the elves do not look very friendly. Angela said that this is not the end. We need to hurry up and destroy the maze immediately. Only a third of the Rain King died. It is normal that the soul of his main body was split. It feels like he has become all-powerful, but the king cannot bear the pain of having the soul of the main body disappear without a trace. It's like the current king of the dead is different from his past form, and it's unpleasant. Now he is ready to take full control of the battlefield, which means the battle is just beginning. Kim was constantly wondering what his opponent would do, but it seemed like he was relying solely on the scale of the attack all this time. It feels like he's fighting the king of water dragons. Maybe the opponent is big and strong, but he, again, isn't very smart. Except for the fact that the Dragon King was much stronger and faster, he no longer had any serious advantages. Another problem has arisen. The brainwashing is still working, and the elves continue to attack Kim. They don't remember at all that their general sacrificed himself to save Rickshaw. They are still in the morning. The Festival Labyrinth has now reached level 4. Progress is slower because the labyrinth's powers have already been partially activated. There was also no energy left in the labyrinth to supplement with anything else. It would be nice if the killings helped develop excitement, or if Yunhee could do something extraordinary. Now she is in the epicenter of the war. although she is thinking about something completely different. The girl looks at the king of the labyrinth, Nagi, and also sees how heavy Rickshaw is after all these battles and injuries. She needs to decide what to do and who to save first, and it seems she already knows the answer to this question. It was at this moment in just a few seconds that the progress level of the festival maze increased significantly. Even Yunhee didn't understand what happened. At first, she thought it was just her imagination. At this point, Kim asked her to immediately use the sweet sleep technique against the elven sorcerer. This technique can stop any enemy for a while and incapacitate them. Now Angela wants to repay this sorcerer for everything that happened before. She craves revenge. She tried to attack him, but saw that he had not been in a trance at all the whole time. This confused the cards even more. Now even Master Kim doesn't understand what's going on. Using the sweet sleep skill can calm the elves. Perhaps their past can explain to us what is happening. The prince dreamed that his parents would give him a younger brother, but it turned out that a sister would be waiting for him. For the prince, this is not a problem at all. He will love his younger sister just as he would love his brother. Elves only have one chance to have children. This chance comes once every century, so it doesn't matter which one to give birth to. Soon a little girl was born, her smile like spring sunlight, filling the depths of Geyser with happiness. If she had been a boy, she would have had to be sent to rigorous training, but a little princess was born. Now the elves must constantly protect her so that this girl never loses her smile. She should be completely free from the endless threat of war and enjoy life. Now even the king of the dead is losing touch with reality and doesn't understand what's happening. He activated a spell against the elves, but now they are not moving at all and are not completing the task. The connection with them is constantly weakening. The same thing happened with the general, but Valets does not want to let them escape his total control. He has activated full-fledged mind manipulation and is doing everything possible to bring them back under his control. It seems he overestimated his capabilities too much and will not be able to use this third-class magic against a strong sorcerer. Realizing that everything was not going according to plan, Valets tried to destroy the elves because if he could not control them, then they must die. At this moment, Rickshaw intervened in the situation. She told her brother that they should get out of here immediately. The girl doesn't want to watch him die in front of her eyes again. She believes it's her fault that everything happened this way. She was just a burden to him. Maybe if she had never existed, if she had died instead of him, none of this would have happened. As soon as she said these words, the huge creature immediately attacked her along with her brother, the Labyrinth King. Nagi looked at this and couldn't believe that Rickshaw had died. But then he heard some sound and deep tremors. It seems that at the last moment, the brother finally heard his sister's words and was freed from the curse. He asked her to never say such words again because she had done nothing wrong. It seems the prince is too late, but it's better to come to someone's aid later than never. Ivan guessed that they had very little time now, so they had to act very quickly. He never wanted her to live the life of a soldier, and tried to raise her like a flower in a greenhouse. He had always felt like he only had to protect her, and now his mistakes had caused serious suffering for his sister. He regrets that he couldn't protect her, and now he really wants to help his sister on her personal path. Then he asked Kim to take care of Rickshaw. He knows that the master will be able to do it because he is stronger than the elves. I had to remind the elf that now Kim perceives Rickshaw not as a royal person, but as a spy general working for the Nagi Labyrinth. He can only promise one thing: if she is in danger, Kim will protect her to the last. In fact, this is exactly what the elf prince needs. The main thing for him is that his little sister is safe. She must live, must continue her personal path and move forward with her head held high. The girl tried to stop him, but the system reported that a movement of spiritual energy caused by external factors had been detected. All necessary conditions have been met. Now the process of heroization begins, and soon the awakening will be successful. Geyser found an incompatibility. Seeing this, the other elf realized that it was his turn to intervene. This is the only chance he has to act for the prince and ridicule Geyser. For him, the solution is obvious. He will do everything to help and is ready to give all his strength and energy. Once upon a time, before Valets became the master of the labyrinth, he had only a small group of undead. He was ready to give in to his pride whenever he felt he was in danger, and he fled from death without any hesitation. He believed that he could always get a new chance to counterattack, and now his feelings told him that this thing was very dangerous. All the undead that possess a piece of his soul also begin to panic. He, as a king, feels it. Soon, after a brief analysis of the situation, he ordered all his soldiers to immediately turn around and flee. They must use all the necessary means to escape from this hellish place. It doesn't matter how many warriors can escape. The main thing is to escape from the Nagi attack zone. Kim found it hard to believe that in the midst of war, his opponent would choose to flee instead of taking the blow. He asked Angela to stop the enemies, because they cannot be allowed to escape. They must be destroyed all at once. Now we can't tear the elves away from the awakening process. They are doing something big, and they need help. To do this, Kim activated the parasite skill and prepared to do whatever was necessary for the sake of a common victory. Although the King of the Dead says that no parasite can stop him, if you look closely, you can see fear in his eyes, approaching the dungeons. And it is unlikely that most of the participants in this battle will be able to survive this storm. Little Yoonhee is now at the limit of her capabilities. She lost too much energy during the battle. The warriors on the flanks are currently unable to stop the 1,000-strong army of the undead, so it is difficult to even understand exactly how to stop the enemy. They all try to escape, but at the last moment something very scary appears before their eyes. What could be worse than a large number of clones of the King of Gluttony? It seems he got hungry and came to try something tasty. All the warriors of the undead army who had climbed the huge mountain disappeared from the king's sight almost simultaneously. Looking more closely, he realized what was happening to his warriors and could not believe that he had really forgotten about the treacherous Uther. This led to a real panic, because the Dragon King Anak had to kill this small and annoying slug. It seems that even after returning to this world, Anak is still too weak and cannot be relied upon. Ahead you can see the tunnel through which the Labyrinth of the Dead passed. It is through this path that Valets is going to escape, but upon looking more closely, he saw that there were also enemy warriors near the tunnel. It seemed the King of the Dead had a problem. Nagi's Labyrinth has received long-awaited support, not only the Snail King, but also the werewolf leopard Hoya. She came with her friends to have some fun. They didn't find the dungeon core, so they look angry. Each member of this team wants to help the king of their dungeon and correct his expectations. Kim was happy to see them. He wasn't at all upset that they hadn't fulfilled their part of the plan, because he understood that they couldn't find the dungeon core. You have arrived just in time, and now you must treat the undead as your eternal enemy and not let anyone escape. We must kill everyone around us and destroy all these disgusting creatures, and only then can we take on their king. In the first minutes of the battle, everything went according to plan, but then all the undead began to fall, as if all their strength and energy had been taken from them. Perhaps the king decided to regain all his power. Since he has no more way to retreat, he is not a fool at all and is acting wisely. It's been a long time since he was last cornered like today. It's even funny to him to understand that he is so afraid of death, even though he is the king of the dead. Even considering all his strengths, he does not see victory ahead. It seems that defeat is inevitable. Now he feels fear and a racing heart. It was a long time ago, but he feels alive again. The King of the Dead promised that he would fight desperately until the very end and would not give up his life without a final battle. The core should help it gain incredible power and reveal its full potential. As soon as he activated this artifact, the Dungeon of the Dead immediately began to collapse. It's very simple. Valets wants to use all the power he can absorb into his own body. Rickshaw's awakening as the ultimate hero ended in success. It's unlikely she'll be able to reach legendary level, but the elf might give her his own body so that Rickshaw can reach her full potential. It seems that all current geyser laws now cease to apply, as Rickshaw is temporarily freed from the curse of falling. The time has come to restore the glorious elven dynasty of Geyser. The time has come to show again what elves are capable of. Rickshaw has transformed into her best version, and now the Queen of the High Elves is ready to show her power. She is in a temporary stage of absolute perfection. Now she is the golden elf of the best century. Once the soul has been fully connected, there is no longer any point in leaving energy for the future. Now we need to do everything possible to get Rickshaw as close to the enemy as possible. Kim activated the parasite skill and promised her to clear the way and help her get revenge. The epic confrontation is getting closer with every passing second. Only God knows the outcome of this grand battle. The dead sheep will become a flock. The king asked to help him find the right path. Since he was born among the dead, he is ready to resurrect and divide all souls through him. He will become father and mother, good and evil, the beginning and the end for the whole world. Sheep are the reason for his existence, and the place where he is both the world of the dead and reality. After this dialogue with himself, which few understood, Valets activated the entrance to the formless labyrinth of purgatory. The Necromancer King's abilities had been increased. Now he was even stronger than an hour ago. Angela immediately warned her master that their enemy had reached the power of true aristocrats. But for Kim, it didn't matter. He asked his assistants to step back and protect Dominican and Yoonhee. He was ready to do all the dirty work together with Rickshaw. The King of the Dead wants to show off his might and make these miserable worms suffer. The battle has reached a completely new level, because now the king has absorbed the core and has become much more powerful and stronger. This does not mean that Kim will be afraid of him. With the parasite's skills, he is ready to challenge any enemy. Even if his strength is not enough, we must not forget that today, he has an extremely powerful partner. Rickshaw has reached legendary status and has now surpassed all its available capabilities. They fight as a perfect duo, complementing each other and perfectly choosing the moment to attack. This causes the king to suffer and scream in pain, although he is still not going to accept reality and his impending death. The parasite wants to consume this pitiful monster and helps Kim defend herself from any mental attack from the king. Now we need to make it clear to Valets that all his techniques are not working and he no longer has a chance. As soon as Kim stopped her opponent, Rickshaw immediately prepared for the decisive blow. She activated all her power and, as if from a machine gun, began shooting her energy bullets at the king. After that, Rickshaw took out a spirit blade and promised to cut her enemy in half. He made her suffer through the loss of family and friends. Now the long-awaited time for revenge has come. A creature like Valets should not be in the world of the living, for he only brings chaos and death. Kim immediately seized the moment, activated the consciousness acceleration skill, and took the labyrinth core from the dead into his own hands. The core of the labyrinth of the dead had run out of energy, so taking it from a dead body was too easy. There was a way out of the formless labyrinth of purgatory. The deed was done, the territory was cleared. Rickshaw stood before her enemy and asked him not to pretend to be a dead guy, but to stand up and look her in the eyes. He was dead from the start, and his body doesn't need to breathe at all, so he's not going to avoid this situation and play the role of a dead guy. Kim was surprised that this freak was still alive. After such an attack, he should have died even in hell. The king has run out of energy, and he also doesn't have a new body to resurrect himself, so in a few minutes, Valets will cease to exist. Now the elf can take revenge to the very end, sending him to the world of the dead with his own hands. Oddly enough, Rickshaw turned around and went the other way. She wouldn't finish off the wounded man. If he was really dead from the start, there's no point in delivering the final blow, because it's the same as just flipping a switch. She wants to prolong his suffering, because there are guys who can make Valets suffer from pain for a very long time. She probably meant a group of shady dealers. These guys would happily take a dead body and do whatever they were told. The devil came here to personally take care of this process, and you can't expect leniency from him. 3 days have passed since this glorious battle, which will be told in future generations. The warriors of the Nagi Labyrinth have returned home and buried their fallen soldiers, and now it's time to analyze everything that has happened in the past few weeks. First, the dark merchants told the information about the Nagi Labyrinth to the King of the Dead, and then they came to Kim and offered information about the Necromancer King. In return, they had to give them the body of the King of the Dead while he was still alive, as well as the core of his labyrinth, so the dark merchants were satisfied. To be honest, no one really gained from this deal, because the devil got a broken labyrinth and an almost dead king. Kim also did not benefit, as all the undead were left without the energy and strength of their master, so this war brought only losses. The only plus of this battle is that they destroyed the enemy and can sleep peacefully. Perhaps Valets should have been destroyed once and for all, so that in the future he might have a chance to take revenge. He promised to return and find Kim with Rickshaw, but for now, they are completely safe. The last words of the King of the Dead do not leave Kim's head. On the other hand, dark traders always keep their word, then you can trust them. Now it's time to move on to the next problem. After destroying the Labyrinth of the Dead, there are still some things left to do. At this moment, Quint came to Kim and said that Rickshaw had woken up from her awakening state. They immediately went to her rooms to make sure she was okay and had fully recovered from the battle. Now she is once again a heroic class low elf, cursed with the fall. After the King of the Dead was taken away, she started having problems. It's like the geyser curse, which returned along with the effects of the awakening. Besides many questions, but now Rickshaw needs to rest, because she has been unconscious for 3 days. She explained that now, after the death of the King of the Dead, other labyrinths would begin to move and create new problems. Rickshaw tried to do everything she could to help right now, but Kim replied that their contract was over. He acted until that moment. They took revenge on the Necromancer King, and now Rickshaw is not connected to the Nagi Labyrinth. She is just a guest whom they love and respect, but she is not obligated to follow orders and continue to serve Kim. The elf thanked the master for starting the war for the sake of an ordinary mercenary soldier who had no relation to Nagi at all. She is grateful for the chance to get revenge, as well as for being able to see her family and close friends. If it weren't for Kim, the legacy of the Elven royal family would have disappeared forever. If he hadn't welcomed her here, she would be in a much worse place right now. Nagi's labyrinth, she was still alive, and asked to be allowed to stay and continue working under Kim's command. Although she is an elven queen, she wants to help the Nagi labyrinth continue to grow and flourish. She is only willing to be a scout captain. That is enough to live happily and do her job. Kim said that he was denying her this request right now, and it surprised Rickshaw a lot. He soon explained his decision and said that she needed rest now, and after recovering she would be able to take over the service. After Kim made sure that everything was fine with Rickshaw, he also checked the clearing of the maze area. This process was also completed. We will have to focus for some time on restoring strength and stabilizing the situation, and also not forget about defense. There is no doubt that the other labyrinths already know about what happened in the Dungeon of the Dead. Now no one will look down on them, as Valets and Anok did. News of this war has spread throughout Geyser. Now Nagi's labyrinth will truly earn respect. Kim and his team accomplished a lot of important things in a short period of time. If other labyrinths have brains, there is no doubt that they will come here to make an alliance contract, or make an alliance against them. The second option is even more plausible, so we need to start preparing for such a scenario. Kim asked to call Uther because they are going to the Hammer Labyrinth to meet Malik, the Goblin King. Let's move to the territory of the 9th floor. Somewhere in the swamps is the King of Travelers, Hecarim. He is currently talking to the Dream Queen Ariana. They are trying to reach an agreement regarding the payment of the gold. Now is not the time to play aristocrats. The situation is really very difficult and each of them must be careful. First, the King of the Water Dragons was destroyed. Now the King of the Dead has died. All of this took less than a year. The Labyrinth Kings are excited. They must consider Kim's potential and cannot discuss the number and quality of their troops in his presence. Now they have no right to underestimate the King of the Labyrinth. Nagi, because there is no happy ending from the top behavior, believes the King of the Swamp, Corinthos. Now they must unite because otherwise, in the future, each of them may end up just like the King of the Dead and Anok. Just a few days ago, it became known that the King of Gluttony had switched sides to the Nagas. The Queen of Dreams only found out about this today, and for a few minutes she couldn't believe the rumors. It is also said that the Hammer King Malik is quite friendly with the Naga King, so they may form an alliance as well. Given the balance of power in his labyrinth, he is most likely the weakest, so he will beg Kim to take him on his team. If another labyrinth master sides with Kim, the balance of the 9th floor will be completely destroyed. No maze has ever taken over an entire floor before. There is nothing more shameful than this. The balance hasn't been destroyed yet. They will have the advantage if they don't attack first. The Dream Maze and the Swamp Maze are well defended, so they will be able to hold Kim back and allow the Centaurs to attack. For the Nagi Labyrinth to attack the Traveler Labyrinth because it risks weakening after this battle. Corinth sees how Ariana was able to get rid of her instincts for the Unfallen Fairy. And now he wants to fall at the feet of someone very strong. Now she's worried about something completely different. Her girls got the information when they brainwashed some monsters from downstairs. She hopes it's all a lie, but it looks like the aristocrats of the deep floors are going to intervene in this war. 2 days after the end of the war, there was fun in the Dark Merchant's territory. The King of the Dead is still alive. He has been imprisoned and put in a dungeon cell. Interestingly, this room is completely devoid of mana and security. He is imprisoned only with iron chains. No one expected that a group of dark traders could be so stupid. They underestimated Valets too much. There is a lot of miasma around, which means there are a lot of corpses in this place, and you can take advantage of this. The Dark Merchants probably didn't know that the undead feed on miasma, but now they'll remember it for the rest of their lives. The King of the Dead has regained his strength and can set out on his journey and go about his business. Probably everyone around him thinks that his soul transfer magic comes from the Labyrinth of the Dead, but that's not entirely true. In fact, Valets spent eternity in the Labyrinth of the Dead researching the magic of soul transfer and dispelling soul fragmentation. After many years of constant training, he finally discovered a way to use this skill on his own, without a dungeon. First, you need to find a body, preferably fresh, and it would also be ideal if this body had magic skills. The king soon found a resident of Geyserion, perhaps not up to his standards, but it was better than nothing. This technique is quite difficult. It is not easy to use without the help of a labyrinth, but if everything is done correctly, the exercise will be done. At this moment, the devil merchant approached the king. He managed to fall asleep, waiting for Valets. Half of the rain has already left the king's body, but it seems the devil is not going to stop him. He intervened in this situation and began to rewrite the magical ritual. The fragments of the soul of the King of the Dead begin to come together again. The coordinates of his target have been lost. The devil thinks it would be much more interesting to see what an undead being with blood flowing and a beating heart would look like. This is much more interesting than looking at a gray body that hasn't experienced real life for a very long time. Well, being tied to the body and limited by its powers, it is impossible to learn magic if there is no talent for it. Most importantly, if the connection between body and soul is not severed, the king will be sent to the afterlife, which means real death. Valets tried to stop the devil, but he had already seized the initiative because that was exactly what he was trying to achieve from the very beginning. The king understands that he cannot sit idly by and do nothing, which is why he must select all the other pieces and activate the key addition skill. Instead of thanking the merchants for keeping him alive, he asks for too much. The devil will be watching the king, in case he is ready to become the new protagonist. Now the king of the dead is completely in his power and must entertain the devil, no matter how strange it may sound. Soon the king lost consciousness, but a little later he opened his eyes again and saw the real world. He hoped that everything had gone well. The magic of soul transfer had sent him into a living body. Now that it's really happened, there's no going back. He has to figure out the body he's in now. Everything around looks quite strange, but it looks like this is a room in which someone lives. The king also noticed that he had rather large hands, but he was lucky that he could use magic. There is also some bad news. The amount of mana is too small. Even a small ice cube causes problems. A living body must progress along with growth. So first you need to master this labyrinth and then become stronger. Valets realized that he could not walk. Looking at the lower part of his body, he realized that he was in the body of some monster. It turned out that he had just been summoned, and another monster approached him and congratulated him on his arrival in the world. So the king of the dead, the legendary necromancer, turned into one of Nagi's slaves, and therein lies the irony of life. It's hard for him to believe that all of this happened just like that. There's no doubt that the shady dealer put a lot of effort into it. Now Valets is an ordinary first-generation Naga who must work for the labyrinth. Since another Naga was born earlier, he was put in charge of the newcomer, who was summoned a little later. Being responsible for a newcomer is normal. He will have to show the newcomer the maze and work together with him. This newcomer is the king of the dead, but no one in this labyrinth even suspects it. They only saw this newcomer start to panic and suffocate from fear. Everyone around them started to help him. They asked this Naga to calm down, take deep breaths, and try not to panic, but that didn't help much. 3 days after the war, Valet spent his second day in the Nagi labyrinth. The time has come to the king and bow before him and tell him what happened. Kim has already been reported that one of the slaves was summoned out of nowhere. He simply appeared at the worker's apartment. Dominicana said that this Naga is currently being trained by other workers, but in any case, he is doing his job quite poorly. Kim immediately found it strange that the employee showed up without a call. He just needed to find a job that he would do well. Meanwhile, this employee is noticeably nervous and constantly thinks that he will die if everyone finds out who he really is. Recall that the king of the dead has turned into a hero-class employee. Previously, Kim only dreamed of such employees. Let's remind you that the king of the labyrinth plans to go to the labyrinth of the hammer, and his entire company is almost ready. Since they need a guide, they should definitely call Uther. It shouldn't take long. After a while, the workers went to have lunch, leaving the king of the dead all alone. He saw that there was no one around and was upset that he was giving up delicious food, but now it was necessary. If he has to kneel before Kim, it will be a stain on his honor. Now he can't do anything with his current body until he regains the strength he had in his past life. He must pretend to be a slave. Despite having a hero class, it's difficult to do anything with just magical power. Now that his soul has fully embodied itself in this weak body, it will take many years to increase his mana supply through traditional methods. Although the amount of mana is determined at birth, there is no limit to the absorption of miasma. This terrible energy can be taken from corpses endlessly. Valet soon realized he had a problem. The miasma was poisonous to living creatures, and he was no longer the king of the dead. If mana is like fresh food, then miasma is like garbage. Using what should be excreted from the body is not an easy task. To begin, you need to begin the process of getting your body used to the miasma. Absorb this energy in small amounts that will not kill him and will not become a serious burden on the body. At first, it seemed like a good plan, but later Valets realized that there was no miasma around at all. This place is so healthy it makes you feel sick, and other employees have noticed its absence. Valets decided to take the opportunity to ask a few questions about past battles with dragons. He learned that all the fighting took place outside the labyrinth, and now he wants to see the corpses of the water dragons. He was soon saddened to learn that there was almost nothing left, because all the tasty parts had been eaten and everything else had been buried. But after that, he began to learn about the cemetery where all these dragons were hidden. He made an agreement with his senior supervisor, and together they went to this monster cemetery. This was a true paradise for our king of the dead, with few bodies but a rich level of miasma. These are ideal conditions for him, because he still won't be able to absorb a large amount of this energy at once. Actually, slaves are sent to this place as punishment, but now Valets wants to be transferred to work in this place. He is ready to take care of the cemetery from now on, and ignore even the huge number of corpses. To do this, you need to talk to the Dominican, but if she allows it, he will get the desired job. Of course, the king's maid was surprised that someone would decide to work in such difficult conditions. The number of staff has recently increased, which means they are eating more and therefore hunting more. You will have to carry a lot of dead bodies, as well as bury everything that you did not have time to eat. Valets is confident that he can handle any amount of work, and says that this job was created specifically for him. He didn't even expect everything to turn out so perfectly. Now there are good conditions to focus on collecting miasma and creating a chimera. In the future, this will make it possible to transfer his soul to another body and begin his return. Dominicana was surprised that they had come across such a strange specimen, but in any case, she was pleased that she had found a worker for the cemetery. Let's move on to the Hammer Maze, where, as always, work continues. Soon, an urgent message from a group of scouts reached the king. He was informed that an army of Nagas was heading towards their labyrinth. Most likely, they would be here in about 2 days. Rumor has it that there are about 20 elite vampire dragon warriors, and even a gluttonous king. There don't seem to be any people there, although they say there is a Geyserian there who looks like an ordinary slave. The scouts are probably too mentally retarded to understand that this person is the Lord of the Nagi Labyrinth. That is, the Baron of the 9th floor. The king of the Hammer Maze expected ordinary servants to come to him, but he will meet a real king. He ordered his men to gather all available warriors and prepare to meet the aristocrat. Kim was there in 2 days. He couldn't believe that the Goblin King wouldn't be a goblin at all. On the other hand, it's the same. Kim is also the person who runs the snake maze. They greeted each other and sat down at the table to have a conversation and enjoy a delicious meal. From the very beginning, Kim honestly admitted that this was the best maze he had ever seen. To get here, you need to walk along a narrow road that leads into a valley between rocks. If you go further, you can see the inner wall with a tower and the main walls of the fortress. Siege-type water dragons here. It will be difficult for even them to break through. Goblins are small in size, so they have to take care of their defenses to be able to defend themselves against the huge monsters of the dungeon. Finding food in the fortress is quite difficult, so they sell equipment to dark merchants in exchange for food. Now everything became clear to Kim. The goblins were improving their skills while everyone else didn't even suspect their existence. All the other labyrinth masters look at them as cowards, but in reality the goblins sit inside and constantly improve their level. It's hard to even think of a way to take over this place. But now the question arises as to why the king opened his doors to Kim. It turned out that he had no backup plan at all. This is the usual confidence of a king. He is sure that Kim will not turn his back on him. They have friendly relations, and together they can confront enemies. Besides, goblins have a lot of useful technology to offer, so it makes no sense for them to be enemies. Besides, if they fought with these extraordinary and strong warriors belonging to Kim, they would have no chance of winning. Their scouts are still scared to death. So Malik is grateful that Kim has cleared the dungeons of terrifying monsters like Anak and Valets. They were a real problem for the other mazes, and now everyone around them could breathe easier. Kim understood that his interlocutor saw the big picture of the 9th floor. He deserved to understand the real reason for this meeting. Malik Balzac asked for a little more time. He is sure that Kim does not want to leave a potential enemy behind the front lines and understands his point of view. Because of the desert lands, they could not hunt. So all this time, they depended on a group of dark traders. In other words, a significant portion of the costs of maintaining the labyrinth depend on the mines and the extraction of crystals. If Malik becomes a knight of Kim by contract, he will have to give up 30% of the crystals that are necessary for the survival of his labyrinth. This is too much for the labyrinth to continue to exist, but in fact, Kim did not come to ask Malik to become his knight. He is sure that you can't knight just anyone at first meeting because then there is no point in expecting loyalty from a knight. He came to form an alliance. He needs an ally he can count on, not someone who will stab him in the back. Kim isn't going to knight everyone, although of course he's done something similar with Uther in the past. The difference in their status and power is obvious, but for some reason Kim wants to form an alliance with a weak maze without any conditions. It's strange. When Kim became an aristocrat, he received envoys from the labyrinths of the 9th floor. all of whom brought with them the usual greetings. Even all of this was just a manipulation because in reality, they had come to begin monitoring Nagi's labyrinth. Even though the goblins had a hard time handling the maintenance, they still came and brought with them a chest full of crystals. Kim recruited an army using these crystals and developed plans using a map he also received from the goblins, which led to his victory over Anak. So all this means that they have already fought together on the same side and can now trust each other. To be honest, Kim would like to reward the Goblin King instead of taking something from him. After all these beautiful speeches, Malik began to laugh. Now he sees that Kim is really different from the water dragons and other freaks on this floor. After that, he said he wanted to bow to Kim for such support and ordered his assistants to bring things inside. This equipment is made from an alloy of deep dark iron and adamantium. Rumor has it that Kim's sword breaks at the end of every battle. So Malik decided to give him something really strong. There is no one who could scratch this sword except the aristocrats of the Abyss, because this weapon is made in the best forge of Geyser. Kim has indeed been upset about the quality of his weapons for a long time. Now this problem will be solved. You could call this a symbol of the union between the Naga Labyrinth and the Hammer Labyrinth. Previously, the Goblin King had never even thought about getting out of this valley. But he is a king, and he also has his own dreams. He can't afford to sit cooped up in his house all this time, and now believes that now is the best time to see the world. He is ready to leave his name next to the Baron's name on the list of achievements and take a step towards victories and successes. The alliance between the Labyrinth of Hammer and the Labyrinths of Nagi and the Labyrinth of Gluttony has been successfully established. Before returning, Kim learned all the details of the Hammer Maze. Malik hid nothing from him. His labyrinth is at the 5th rank. The army size is approximately 1,000 warriors, as well as 2 heroic class warriors. Goblins do not have personal professions, meaning there are no workers or warriors. They all perform the same tasks and replace each other. When they prepare for battle, they all wear equipment they have made themselves, which makes them unique. Although there are goblins that can use magic, long-range attacks are mainly used with cannons. They didn't make any rifles because that doesn't work very well against monsters. It looks more like a medieval manor than a maze, but in any case they are better to work with than Kim expected. There is no news yet regarding the other labyrinths. They are more relaxed than expected. Just as Kim thought he could focus on internal matters, a frightened Quint ran into the room. He said that messengers were standing at the gates of their labyrinth, awaiting permission to enter. They said they came from the Snow Labyrinth, the Traveler's Labyrinth, and the labyrinth that is connected to the swamp. They were soon allowed inside and immediately bowed to Baron Geyser. They should immediately state the purpose of their visit, because if they went through the alliance, Kim is not going to listen to them. He was immediately told that they would not waste the Baron's time on small problems. Their kings, on the contrary, are pleased to hear about the Baron's achievements and fear that next time he may start a war against them. That's why they're asking all the owners of the labyrinths on this floor to gather around a round table and discuss this entire tense situation. If it was a trap, they wouldn't have revealed the names of their 3 mazes, so Kim can rest easy. Even they, ordinary soldiers, see how much Nagi's labyrinth is beginning to prosper with the Baron. They also want prosperity for themselves. In fact, all 3 of Nagi's labyrinth masters were trying to find a way to confront Kim, but that was before a new problem arose. While all these beautiful words and compliments did not blind the Baron, he reminded himself that he did not like to waste time at all. He was informed that the meeting would take place in a month, next to the swamp maze, which is located almost in the center of the floor. The topic of this gathering will be the invasion of the 10th floor aristocratic union to the 9th floor, which is a serious problem. Nagi's territory, but Kim asked to look around again to make sure there were no spies left. Not even a week had passed since the end of the war, and the Baron had new problems. The aristocrats of the Abyss did nothing during the Great War, but for some reason they are now starting to take action. This looks completely strange, which is why Dominicana is sure that this is all just a cunning ambush for the Baron. On the other hand, if this turns out to be true, the consequences could be huge, so you'll have to believe this fairy tale. It is better to be deceived by fools from the 9th floor than to feel the attack of aristocrats without preparation. Kim also found out where the group of dark traders is now. He probably wants to meet with them too. Oddly enough, Kim decided to go alone and didn't bring any support group with him. A few days later, he met a dark merchant at the site where the Labyrinth of the Dead used to be. It seems as if the shady dealer is not at all happy to see him, although he pretends that everything is fine. The merchant said that they were creating the foundation for the labyrinth, and they had a lot of work ahead of them. Kim is trying to understand what will happen after the construction is completed, It seems like we have to wait for Valet's return. He was informed that a new labyrinth would be created here, but it would belong to a completely different person. The merchant was one of the people who cared for the corpse of the king of the dead, and this king should never return. Kim is not very happy that a new maze will appear around. Such an area could fall into someone's bad hands. No one warned him about anything like this. During the negotiations, they only talked about the core and the king's body. The merchant tried to calm the Baron down, but his previous words were enough to anger him and make him lose his temper. Now the core of the labyrinth is on the verge of destruction, and most of the funding goes to its maintenance. To safely remove the core, it was necessary to sacrifice some of its energy. But when the core was removed, there was no energy left at all. That is why the core of the labyrinth dies. If it is touched, it will be completely destroyed. As soon as Kim heard these words, he took the core of the labyrinth of the dead in his hands and crushed it. He said that the dark merchant had indeed been right, while the little monster just stared at the Baron in surprise. Only after a short pause did he begin to scream like a slaughtered pig. But it was too late to try to stop Kim. Although the Baron tries to pretend that he did it by mistake, it is clear that it was a deliberate act. Kim also reminded that a pack of boars with large hooves is trying to move to the 9th floor, and they can be given this maze for life. Although the 8th floor will be a bit empty then, the boars will be happy with their lives. In fact, a core is needed to live a full life in the labyrinth, and the dark traders do not know how to make it. All they know is that the seeds of the labyrinth's core appear in places where the labyrinth was abandoned. These seeds are no bigger than a finger. Such seeds hide in places such as the altar and begin to look for a new host. Once the seed finds the desired person, it reaches the 3rd rank of the labyrinth and begins the recovery process. It was at this moment that Kim took out of his pocket the seeds of the labyrinth that the merchant was talking about in such detail and actively. For a dark merchant, this is a real artifact for which you can pay a huge sum, which is why this monster made such an expression on his face. To be honest, Kim now holds the maze in her hands and can now set her own terms. But the merchant didn't say that he was obligated to receive compensation from the Baron for destroying the core. Kim isn't going to listen to any of this and said that it has nothing to do with it because it's just a coincidence. The dark merchant tried to interest him and promised that with this core, they would be able to settle several boars here. All these conversations and the trader's interest showed Kim that he now held his life in his hands. He begins to wonder what would happen if his parasite consumed the entire maze. The merchant didn't say he had anything to give Kim, but it doesn't have to be money. You can start with simple information. Recently, the trade has heard strange news, as if the aristocrats from the 10th floor are trying to attack the 9th floor. It's probably just a rumor, because these fools would never start a war of their own free will. Kim was surprised that the merchant called the aristocrats fools. He wanted to know all the details about it. They stepped aside so that no one could overhear their conversation. So this is something important. The 10th floor is completely destroyed. They are all losers, with the exception of a very small number of people. These aristocrats have long lost their fighting spirit. There was a great bloody massacre there in the past, but now they only think about their money. Now Kim is trying to understand why the labyrinth lords would gather together to win such an obvious ambush. The merchant explained that this could have been influenced by external pressure, as most of the aristocrats on the 10th floor worship one person. This is very secret information that cannot even be spoken aloud, but the merchant is referring to a Count of Despair named Parthenon from the 11th floor. Kim had never heard of this creature before, so the merchant told him that it was an old enemy of Count Anatolio. All this is of course interesting, but the Baron still cannot understand what this has to do with the 9th floor. Kim did get a noble start, but the problem is that others see this situation completely differently. Rumors about Nagi's labyrinth have spread quite widely throughout Geyser, even more than Kim can imagine. Absolutely everyone knows about it. Just 3 months after creating the labyrinth, Kim managed to defeat the Water Dragon King and become an aristocrat. This is both a very interesting and unrealistic story, but in any case, it happened and attracted a lot of attention. The dark merchants saw with their own eyes how the earth split in different directions and a sea of blood appeared. After everything that happened, Count Anatolio decided to personally visit the Nagi labyrinth. After that, Kim decided to fight the King of the Dead and achieved another victory, and Count Parthenon found out about it. It's very easy to understand what rumors were born after everything that happened. The secret to the continued success of Nagi's labyrinth is the help of Count Anatolio from the 11th floor. That's what everyone at Geyser believes. Perhaps this was the reason why the forces of the Abyss, who consider Count Anatolio their enemy, paid special attention to Kim. They believe that Kim and Anatolio are working together. So now they want to destroy Nagi's labyrinth because they consider Anatolio to be their enemy. If all this is true, then Kim has absolutely no time to worry about the other labyrinths of the 9th floor. There is also some good news, for example. There is no one on the 9th floor except Kim, who witnessed Count Anatolio. He killed all the scouts who were not part of the Nagi labyrinth. Even Rickshaw almost died that day. Other labyrinths know that a creature from the abyss was once here, so they concluded that the abyss was preparing for war. There is also news that after the war with the King of the Dead, Count Anatolio has officially decided to sponsor Kim and his labyrinth. Some goods will be delivered here from the abyss, but it will take several weeks because they will have to pass through the 10th floor. The merchant told him everything he could, but Kim replied that this information was not enough for him. The merchant is ready to forget about destroying the core of the Labyrinth of the Dead, and will also help the boars on the 8th floor move here. Dark merchants will also do business on the 10th floor. It's just their job. It's why they exist. Kim wants the dark merchant to let him go with him, and that can really be arranged. Kim wants to go down to the 10th floor and see what's going on there and who lives there. Soon, all members of his team learned that the Baron had decided to go down to the 10th floor with the shady merchant. This will happen in a week. He needs to look at the enemy so that it will be easier to defend himself in the future. Everyone around thinks it's dangerous, but in Geyser, everything around is dangerous, especially since Kim will be posing as the dealer's bodyguard. There are wild beasts there that will easily spot any disguise, as well as many mercenaries and bandits who are not associated with the labyrinths. The group of dark traders isn't so poorly organized that they'll be robbed, so it should be safe to deal with them. Rickshaw agrees with the other girls and suggests starting an exploration in the abyss, but she is against the Baron doing it alone. If a warrior dies, he can be replaced, but the Labyrinth King cannot be replaced, so they don't want Kim to take any risks. The Baron had to explain that he treated them like his family and was not going to risk anyone's life. Kim has destroyed all the threatening forces on the 9th floor, and now the aristocrats are hunting him, so he must take full responsibility. While Kim was talking about his future plans, one of his employees, possessed by the soul of the King of the Dead, was eavesdropping. In a week, Kim will go into the abyss. This decision is not discussed, and he asks not to be distracted from his preparation. Dominicana looks scared. You can see sadness on Rickshaw's face, and only Angela smiles but is still nervous. Kim understands why they are worried. No matter how strong the maze is, if Kim dies, it will all be over. But still, there is a big difference between information about the enemy from intelligence officers and information that you can see with your own eyes. Every time the Baron is killed by an enemy, someone even stronger appears, so it's time to find ways to become stronger. There may be clues in the abyss, and it all doesn't have to end in disaster. Draken approached Kim and told him that a mercenary had visited them in the labyrinth. These are probably mercenaries who continue to come after the war with valets. Kim has long said not to let anyone into the labyrinth. The dragon remembers this instruction, but decides to tell him that this mercenary belongs to the heroic rank. Meanwhile, this creature was in the main square of Nagi's labyrinth, talking to Quint. The mercenary said that he was the knight-errant Geyser, whose name was Balzark. He came to see the master of the labyrinth, Nagi, also known as the Invincible Commander. Balzark ate greatly, so much so that he challenged him to a duel. Two warriors of heroic rank have started a conflict with each other. It seems that we need to watch out so that a battle does not break out between them. It was at that moment, when the atmosphere around was at its most protective, that the Baron of the 9th floor appeared. The Invincible Commander turned out to be much smaller than Balzark expected, but one should not judge warriors by their appearance. He asked Kim to fight him, and if Kim could win, the mercenary was willing to serve him for the rest of his life. The parasite very quickly assessed the strength of his opponent and realized that he was indeed a hero, just like Quint, but perhaps even stronger. Balzark heard that the Invincible Commander lives on the 9th floor and came to personally verify the Baron's strength. He kept talking about wanting to challenge Kim to a duel, but the Baron tried to understand the real reason for this visit. It was all so absurd that Kim thought this knight might be a soldier of Anatolio. As soon as Balzark heard this name, he immediately became furious and asked never to mention the swineherd's name in his presence. In the mercenary's opinion, Anatolio deserves to be torn to shreds, and this is not at all the reaction Kim expected. Balzark is not afraid to speak like this about his past master because all this no longer has anything to do with him. He was part of the Iron-Blooded Knights before he came here, but he left them, of his own free will. When the knight began to talk about the reason for his decision, he said that he hated Count Anatolio. It's hard to believe that he voluntarily left the Iron-Blooded Knights to obey the Baron from the 9th floor. It's even funny. Kim is not going to believe these tales because If he believed in anything like that, he wouldn't have become a baron. Nevertheless, Balzark continued to assure that all this was true, and he knew many personalities on the 10th floor who hated Anatolio. When Anatolio first came to Nagi's labyrinth, Kim could not understand the purpose of his visit. Only later did he realize that it was all just a clever plan to leave Kim completely without a choice. The same smart and strong Anatolio could not let go of a knight of heroic rank, which is why Kim does not believe in these tales. It is true that the Count is intelligent and cautious in his plans, but he did not consider Balzark a valuable knight. To him, this warrior, who had participated in a great number of battles, was nothing. This conversation is becoming too difficult for the knight. If they continue talking about it, it will all turn into a mortal battle instead of a duel. He suggested leaving it at that and remaining gentlemen. So he asked once again that Kim accept his request for a duel. His goal is to verify Kim's strength because the invincible commander he heard about is not such a talkative person. Kim is tired of all this empty talk and is ready to finally silence this knight. But instead, even if the Baron wins, he is not going to take Balzark into his army because he does not want to take any risks. He doesn't want to call it a duel so difficult, because for him personally it's an execution, and he will force Balzark to take his secret to the grave. Balzark was even frightened for a moment, but soon he quickly mastered his emotions. He raised his huge axe and prepared for a desperate battle with the legendary warrior. Instead of defense, he chooses a strategy of constant attack, but Kim believes this is a big mistake. The Baron of the 9th floor has already gone through several serious trials and wars, so now his experience is much greater. In one successful move, he approached his opponent and cut off his head with his new sword. The guy very quickly analyzed the situation and realized that he had done everything correctly. Then he thought that he should have interrogated the knight first instead of killing him. But now it didn't matter. Kim remained calm until the last moment, until he realized that the knight was still continuing the battle, even without his head. Only with the help of some extraordinary cat instincts was he able to defend himself in time from the axe blow. Only now does the knight recognize that before him is indeed the same invincible commander. His head continues to speak, and he admits that he is weaker than the Baron, but still cannot obey him. Balzark is used to showing everything he is capable of, and now he will do the same to show his respect for the strength of his opponent. It was quite strange to watch all this. The knight's body continued to fight while the head, which lay to the side, spoke. At this moment, Angela appeared and took her head in her own hands. She said that this knight was familiar to her. He is still as aggressive as before, and has not changed at all since their last meeting. It turns out that Balzark is a high-ranking undead, also known as Dulican, and everything he said before turned out to be true. Such creatures sometimes appear on the lower floors, or in the abyss. They always ride undead horses, and also have self-awareness like valets. The King of the Dead is a new being created from abandoned souls, while the Dulahans inherit the body and soul from a past life, with true blood flowing in their veins. So you can become the same creature if you die during battle and immediately awaken as an undead, but there are several conditions for this. You have to die headless, and also be a knight and feel hatred for the creature that killed you. Now you can guess that Count Anatolio is the creature who killed Balzark. He was a member of an old mercenary group that worked in the abyss. They weren't legendary, but they knew how to earn a few crystals for a living. Like any other group of mercenaries, they rested in the labyrinths of the clients who hired them, and the rest of the time they walked around and enjoyed life. This was a big mistake, because their captain was chosen by one of the labyrinths. That is why the captain appointed Balzark as the new leader and at the same time tried to expel them from his territory. They couldn't come to an agreement, even though they were a real family, and from that moment on the problems began. In his past life, the king was wise. He always found the right solutions and planned a strategy several steps ahead. Over the years of working as mercenaries, they had collected enough gems to fill their master's room, and more. Only after that was it decided to start improving the maze level, although each improvement takes a lot of time. They were able to protect the labyrinth and quickly level it up, and within a year their dungeon had reached level 7. The story of this labyrinth spread throughout the geyser, as they successfully defended against every attack and increased their level faster than others. Kim is doing the same thing now. It was really fun then. Balzark felt for the first time that he was enjoying his own life. He thought that their king would become a real aristocrat, and they would really live on the 11th floor. Their future seemed incredible. The surrounding labyrinths began to recognize them, but in reality it was all just acting. It was after all that Count Anatolio decided to attack them, and their fairy tale ended very quickly. When they saw this giant, they immediately began to panic because they had never seen anything like it in their lives. This is truly the toughest enemy they have ever faced in the past, but that doesn't mean they will give up without a fight. Perhaps it will turn out to be much weaker than expected, and then their future will be cloudless again. The Labyrinth King immediately ordered his warriors to prepare and announced that they would fight the Iron Giant and 100 of his knights. Among their rival knights was a vampire named Angela, which is how they met. At that moment, the mercenaries thought only of themselves. They were no longer a weak labyrinth, nor a pack of bandits. Now they have turned into a real army that has deep experience and is ready to give everything they have for the sake of victory. The Invincible Commander, that's what their king was called, and his entire army was ready to carry their ruler in their arms. After the king encouraged his army, he ordered everyone to immediately attack the enemy. Today, all these cunning aristocrats must experience the power of true warriors who are not afraid of death. This huge armada, which looked like a black shadow, began to approach the aristocrats of the abyss. Adjutant Hestia, a hero of the 3rd rank, was awaiting orders from his count. He was also ready to start the war. Anatolio considers his opponents to be small slugs. He is not even sure that this battle will last more than one day. All knights were ordered to prepare for battle and leave no one alive. Even the game personally took a huge sword in his hands and prepared to demonstrate his power, so that the legends about him would live forever. Everything that happened next is already history, but this story has survived to this day because a witness to these events remained. Balzark was both frightened and paralyzed. He had never seen anything like it in his life. The king approached him, ordered him to immediately take 2 little warriors with him and pretend that they were dead. The king promised to be a wall for them, smiled and apologized because he had not expected the count to be so strong. The king gave a group of mercenaries to Balzarke, after which he protected them with his own body, like a true hero. Everything they had spent years building was destroyed in just one attack, and it was hard to consider life fair after that. Soon Balzark woke up. It turned out that he was alive and had not even lost his limbs, although from the very beginning it seemed that it was just a dream. The little warriors were next to him. They were seriously injured, but they were still breathing, so they needed help. First, you need to pick them up and run as far away from here as possible before the enemy realizes that they are still alive. At this moment, it turned out that Count Anatolio and his army were still nearby. The king was told that the master of the labyrinth was dead, but there were several warriors who survived. The death of the labyrinth did not affect them at all. Upon hearing about the living mercenaries, Count Anatolio ordered his soldiers to show mercy to them and not to kill anyone. It's strange, because even after these words, something terrible happened. The wounded soldiers began to be executed without the right to pardon. Balzar could not believe that he was seeing all this with his own eyes, that a moment ago he had been glad that he had managed to survive, and now he was once again faced with death. One of the soldiers, Count Anatolio, decided to personally send the surviving soldiers of the enemy army to another world. Balzark tried to stop him. He screamed, but no one listened to him, and soon all his friends were dead. He couldn't believe what had happened, started screaming, and almost completely lost his mind. It was hard for him to understand how all this could be called mercy. Seeing that everything was fine with the knight, Count Anatolio decided not to rush, but to talk to him first. Balzac tries to understand why the count decided to destroy their little labyrinth. There are no precious crystals or treasures here. Is it true that for him, destroying weak warriors is just entertainment and an opportunity to get a little pleasure? The count replied that he was only trying to show respect. They were holding weapons in their hands and showing a desire for war, so they made their own choice. All he had to do was accept this choice with dignity and show his attitude towards it, which is exactly what he did. He came to talk, to discuss something important. He is interested in potential. He likes promising individuals. He is ready to sponsor various talents and even be a sponsor for the masters of the labyrinths. Now he can say with confidence that the mercenaries did not meet his standards, although he was looking forward to meeting their master. He was called the Invincible Commander, which was why Count Anatolio was so interested in the meeting. But they turned out to be just a group of stupid beasts. These beasts could not even assess their enemy and showed that they were an inferior labyrinth that would sooner or later turn into ruins. He compressed this eternal pain into a brief moment to give them peace. This is the grace he gave them, and now he wants to hear words of gratitude. Hearing these impudent and heartless speeches, the famous knight Balzark almost swallowed his tongue in anger. To believe that this terrible count killed a huge number of living beings just to talk. He saw the weapons in their hands and decided to demonstrate his nobility, thus destroying thousands of warriors, fathers, and children. Balzark was raised completely differently. He has a different view of kindness, nobility, and goodness. In response to such impudent behavior, even understanding the threat of death, he can only throw stones in Anatolio's face. The Count explained that letting your emotions control you is not courage at all, it's stupidity. He cut off the knight's head and said that today's whole adventure was completely uninteresting. The labyrinth turned out to be an ordinary gathering of animals. It was better to find something more interesting, something more promising. At that moment, strange things started happening around us. Some magic intervened in the situation and decided to change fate. With the help of this magic, Balzark was given a second chance. He disagrees with Anatolio's words and therefore seeks revenge. He will always hate this terrible creature because it was because of him that he lost all his close friends, in other words, his family. His terrible attitude towards the Count will be eternal, and he will never stop until he has revenge. In Geyser, only the strongest survive. Anatolio believes that the knight should have accepted his own fate. Instead, he returned from the dead and now seeks revenge. The problem is that it's not enough to change the world. The Count is still endowed with extraordinary strength and authority. His head cannot be cut off as easily as a peasant goat on a farm. He can do whatever he wants with Balzarke because he is the main aristocrat of this floor. Now the knight had become his own puppet. He had not even come close to revenge, and he had not even been able to scratch his rival. Anatolio didn't expect the knight to rise up as an undead to continue attacking. He had already died once, but he still didn't care about the difference in strength. Throughout his long life, the Count encountered a huge number of enemies who attacked him out of anger and desire for revenge. Oddly enough, nothing like this has happened. The Dullahan feed on hatred, but most of them do not achieve their goal. Instead, they direct their aggression at everything they see, and in the process, they almost completely lose their minds. Hestia received orders from the Count to take this knight and teach him all the basics of martial arts. If the object of hatred is constantly with him, then Balzark is unlikely to lose his mind until he gives up revenge. It will be interesting to watch this. Maybe sooner or later this beast will change its mind. They got a very interesting loot. At least that's how Count Anatolio looked at the situation. For him, it was just fun. This is the story the Baron of the 9th floor heard. He was surprised but extremely interested. As soon as the knight woke up in the Count's labyrinth, he immediately started a rebellion, trying to do everything possible to kill Anatolio. The problem is that he couldn't even defeat the weakest knight in this monster's army, so he didn't even come close to the Count. This is strange. Kim believed that a knight with a heroic rank could defeat a huge number of enemies. Angela had to explain to her Baron that Count Anatolio only keeps knights of heroic rank in his army. He has no ordinary soldiers. This is much more serious than he ever expected. Now he understands that Anatolio is too strong even for him. The knight continued his story. He said that there was nothing special after that. Everything was repeated over and over again. He attacked, and he was stopped and beaten. When his will to fight began to wane, Hestia tried to talk to him and calm him down. They called him a terrible creature without a brain and suggested that he finally calm down and serve Anatolio to fight on his side. After that, Balzark realized that there was no point in staying in this labyrinth and left. He heard that an invincible general was fighting against an army of the undead and decided to go and meet him. Kim understood his story. It was interesting to listen to and even gave him some useful information. He is sure that now he must reward the knight for all this and invited him to go together to the training hall. Kim promised to take the knight into his service because now he had no right to refuse a warrior of heroic rank whom he could trust. They soon found themselves in the training hall of the Nagi Labyrinth, a spacious area located in the western part of Nagi's territory. They're not going to get their deadly weapon even though Balzark is undead, but it's better for him to avoid mortal wounds. The Baron hints at a bare-handed fight, but the knight saw this as a total underestimate and prepared for a bloody war. He is ready to fight at full power, and oddly enough, that is exactly what Kim was counting on. It is unknown how their communication will develop in the future, but it seems as if Balzarka will become the ideal component in Nagi's labyrinth. After a short masterclass, the knight decided to rest a bit. This battle had been very difficult for him. The knight was upset but admitted his defeat, although he still believes that together with his horse he would have fought much better and been able to win. Count Anatolio tried to give him a horse so that the knight could fight at full strength, but a problem arose. He's a Dullahan, and the problem is that such creatures can't subdue a living horse, which is why nothing worked. The walking undead can be found if you do a full-fledged search, but no one has ever seen a four-legged undead animal. Valets, who overheard this conversation, considers them all stupid creatures, because it's easier to make a horse runny than to pick its nose. At that moment, Angela remembered the king of the dead and said that if he were alive, something could be done with his help. Kim said that even if the dead king were here, nothing would change because his skills in creating chimeras were terrible. The creatures he hypnotized were ordinary corpses that posed no serious threat and then fought against him at all. The most he was able to do in terms of modification was changing the Water Dragon King and replacing his head. Kim believes that his reputation is so overstated that, objectively speaking, Valets is an ordinary swindler. He was somewhat intelligent, but had almost nothing in terms of abilities and fighting qualities. It was very difficult for the King of the Dead to listen to these conversations about him. If he were in another body, he would immediately show who was in charge. Then he told them that if the King of the Dead could really make a horse undead, he would even bow down to Valets. As soon as the necromancer heard these words, he immediately vowed to do everything possible to force the Baron to bow to him. The Nagas have long noticed that a snake has appeared among them, which behaves quite strangely and constantly brings problems. They began to discuss this guy often and even joked about him a bit. Pinky entered the room and started asking the guys who exactly they were talking about. She was told that she had not yet met a younger slave, and it was him they were talking about now. When Pinky found out that this new guy was alone in the cemetery, she was very surprised. She said that older allies should not bully the youth and began accusing the boys of misbehavior. They have no right to leave young Nagas alone in a terrible place because something bad could happen to these boys. She decided to immediately set off and check on his condition. Pinky could not afford to lose the only one younger than her. Nagi is sure that once she sees it with her own eyes, she will understand that everything is normal, but they are still upset that they are being spoken to like heathens. Pinky is incredibly angry that her older friends are behaving like this. She can't even imagine what it would be like if she was forced to spend a week in a cemetery. When she was first called up, everyone around her was very kind to her and, on the contrary, helped and supported her. They can be understood because she is the most beautiful naked woman. Perhaps it was because of her that this newcomer took on all the difficult work. When she approached the cemetery, she was surprised that she didn't smell a terrible stench. It must have been through the door. Realizing that the space inside was airtight, Pinky guessed that the boy could have suffocated and died. She was very surprised when she saw that everything inside had completely changed. Now it's not scary to come here. Previously, they simply threw huge monster bodies here and didn't even cover them with earth, but now everything is different. It doesn't even stink here. All the bodies were buried with care. And according to all the rules, it is even hard to believe that this was done without the support of other Nagas. Previously, there was no building here, but now there is a place for a cemetery worker to live. When Pinky started watching Valets, she couldn't understand what he was constantly saying. The guy kept repeating that his body had taken in a lot of miasma over the past week, and now he was feeling a little sick. It's nice to see that after the guy came to terms with his situation, he worked actively and has already reached his limit. He's probably worried that he might lose consciousness because his body can't handle the pressure. Pinky continued to listen to his conversation and heard a lot of strange phrases that were difficult to understand. He seemed much more handsome to her than he actually was. It seems she even began to admire him. This guy is definitely different from the other older guys who sit in the tavern and drink beer all day. If the team doesn't help him, he'll soon lose consciousness, but if we work together, it will be more comfortable. Besides, this is the scariest place in the Nagi Labyrinth, and they can only work together so no one will bother them. She opened the door and loudly greeted the newcomer and said that she had come to help him. Valets couldn't understand who she was or why she had come here at all. He didn't even want to hear about any joint work. He's pretty sure he told everyone else he wanted to run this place alone, and he doesn't have the support. Pinky didn't listen to this guy at all. On the contrary, she admired him and considered his actions the behavior of a true hero. She assured him that she had come here of her own free will, but he started shouting and reminded her that he didn't need help at all. This is his personal little territory, and he is sure that Pinky has other responsibilities that she must fulfill. Despite being in a difficult situation, this newbie is still worried about Pinky breaking the rules of the maze. This makes her even more fascinated by this alpha male. Pinky must have almost fallen in love with him. The girl explained that she could make an agreement with the Dominican, and then they would work together. Within seconds, she went to meet with the maid to ask for permission to transfer to work at the cemetery. With all his strength, Valets tried to stop her, but Pinky didn't listen to him at all. He doesn't understand what happened to this crazy snake. He just recently finished training and now everything is going wrong. The King of the Dead must meditate at least 3 times a day, and this is not his only duty. Knowing the Dominican, the maid easily allows Pinky to work with him. Maybe she doesn't really want to help at all, but rather came here to watch him. Maybe they already realized that the King of the Dead was reborn in Nagi's labyrinth. Or maybe they are just starting to suspect him. At this point, Valets even began to think about killing Pinky with a large amount of miasma. She will die in a few minutes, it will be suspicious, but everything will look like an accident. The next morning, Pinky came to his room and said that she had now received official permission to help him. She was relieved of all unnecessary duties and allowed to focus on helping the newcomer. Now they will be able to work with each other, live in the same house, and maybe, in the future, it will end up being something more than friendship. She knows that in this territory the rules are different, and it doesn't matter who is older or younger. Personal time is the most important thing, so I had to tell her that we can't enter each other's territory, or even talk. Pinky wasn't listening to this guy at all, and it seemed like he was also in love with her, and she was already starting to plan what to name their children. He wants to give her the hardest work and wait until she asks to be let back into the labyrinth. That very morning, he showed her the future work plan. Pinky should leave all the useful parts and bury everything else. All this work needs to be done before lunch, because then there will be a new task. Hearing these words, Pinky's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe that the newbie had been doing so much work without support all this time. Now she promises to do everything in her power to help him, even if it means only sleeping a few hours a day. Valets tried not to panic. He hoped that her energy would run out after a few hours of work. Soon he began to see that she was having a hard time and the girl was losing strength, which encouraged him. Surprisingly, they managed to complete the entire amount of work before lunch. Pinky turned out to be much stronger than he expected. He is sure that the Baron has sent an elite Naga to him for professional surveillance, so he needs to be patient. There was a knock on their gate, probably one of the slaves who constantly brings lunch. He was surprised when he saw that Pinky was now also working here. The girl immediately said that it was her own initiative and she wanted to help the newcomer. The snake was very surprised to hear this story, but he understood that she was happy, and that was the main thing. His name is Durmi. He approached Valets and asked him to make Pinky happy, otherwise he would have problems. Forget him. Valets looked at this whole festival of nonsense and couldn't understand what was happening. It seemed as if they had all lost their minds. This is probably all just a plan to make him lose his focus. Everyone around him is trying to ambush him while he absorbs the miasma. Valets will do everything possible to find out all of Pinky's weaknesses because he has no place in this, and he will become the one who keeps an eye on her. Each employee can spend their own time as they please. Usually Nagi goes to the bar to have a drink and relax, but cooking is not like that. 3 days later, we move to the border of Nagi territory. Kim has met with a shady trader and is talking about the latest news. The merchant considers the Nagas to be a unique labyrinth. They were really able to make rapid progress and did everything on their own. If Kim was as big as the Water Dragon King, he would attract too much attention and that would be bad. They arranged to meet with the merchant on the 10th floor. But first there was a small surprise. The Invincible Baron is a necessary procedure for lowering to the 10th floor, although even the Dark Merchant has not heard of it. Kim should sign for this creature because she's actually his longtime fan. Kim had previously believed that the group of dark traders were just suspicious imps like his ally, so he didn't expect to see demons here. Actually, the imps were responsible for these floors of the abyss many years ago, but then everything changed. Now it doesn't matter to the retail chain. If someone dies, they prioritize their products and focus on them. This demon must be at work here because of the imp's greed and lack of conscience. But Kim shouldn't worry about that. She's a bit strange, but she's still considered a higher being, so it was helpful to have her on your team. Kim almost forgot to give the merchant the promised dungeon core, but as soon as he did, the merchant fainted with joy. Now his life will continue, and he will not be killed for his troubles in the labyrinth of the dead. The imp can return to work and do his basic exercises using teleportation. Teleportation abilities are very useful. It's much better than leaving the entrance behind as a labyrinth portal. They tear matter apart in order to teleport, but there must be some limitations. The demon said that they cannot teleport to the surface or to other labyrinths. She constantly approaches him and tries to hug him. It seems that this fan is too much in love with our hero. Kim tried to calm her down a bit and say that hugging wasn't necessary, but no one listened to him. Within a few minutes, using a teleportation portal, they found themselves on the 10th floor of Geyser. It's even hard to see the ceiling here, so this place really does resemble an abyss. Unfortunately, they were about 5 minutes late due to personal problems, but that won't stop their plans. Thus, Kim met the mercenaries who were responsible for protecting the dark merchants on this floor. They're called fails, and they really do look quite strange, although you can get used to it. Even the mercenaries had already heard many stories about the legendary Baron of the 9th floor. He must pretend to be one of their interns, just as was agreed upon with the dark traders. To begin with, Kim decided to call on his parasite to help in order to assess the strength of these mercenaries. He was very surprised when he realized that ordinary soldiers were standing in front of him. At best, they were on the third-floor level. Kate tried to convince him that these mercenaries were professionals in their field, but Kim assured him that this was not the case at all. The Failed have been responsible for protecting the dark merchants on this floor for 5 years, and are currently the merchants' best soldiers. One of the Fallen said that a group of giant worms was approaching them very quickly, so they had to prepare for danger. These creatures are excellent at sensing vibrations in the ground, just like the worms from the movie Dune. The captain asked Kim to rest in a safe area and reminded him that he was just a disguised trainee, so there was no need to do heroic things. In fact, they are considered a burden here, so they are asked not to interfere with the preparation for the battle with the huge worm. Even Kim knows about these creatures, despite the fact that he did not pay any attention to the abyss after rising to the surface. Their diameter and length can reach 3.5 meters. These creatures live only on the lower floors of the abyss. They move excellently underground and feed using a remarkable sense of vibrations. Once such creatures even killed 100 researchers. Kim even thought that these mercenaries would not be able to handle such a serious threat. Only he and Kate can do anything about the worm, so now he expects all the mercenaries to be killed. At this point, one of the mercenary leaders said that everything Kim saw was not complete information. He then continued his speech and said that Kim relies too much on his parasite. While the Baron was trying to recover from his surprise and understand how they knew about the parasite, huge worms appeared. There are exactly 5 of them, the same number of mercenaries, so it will be interesting to watch this battle now. The last person to kill their monster will have to prepare dinner. These were the conditions set for the mercenaries. One of them agreed too slowly. He can probably afford it because magic skills are still faster than strong sword strikes. Each of the mercenaries knows what to do. They don't even need each other's support because everyone is considered a full-fledged professional. Some know how to fight with weapons while others have learned magic, so they are not at all worried when encountering monsters. Kim watched this battle and tried to understand what was happening. He had never encountered such unusual technology in the depths of the abyss. The mercenaries still seemed like ordinary soldiers, but 2 monsters were beaten to half-death in just 1 second. Surely the Failed are not a group of mercenaries created from those who were gathered from the streets. They are true professionals in their field. Oddly enough, their name is very fitting, because they were liberated after a great war, but failed their journey to paradise. Only now did Kim realize that before him were the Geyserians of the Abyss, who had abandoned life on the surface. No one knows exactly when the conflict between the Earth's surface and Geyser began, but today, this event is called the Great War. Not even 10 years have passed since the moment when captured people began to be used as slaves. They were no more than ordinary soldiers, or food, and the creatures they gave birth to came to be called Geyserians, Kim being one of them. They were born in the depths of the abyss, and from the very beginning these children were very different from the people on the surface. They were very efficient workers due to their superhuman strength and endurance, which is why they were noticed by aristocrats. Those who lived on the lower floors received serious support and opportunities. Kate cannot understand how people were able to win the war if they didn't even reach the lower floors of the abyss. It feels as if someone intervened in this war and decided to stop it once and for all. It is not known who it was, perhaps King Geyser, a nobleman, or a hero of humanity, to be honest. It doesn't even matter. They have the potential to become more powerful through survival in harsh conditions, and the strongest creatures of the abyss feared this. They probably thought that if they just sat idly by, they would eventually be destroyed by these children. That's why it was decided to expel the Geyserians and pretend it was just a prisoner release, and then hope that these children would lose their powers. It was these creatures of the abyss who ended the war so that the people of the abyss could not take over the dungeon. But despite the wishes of higher beings, there were those who turned their backs on humanity. These people returned and took their place in Geyser, and here they are, called the Fallen. It was this group of warriors, also known as mercenaries, that Kim had just met. Now it is clear that they are just children of the dungeon who have given up life on the surface and remained in the dungeon. They were able to achieve incredible strength just by being underground. It feels like something is missing. Maybe there's another secret. Kate began to explain deeper things. Even though she is a demon, she is not technically a geyser creature. Their conversation was stopped by the leader of the Fallen. He had already heard what their newcomers were talking about, but he didn't see anything wrong with it. He asked to be given the opportunity to introduce himself to them. His name is Lee Purim. He is the captain of a mercenary group also known as the Fallen. A little later, they met other members of the team, a girl named Hyojin and her sister Eugene, who are cheerleaders. There are also 2 other warriors on the team, a boy named Jeongwon and a little girl named Suhyun. They are scouts. They just confirmed their skills, so Kim can no longer worry about their skill. He finds it hard to believe that they really gave up on the opportunity to return to the surface. Lee was sure that Kim remembered the atmosphere in Geyser when the prisoners were released after the war ended, but the Baron had forgotten all about it. It was a series of horrors that are impossible to forget, although memory loss in the abyss is a common occurrence. Lee decided to personally tell Kim about all this. He started by remembering how there was a holiday in Geyser. This holiday was called the Festival of Amazement. Tens of thousands of people were released at the same time. It's not hard to guess that all these people were released in order to arrange a delicious dinner for the monsters and to taste these little delicacies. All the people around were eaten alive as soon as they were released from the labyrinths. No one could understand the situation, since everyone around had lived in Geyser their entire lives. The children could not understand why these people wanted to return to the surface so badly, and were even willing to risk their lives for it. They weren't even sure that the surface even existed, that there was no ceiling, and that you could see the blue sky. It's hard to believe that there really are clouds floating towards the scorching sun. It all just looks like a children's fairy tale. Someone even talked about unusual stars, planes blown by the warm wind of the evening sky. There were also stories about the boundless ocean, but all of these were just stories that the Geyser children couldn't even believe. For them, the reality was completely different, with huge monsters and creatures, a theme, and constant screams of terror. The children could not find an answer to this question whether it was really necessary to risk their own lives for the sake of the surface. They say they failed during their journey to the surface of the earth, but that's not true, because they failed when they tried to begin this journey. They gave up from the very beginning. All of this was done for one purpose only: to survive. If death is the price to pay for a dream, then they decided to give it up and flee to the very edge of Geyser. In these depths of the abyss into which they have gone, there is no place for hope. There they will be able to replace the warm sun, fresh air, and human smiles with shadows, dirt, and terrifying screams. For them, this very paradise on the surface does not exist, because they have refused to exist anywhere other than the abyss. These children returned to the master of the maze, who had freed them, and begged to be taken back, and they succeeded. From that day on, they began to work as soldiers, not prisoners, at least until the labyrinth was destroyed. The master of the labyrinth was killed during the war. They barely managed to escape. Some don't even remember how it happened, but it was very dangerous. Further history is also important for understanding their past and current existence. Lee is a little nervous and can't decide if he really needs to tell this whole story to someone he's seeing for the first time. Even if he is the first person they have met since their release, they can still be understood because they are not at all like ordinary people. Kim finds it difficult to understand their motives. He was born on the 12th floor, which is even deeper than this place. He still managed to reach the surface, the same surface that the Fallen had abandoned. Now they all want to know at least something about this surface. How ordinary people live there, what they do there, and what they think about. Is it really warm air there, and sometimes you can see water falling from the sky? Because some say it's not water but ice. Kim confirmed their expectations. On the surface, one can find blue clouds, a scorching sun, countless stars, and a boundless ocean. At that very moment, he opened a portal 50 degrees east and named his destination, a base on the surface. Only when all these mercenaries see reality with their own eyes will they be able to understand what he is talking about. Within seconds, the portal was opened and they were all free. Kim gave them the opportunity to enjoy this moment in peace and said that they were no longer failures at all. They were just a little late. Within a few minutes, each member of this team took off their mask and freed themselves from the terrible clothing of the abyss. They ran on the green grass, breathed in the fresh air, and enjoyed the rays of the sun on their faces. They find it hard to believe that everything around them is glowing and there are no monsters trying to eat them. It's hard to even believe that the air can be so clean and the grass so bright. Only Kate can't go outside. She would like to, but she's not allowed to leave her workplace. Lee had heard that their species kept returning to Geyser from the surface, which is why he believed in the existence of the surface. Of course, now he can admit that he didn't expect everything here to look exactly like this. He thought it was only slightly better than a dungeon. This experience is hard to put into words. All that remains now is to thank Kim for these incredible opportunities. Geyser's blessing refers to mana, which is what all creatures born in the dungeon possess, including Geyserians. The deeper you descend, the more concentrated the mana in your body. And in the process of evolution, the beasts of the dungeon have adapted to this. This is just a hypothesis, but Lee believes that because the children of the dungeon didn't have time to evolve, they learned to absorb the mana around them. So, Geyserians born in one area are equally strong in another area. Lee said that this is not entirely true. Mana does not become complete after birth. It grows along with adaptation to the environment. They are with their mother only in the early stages of life, and during this period their mana is formed, creating a gap in power between the Geyserian and other creatures. Mana only gives physical enhancement, but to be honest, it's not very effective either. All other geyser creatures are born knowing how to use this energy. For them it is as easy as breathing. That's why Lee believes that the inhabitants of Nagi's labyrinth are sure that Kim doesn't know how to use mana. The losers are ready to teach him how to do it. They are ready to help him with anything he wants. Thanks to this, Kim will be able to become stronger. So strong that compared to his current version, he will be like heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Eugene and Eugene talked about the surface and tried to understand what people were doing. Kim didn't pay much attention to this. He was busy dealing with their leader. Lee wants to teach him some tricks, and it can be done right here and now. Kim can't believe all his words about extraordinary strength until she sees it with her own eyes. Lee is ready to demonstrate his potential, but warns that he will have to fight at full strength. What you can see around you is mana. A Geyserian from the upper floors wouldn't even have that because the lower you were born, the thicker the mana. Kim immediately demonstrated what he was capable of and showed that he also possessed this extraordinary energy. This is the power of the 12th floor of the dungeon. It is much better than Lee expected. Kim is sure that even Lee can't defeat him. Maybe it's time for these two to start a fight, rather than continue empty talk. Each of them was born in a dungeon, but their fates were different. Kim almost immediately returned to the surface and grew up in the real world, while Lee spent the entire time underground. Now you can see what this leads to. The difference in their levels becomes obvious in the first seconds of the battle. Simply mastering mana does increase physical strength, but the effect is minimal. If Kim learns to focus mana within his body, he will gain much greater strength, endurance, and speed. His thinking will also improve, allowing him to analyze his opponent's attack more quickly and act ahead of time. For now, he needs to practice, and practice some more. The only way to reach the level of Lee and his team members. Now Kim is incredibly angry. He has even forgotten the last time he was weaker than someone else. He wants to show that he is no less capable than anyone else in combat skills, but so far he has not succeeded. He can go further, actively train and learn to fill his weapons with energy. And even in this there is no limit. In this case, any weapon can block an opponent's blow, but so far Kim cannot repeat something like that. Although they were both born in the same place, Lee has already mastered this inner energy, while Kim is only taking the first steps towards it. In general, most of them didn't cause significant damage to their hosts in the labyrinths, but at least they could hit. Now it's the other way around. Even despite his abilities, he can't get this guy. His Lee didn't even take a single step back. And the most interesting thing was that he didn't even use his other hand. It must be admitted that Kim underestimated his opponent and had never fought behind such a strong man before. Realizing this, the Baron of the 9th floor decided to use his hidden weapon, the power of the parasite. With lightning speed, he approached his opponent and prepared for a new attack. At the last moment, Lee said that he would not allow anyone to use parasites during the battle. This should have been discussed earlier, but it's never too late to show a beginner the rules of conduct during training. It seems that up until this point, Kim believed that being a parasite was a privilege that only he had. Parasites are an endangered species, but they still exist in Geyser, so it's not that strange to encounter it on another person. This battle was necessary in order to assess the strength of the Geyserian, not the strength of his parasite. Kim is upset because he doesn't match his opponent's level at all. Lee is really much better than him, but that's it for now. Despite the huge number of battles on the 9th floor and the situations where he was close to death, he still had not felt anything like this before. No matter who his opponent was, if he kept training, he always found a way to win. Although perhaps he was just not strong enough and experienced enough to understand it. Only now does Kim realize that his opponent is not extremely strong at all, but that he is too weak. Knowing yourself is as important as knowing your opponent. It is directly related to the chances of survival and is necessary for evolution. Life in Geyser is not like heroic stories. It is impossible to win everything around just through character and determination. Surely there is an immutable law of Geyser, and even of the whole world, that in the jungle, the strongest survive. They evolved through adaptation and research, and it wasn't just like that. The strength of their skin and bones, the flexibility of their muscles, and their special digestive system allow them to even eat stones if necessary. Kim's ego has probably been boosted recently by everyone around him calling him an invincible commander. He is ready to ask Lee again to teach him how to use the geyser power, because he has a lot to protect. Kim needs to become stronger and wants Lee to become his second teacher. Soon the entire team of mercenaries, along with the Baron, returned to the dungeon. Paradise is of course good, but now we must not forget that they are still at work, and all the tasks must be completed. They have Baron training waiting for them, which will extend their trip by another week, and now they will be together for almost a month. There's a huge difference between them, so a week seems like too short a time, but Kim can't worry. They're not teaching him martial arts, but rather trying to change his body, so if everything works out, even one day will be enough. Deep crystals are present in the bodies of all geyser creatures, except for geyserians, and there is a reason for all this. Kim believes it has to do with mana, given the context of their past, and he's absolutely right. Deep crystals are like hearts. Instead of blood, there is mana, and it also works as an energy storage. The deeper you delve into geyser, the more deep crystals you can find due to the huge amount of mana around. The stronger the beasts, the higher the quality of the crystals, which is why everyone values the finds from the deep floors of the dungeon so much. Something similar is found in the bodies of geyserians. This stone resembles a creature located just below the heart. Kim is nervous. It feels like they are trying to destroy him, although they assure him that everything is under control. Eugene's abilities allow her to manipulate the cells of a target's body, but at a distance, she can only perform simple tasks such as cell division. Everything changes when she touches her target. Then she can heal wounds, see the progress of illness, and even manipulate the body's energy. The process was started and Eugene felt like he was in a completely different place. She was very surprised and even scared. All around she could see the horizon and the ocean. All the other participants in this experiment were in the dungeon and did not see what she saw. The energy gathered inside Kim will pave the way, first passing through the heart and then slowly spreading through the arteries. Only then will he be able to learn to feel it inside himself and circulate it freely. But for this, he will have to learn to concentrate on his inner core. Hyujin also participated in this process. She organized a barrier called a silent bubble. Mana is so passive in its resting state that it is even imperceptible, but as soon as it is activated, it begins to affect the surrounding space. Thanks to Eugene, this process will not take any dangerous form, although the paths of Kim's mana have never been discovered before. When the mana first passes throughout the body, the person begins to feel real pain, and it is quite unpleasant. The Baron really feels mana starting to flow through his body. It's strange and not entirely pleasant, but the sensations are quite familiar. A little later, Eugene opened her eyes in surprise and looked at her captain. She said some pretty strange things, that the mana path in Kim's body has already been opened, and there are traces of the profound crystal there. This is very strange because Kim had no skills and couldn't even use his mana. It's hard to even call this a problem, although it's really not expected at all. Kim has some abilities. He can see the weaknesses of the enemy, and thanks to the parasite, he can see the internal organs and creatures that are weaker than him. This technique activates when his eyes start to burn. Maybe he can't control it. During their battle, he also used this technique, but it activates independently of his will. This is not a skill at all. He didn't have shining eyes during the battle, so this is something completely different. Skills are created depending on the surrounding world. This is a spell that geyserians use with the help of mana. Those who are sent on reconnaissance or used as bait gain the detection skill. People who have had to learn to read their enemies' movements and focus on avoiding battles are beginning to see the future. Usually these skills are created when you are one step away from death in extreme situations. It turns out that the blessing of the geyser is the skill of the geyserian, but that's not all. Most skill users are unaware of the source of their powers. They only remember the feeling that arose when the technique was activated. That's why they don't know how to invest their mana in strengthening their bodies, but they still use mana, even if they don't understand what's happening. It's really easier for them to create a profound crystal and train mana, which is why Kim can make significant progress in a short period of time. Skills are spells that must be used consciously. Kim's technique is due to the fact that he is talented, that's all. Although identifying weaknesses in an enemy won't help him during mana training, he may not worry about it. Clearing the mana pathways is just a basic construction. If they are already open, then you just need to start the circulation process. Unfortunately, Eugene can't do this. She only knows how to throw a stone into a small lake to create a wave, but here the situation is completely different. When she works with Kim, she will have to throw a stone into the ocean, and it will not have the desired effect. Her skill level is not high enough to help Kim. Even if she tries, he still won't feel anything. This makes the situation much more difficult, but it doesn't mean they should give up. Their plan now is to create a natural flow of mana in his body, after Eugene has opened his inner pathways. For some reason, some paths are already open, and the mana inside is too thick and concentrated to move. Kim must remember the feelings he had when he awakened his mana. It seems to him that he has never used this energy, but this is not so, because if his paths are open, it means that he has already awakened the inner energy. You have to try to remember maybe he became too strong in a dangerous situation or something like that. It's unlikely that this happened after he became the master of the labyrinth. But while he was in the dungeon, he did nothing but dig. When he escaped from the dungeon, only he was able to reach the surface. Everyone else died on the way. To be more precise, he didn't check to see if anyone survived because he lost consciousness on the way to freedom. When he woke up, he was already near the surface and saw people in front of him. If Kim remembers losing his comrades and then his memories end, then that's probably when he awakened his mana. This complicates the situation because he doesn't even remember it, and they can't go down to the 12th floor to get his memories back. Kate suggested using a monster called a rapist. Although he is used for assistance, he is still a geyser beast, specializing in recording information and transmitting orders. It also has protective abilities such as recreating injuries, which all illusory-type beasts have. If Kate helps him a little, it will allow him to observe his past in more detail. She will order the monster to begin the hypnosis process, and they will be able to view all of Kim's memories. Of course, they need to get his permission for this, but in that case, they will be able to find the moment when he awakened his powers. Since these are all memories of a dungeon child, they will be painful, and Kim will have to suffer a little. Surely only a fool would turn down the opportunity to become stronger just because of bad memories, so the invincible general is ready for it. The process was started very quickly. Due to the large amount of mana, Kim's resistance to psychological attacks is very strong. This is enough to withstand the attack of the Labyrinth Master. So Kim must relax her entire body and accept, and also to begin hypnosis. He doesn't have to worry about monsters trying to ambush them. The Fallen will still fully protect him. Within a few minutes, Kim was able to see his entire past, and he was very surprised. He didn't expect to be able to start from birth, but on the contrary, it will help him understand himself even better. He is in his mother's human farm called the Sunken Sea, which is his homeland. A newborn baby can only cry out for its father or mother to come. The first step to raising the perfect slave is to kill this instinct, because a crying child is a bad child. This does not mean that bad children are punished, because pain will only make them cry even louder. The problem is much deeper than all this, because the bad kids are eliminated once and for all, and they no longer cause problems. Because of this approach, silence will soon reign in this area, and there will be no more children who like to cry. Kim remembers how he constantly examined his surroundings while sucking the blood of an unknown monster. While the children are in this hellish place, they get used to death and learn to deal with it calmly. As soon as their cradles mature and change color, babies begin to learn to crawl. New red cradles are forming, and children's screams and crying can be heard all around again. This only happens for a short time because soon silence will come upon us again, so nothing ever changes there. After descending to the floor below, the pillars throw the children out. Thanks to the pillows, only a few of them will die in the process. There, the children are already being waited for by guardians, who are not kind at all, because they are ordinary animals that are poorly disguised as humans. These caregivers start trying to act like parents, but they don't do it very well. Over time, these creatures try to teach children to speak. For this, there are various techniques that try to imitate human speech. Sometimes the pillar throws out food for the children, which is how they grow up amidst endless conversations with monsters. This is the safest and most comfortable period in the life of a Gazerian, because when the children become older, they are lowered to another floor. Most likely, this is when physical strengthening with the help of mana begins. The first floor is for creation or death. The second floor is for acquiring basic knowledge and learning the language. On the top floor, things get more serious. It's designed for gaining work skills. That's where their mother is, and the children are forced to dig until she appreciates their work. Children who perform better than others are given to the highest aristocrats. Bad children go to the barons, and the worst are turned into food. There's no way out of the whale that devours portals, so maybe becoming food is the best option, because the others will have to dig forever. If your mother doesn't notice you and the aristocrats don't take you away, you'll have to work until your back breaks. Honestly, Kim liked to work. He constantly dreamed and worked. That was his childhood. He hit the rock until it broke and tried to analyze the cracks and where they appeared. Now it becomes clear that it was this period that gave impetus to the skill of identifying the opponent's weaknesses. Soon he was evaluated and called a high-level child. It was time for a change of scenery. Thus, little Kim ended up on the 12th floor in the Spider Duke's labyrinth. Next, we will see what happened to our main character after meeting deadly spiders. A group of young people were working not far from this geyser area. They all worked hard and tried to explore as much territory as possible. Now, some of them are upset because it seems like it will be difficult for them to get out, since they have been underground for a long time. The guys started fighting with each other because the situation had really gotten out of their control. They had been locked in this cave for over a month. From time to time, they calmed down and found common ground, but this did not last long. At one of these moments, when they had calmed down again, something strange happened. Some people were walking next to them, looking very creepy and unnatural. They began to beg to be saved from the terrible spiders, to be rescued and brought back outside. One of these people had a large spider crawling out of his mouth, and soon the guy died. The entire reconnaissance group, along with the general and the reporter, were frightened and worried. They didn't know what to do because they were also in a critical situation and needed help. If you engage in battle with monsters, there will be almost no chance of survival, so it's better to wait calmly and hope for the best. With the help of some members of the group, the spiders communicated with other people. They ordered them to dig, and slowly, one by one, killed them for food. Soon the spiders gave the humans a small supply of food and a new family member. They must train him and work together. When the researchers opened this small package, it was clear that they were looking at an ordinary human child. They guessed that this child was born in a dungeon, which is exactly what our main character Kim is. In order to better tell our story, we need to go back and dig deeper into what this group was doing in the dungeon. So we need to tell the story of a guy named John, who became a war correspondent. He decided to write articles about Geyser because it brings in a lot of views and money. He wants to interview some explorers who are going down into the dungeons, and this could bring him fame. The boss asked him to start keeping a diary, even though John wasn't going to die in the dungeon. He started it just in case. Not only operators and researchers will descend with them, the military will also participate in this research. They should videotape several scenes of the battle and come back. Everything should be simple and clear. A little later, John learned that only 30% of people return alive, and that's when he started to get nervous. They are approaching the 3rd floor and have not yet participated in any real battles, but all this is ahead. Many different monsters appear on their way, which look weak and not very smart. The soldiers accompanying the researchers are no longer very happy. The atmosphere is becoming more tense, and you can see bloodstains on the ground. John never stopped and constantly continued to write his diary. He described even the smallest details of his journey. When they were on the 2nd floor, things got more interesting, because the military warned of approaching danger. Soon, John found himself completely alone, as the military began fighting monsters and were ambushed. He soon found some comrades, but most of them were already dead. One of the soldiers saved his life. Now they are alone. But there are too many dangers around. This soldier's name was Jaisok. He had 2 weeks left before demobilization, but as we can see, he was completely unlucky. They were able to find some food and water and began hiding in the ventilation shafts on the 2nd floor. We have to wait for the army to come and save their lives, but there is no other choice. We will have to be patient. Soon, regular encounters with monsters began, but for a while the boys were lucky. This couldn't last forever, because when you're in a dungeon, your life is always in total danger. After being attacked by one of the monsters, John was found by unknown creatures. They even helped him survive and wanted to send him to auction. As a result, John is still alive. His phone and watch were taken from him, but the diary is still nearby. It seems to him that 2 months have passed, but during that time he has almost gone blind because there is no light around him at all. He doesn't even know what floor he's on, surrounded by a large number of huge spiders that force him to work tirelessly. John frankly admits that he has become an ordinary slave who is forced to work in order to stay alive. He had never seen such scenes in Geyser before, even on TV. Perhaps humanity had not yet reached these corners of the dungeon. People are generally mistaken when they think they are winning the war. They believe that they will be the ones who will be able to push the monsters off the surface. In fact, monsters don't care at all. They fight for territory underground and don't pay any attention to people at all. Soon, a group of such slaves was formed who had to work and bathe constantly. In addition to John and Jisuk, this group includes Chan, a special forces major, as well as Park, who came here for marketing purposes for his company. Also with them is a fat man named Jung and a chef named Nell, but that's not all. The last members of the team are Jiwon and Yoon, both of whom are technicians for the company that worked in the dungeon. It seems they all saw the red demon before they were captured and turned into slaves. They soon realized that the spiders were constantly searching for valuable resources called deep crystals. Apart from crystals, the local monsters don't need anything else. They are constantly busy searching for these artifacts. Sometimes they were attacked by huge monsters, but they were very lucky that there was always an observer next to them. A huge spider that is forced to watch people's work is called an observer. Defeating this monster and then extracting the crystal from its body, this greatly surprised John and the other team members. He began to suspect that the deep crystals might be the reason why the monsters of the abyss were so strong. Perhaps it also affected humans. John decided to swallow one of the small crystals that had been hidden. But his body couldn't handle it, and he felt very sick. Everyone around him found out that he was hiding small crystals, but John didn't care. It was better than sitting around doing nothing. He began to feel that something was changing in his body, and maybe it was just loss of mind and schizophrenia. Soon, John felt that he was really getting stronger. His emotions became more intense, but his control over his psychology diminished. Very bad things have really started happening to this guy, but strangely enough, he feels very good. Now he is sure that the deep crystals are the source of the monster's power, and they can also affect people. Now he needs more information to fully understand this situation, but that takes time. He decided to sprinkle some crystal into Yoon's food during breakfast. Maybe it would have an effect. Of course, in this case, the man will suffer from severe muscle pain, but he is unlikely to die. John was confident that he had the situation under control, but a few days later, Yoon died. While working in the caves under the influence of a deep crystal, he could not contain his emotions and began to attack the observer spider. Yoon was not strong enough to penetrate its shell, so he was torn to pieces right on the spot. John realizes that he was the one who caused the man's death. Either he was too used to death, or Geyser took his mind. Oddly enough, he doesn't even feel guilty that a person died because of him. Maybe it's all for the best. John is not going to leave this place the same way. He wants to become stronger and find answers to all his questions. This will help him get out and tell people what's going on here. But for now, he needs to get to know the new member of their team. This is a high school teacher named Jinnik. He also ate some crystal dust and immediately felt the effects on himself. Soon this guy completely lost his mind, and the spiders took him away. Most likely they ate him for dinner. After that, a new member appeared in the slave team. His name was Bench. He was an army captain who immediately became friends with Major Chan. This is the perfect test subject, and so John gave him a portion 3 times larger than everyone else. The result was the same. The captain could not control his emotions and attacked the observer. He was killed very quickly, but it was noticeable how brightly his eyes shone in the last minutes of his life. Now it's time to meet a new member of the team. A guy who was born in a dungeon has joined them. Now our history has been synchronized, we already know everything that happened with this group, and we better understand the surrounding context. The boy talked about how he was raised and where he was before he entered the spider's territory. As soon as John saw him, he immediately thought that this child could be the key to salvation. The whole team constantly talked to the guy and learned about his difficult childhood, although it was quite difficult to understand him. John is sure it's a good sign because the other group also has a Geyserian, but he hasn't said a word in 2 months. Jisuk noticed that the child's eyes were shining. He was sure that it had nothing to do with a strong spirit and strong character. This is a child who was born in a terrible place and is used to terrible treatment, so he doesn't care if people die around him. Maybe he doesn't even know what death is because these horrible creatures have turned him into a real digging machine. At the same time, Kim also watched people and studied their habits and formed his own opinion about them. He believed that people were wrapped up in the same things, spent the same days with the same expressions on their faces, and that they were incapable of anything. This group was the first people from the surface that Kim met, and it was then that he realized that they could have different clothing, facial expressions, and personalities. He also paid attention to their conversations. He had never even thought about such topics. The boy quickly learned their names and began to treat them as his new family. Soon all these guys started calling him a talker because he was constantly talking to them. Kim didn't really like the name. He said he wanted something much better. At this moment, war reporter John remained calm and watched this special child very carefully. He soon decided to start following his usual plan and adding crystals to Kim's food. The boy transformed into an extremely strong being and thanked John for his delicious food. The reporter had no idea that this child could withstand such a large dose of crystals. He ate almost half of a large stone. After that, it's hard to even call this kid an ordinary person, to be honest. He's a real monster. Soon, a group of people began to suspect John of some cunning actions against the child. They found meat that Kim had not eaten. John assured him that this was his food, and he would eat this piece of meat after he finished his work. At that moment, Park approached him and asked him to do it now. as if asking for a check on his own words. John tried to stay calm. He said he wouldn't eat meat that was lying on the ground because he could get poisoned and lose his job, which is tantamount to death. Puck is not a fool. He knows that it all started from the moment John got sick. Then it seemed that it was just a disease that existed in Geyser. He noticed that after that, strange things started happening. People were dying the next day after eating the meat that John gave them. Even if they survived, he still forced them to finish the portion in order for them to regain their strength. So John has to eat this portion himself. Finally, this beast felt that it was in a dead end. It was driven into a cage like a rabid lion, and now its life hangs by a small thread. He pretended to eat the meat, but at the last moment he gave the piece to a small child in the dungeon. They tried to stop him, but Kim refused and said that this meat made him stronger. John always understood that from a moral point of view this was wrong. But this approach was necessary for salvation from the dungeon. Thanks to the sacrifices of other people, he was finally able to find hope for a better future. And now, there is no doubt that the talker will be able to lead them to the outside world. A little later, John promised to tell all his plans and strategies to the other team members. He was no longer going to hide it within himself. He will tell them about the plan to get out of this hell because it is all a common goal. We are only now catching up with the plot of this story. But now we know all the circumstances of the situation much better. A group of researchers have become slaves forced to work for monsters. All their hopes are focused on a little Geyserian. Kim also observes his memories and tries to understand what the war reporter's plan will lead to. The slaves were promised that in a month they would be released, and the monsters would not interfere in the affairs of the prisoners who left the labyrinth. They can choose to return to the surface or stay to work in the labyrinth. In any case, now the monsters admit that the humans won the war, so the worst is behind them. It was hard to believe what had happened. After being underground for so long, they had completely forgotten what joy was. There's still one more month to wait, but John is upset because everything he did before has now lost its meaning. The Spider Duke decided to give people a chance and show his mercy. So in 2 weeks they will join the war on the 12th floor. They will become signal rockets that will help destroy the walls of the enemy's labyrinth. Everyone around was excited and scared, sad and even paralyzed. And only one person was smiling, as if they had been given a second chance. John was not mistaken. Everything he did before could help at a crucial moment, and now he is happy. A little later, Puck found a strange book. John didn't lie and said it was his diary. They started fighting over all these crystal experiments. Puck accused John of killing 3 people who didn't deserve to die. He didn't even ask if they wanted to eat the crystals. He decided everything for them, and thus sent them to another world. Oddly enough, John doesn't see a problem with this. He is sure that now these people are safe. They are much better off than the people underground. They must immediately get out of here and tell the outside world about the dangerous monsters. For the sake of this goal, one can even make great sacrifices, at least that's how John sees it. People who had been sent to war up until this point did not return. The monsters only lie to boost morale, but in reality, everyone who goes to war dies a horrible death. John tried to justify his actions, saying that even if they were indeed released, they would have a long journey to the outside world. They will have to find food and survive in battles against monsters, and there is no guarantee that they will succeed. When he heard that his friends were hoping for help from the army, he almost burst into anger because it was all nonsense. They have been abandoned, forgotten, so if they don't take risks and try to survive, death awaits them. John will do everything he can to choose from here, even if his friends don't support these methods. Some even supported the reporter, including military soldier Jisuk, who saved John at the beginning of their journey. Most likely, the war will be started far from here. They will be able to seize the moment and try to escape. The Major is not sure they will have a good chance of getting out of the battlefield, but it's worth the risk. John prepared small balls with crystals. You can eat them every day and constantly increase the dose. If his calculations are correct, then by the day of war they will be able to become much stronger and save their lives. They will transform into the next category of people who have experienced the power of evolution. Kim, who had been watching these events all this time, was shocked, because this was not the past he knew at all. The week passed very quickly. There is less and less time left until the war, but the preparations have already begun. They dug for a week to make a way for their escape. A labyrinth was found at the end of this tunnel, and given the height of the corridor, it is not as large as one would like. No monsters or dangerous creatures were seen there. Most likely the maze had already been abandoned. They must find a way out of the maze before they starve to death. It won't be easy, but there is no other option. Now they only have 2 weeks of food left. Meat cannot be stored because it spoils quickly. The Major suggested not waiting for the war and trying to escape right now, in order to take less risk. This idea is quite logical, but the whole problem is with observer spiders because they are constantly watching people. They will also take a few crystals with them so that everyone has a death pill in case of dire circumstances. It's unlikely that everyone will be able to get out, so everyone will be able to make their own choices and control their own destiny. Thanks to the crystals, they became several times stronger, so their chances of escaping increased significantly. John also said that they could use other slaves as bait, and Puck didn't like that at all. There are 1,000 people locked in a dungeon, and none of them are tolerant of deep crystals. These people won't be able to get through the spiders and monsters, so it's impossible to save everyone around them. This is the end of the planning. We need to forget about childish behavior and become adults. This is the only way to save our lives. After this speech, none of the team members said a word. John took it as agreement with his plan. Now he wants to make a film where they will be the main characters and can demonstrate their full potential. The next week passed very quickly, and the very war that the spiders had spoken of began. A huge number of human corpses could be found around, but this was only the beginning. All these people must declare war on their enemies, which is exactly what the Spider Duke needs from them. Meanwhile, our team is also in the middle of events. They are not very lucky with the location, but all is not lost. Puck has been upset all week. He hardly said anything, and today he is also acting like a withdrawn guy. Little Kim, who is now called a talker, works better than the others, which is not surprising because he has a lot of crystals in his body. A little later, something strange happened. A team of slaves met another team in the maze. It turned out that there were monsters behind them, so two enemy armies clashed in one place. You need to eat some crystals immediately to increase your balance of power and prepare for battle. After a few seconds, the monsters began to attack, and first of all, destroy people because the spiders are behind. The war has officially begun. What the spiders have been waiting for so long is now right in front of them. The monsters immediately warned people that any escape would be considered treason and would lead to a horrible death. Pack was seriously injured. Now he is left all alone and is experiencing severe chest pain. It was planned that he would be at the center of events, but as always, in real life, everything does not go according to plan. He must quickly eat the crystal and restore his strength. But at that moment, a monster appeared in front of him. This destructive force was so strong that for a while, Puck felt like a Superman who could fly. The problem is that he dropped the crystal, and now he is left without a source of additional strength and energy. As a child, his parents said that God had given him something that others didn't have, that if he was kinder to the world would be kinder to him. He was always taught to be a good child, and his parents weren't wrong at all when they said that his world was filled with goodness. Pack had always hoped that the same rules applied underground, but it turned out that this was not the case at all. On the mountain, in the world of people, his sincerity and good behavior always brought him gratitude and help from other people. Here, underground, his sincerity and behavior brought him a huge amount of accusations and insults. Acting like a good child turned out to be a bad idea while far from the human world. People's true behavior is revealed when they are one step away from death, their faces change, and an internal struggle begins. Even when other team members were losing their humanity, he tried to behave well and not forget about his conscience until the very end. He was sure that if a man like him turned into a beast, everyone else would fall immediately. But it turned out that in the jungle, the strongest wins. The jungle doesn't care about good or evil. Here you have to think about yourself and forget about your own conscience. Meanwhile, the chaos continued, and Soldier Jisuk was able to find the little talker and save him from the monsters. The central route was attacked with regret on his face. Jisuk said that Park could not survive at the critical moment. There is also no news from some team members. Perhaps they died or ended up in another territory. Jiwon and the Major may still be alive, but finding them is quite a problematic mission. In theory, they were supposed to get through the enemies, so one can only hope that they succeeded. The other team members have joined forces and forced the child to eat the crystal. Now they need to act quickly and as decisively as possible. Deep crystals are like energy boosters. They increase efficiency but do not reduce fat or make muscles grow. This means that people who don't have significant physical training won't get much stronger. Simply put, Fat Man Jong and Cook Hanel are in danger. Their bodies cannot withstand this load. John quickly realized that these two would only delay the rest of the team, which is why he came up with a plan. Together with the soldier and the talker, he will go through the center to distract the monsters, while Jong and Hanel must head to their destination on their own. Jisuk tried to say that they should stick together, but John immediately explained to him that it was impossible. If he wants to live, he must trust his friend and make this difficult choice. At this moment, Jisuk understood everything. He fell silent for a while. The internal struggle began. It was soon decided to follow John's plan. From the very beginning, he had said that only a few would survive. He was probably right. On their way, there are a huge number of dangers, aggressive monsters and cruel predators. Only luck will help them avoid death. They try to keep as low as possible so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The strategy of hiding in the dust also works well, so that the monsters lose their attention. All of this helps you avoid danger and move forward, as well as avoid meeting other people who have the same goal. This is exactly what they planned. But it's much better than staying with the spiders and hoping for their mercy. Other escapees are great at distracting the monsters and allowing our heroes to remain in the shadows. Back to Jeon and Hanul. These two were unlucky with their physical characteristics and are now in a difficult position. They realized that the terrible reporter had decided to leave them, and it was too difficult to accept this act of their partner. Hanel always expected something like this. He thinks it would be better if at least young people could get outside. He never wanted to be a burden in order to survive, and therefore is ready to accept his death with dignity. Hanel is upset that Jong was forced to go with him, and he will do everything he can to help his comrade get out of here alive. He ate several crystals at once and decided to give all his strength to save Jong. He threw it high up, and he himself remained waiting to meet the huge spiders. He deliberately began to attract their attention and call them to him, the only way to help Jeon. These little and ugly monsters should finally understand that old school should be respected. Other team members were nearby. They saw the sacrifice that Hanel had made. John guessed almost immediately that this crazy grandfather had eaten a lethal dose of crystal, a brilliant decision at a critical moment. It's even hard to believe that this dwarf is capable of such strange things. Now he even looks like the king of the hammer maze. But no matter how strong he is, in a battle with the Spider Duke, his strength is no match for that of his opponent. Jisuk listened carefully to his friend. After a few seconds, he turned his head to make sure that everything was okay with the talkative guy. The soldier was very surprised when he saw the child of the dungeon preparing for battle. Kim did this because he always considered Grandpa Hanel his friend. This grandfather even promised to buy him some delicious bread after he returned to the outside world. The soldier tried to stop the boy, but Kim didn't listen to anyone and turned on predator mode. Meanwhile, the fat man realized that his grandfather had given his own life to save him. He saw Hanel fighting with all his might against the spiders and trying to hold them back. He sacrificed his life for the sake of other insects, so John must get out of here immediately and find a way home. After a while, the grandfather realized that he was not alone at all, because the chatterbox came to his aid. It's nice to watch different generations meet, and it's especially nice to understand that the younger generation supports their predecessors. Seeing this, John could no longer try to escape. He had no right to escape when others were risking their lives and fighting monsters. He immediately remembered John and realized that at that moment he was no different from that freak, and he didn't want to look like that piece of shit. He took out of his pocket a huge crystal that had been left for emergencies and prepared to eat it. Meanwhile, John found himself in danger. One of the spiders saw him and decided to eat some live meat. This terrible reporter was very lucky that at that moment another monster attacked the spider, and a fight broke out. Meanwhile, Jisuk kept thinking about the dungeon child and trying to save him. John approached his friend and said that he couldn't think about others forever, because it could only end in death. They should leave this child with the other team members and get out of here immediately. If this is not done, they too will find themselves in the mouths of huge monsters and turn into stew. It almost happened, but at the last moment some unknown creature flew over them and melted the monster's hand. They had never seen anything like it before, although that wasn't surprising, since they had been working and digging all the time. Only a little later did they finally see in front of them these huge spiders who are the Duke's personal guards. They're going to attack, so if you don't forget about the talker now, there'll be no chance of saving your life. Grandpa Hanel finished the first round of fighting the monsters and started yelling at the child. He won extra time for the youth, but Kim decided to come here and join the battle as well. It's hard to understand. Oddly enough, the little Geyserian kept repeating that he wanted to taste the bread that Nell had so actively promised him. Grandpa was pleased to hear this, but he was still angry that this child was risking his life for him. The monsters are approaching. There are more of them every minute, and they are all already hungry. Looking closer, you could see some fat creature approaching the spiders, which means that John had eaten the same death crystal after all. At this point, the grandfather completely lost control of his emotions and began to accuse everyone around him of not appreciating his sacrifice. He did all this to save the youth, and as a result, they are all now at risk of death. John says he would rather die than live with the guilt of abandoning his friend and running away. They have the opportunity to choose from here together. If they work as a team, they will have chances. The reporter promised that the death crystal would cause instant death, but as a result, they are still alive and doing great. Then something interesting happened. The grandfather asked the chatterbox to give him the deep crystal, and immediately took the stone from his hands. John couldn't understand why he was doing this, but the deep crystals were not magical artifacts at all. In reality, a person cannot control this power, and if at first John didn't believe it, then he changed his mind. He looked at his own legs and realized that the human body could not handle this force. Now they were both disabled. The deep crystal takes away the feeling of pain, but the effect soon begins to wear off, and if it weren't for Kim, Grandpa would have passed out from the pain. For them, everything is over. They need to at least try to save the little guy, and to do this, they need to act decisively. John must do everything possible to ensure that the child gets out of the dungeon alive. That was Nell's last word. The fat man tried to stop him, but it was too late. The choice had been made. All that remained was to obey his grandfather's last will. The fat man tried to save everyone to the last. He believed in the extraordinary properties of crystals, but he overestimated them too much. We must forget everything that happened in the past and look to the future, because the danger is still there. John was very lucky to have a dungeon child next to him, otherwise they would have already turned into steak. There is almost no way to the outside light around them. There is either lava or a pack of monsters. Spiders are constantly approaching and preparing to attack, so you need to make a decision quickly. A small child is incapable of strategic thinking, so John should not leave him, but at his feet he is constantly getting stronger. Everything must be done so that the talker can leave without him, and John must make a difficult choice and give his life for the child. He grabbed Kim and asked him to never repeat his mistakes in his life. The fat man apologized to the boy and began to shout and call for help from the Major. It turned out that he saw Major Chan ahead, along with Ji-won, so they are alive and still heading for the exit. The little chatterbox fell right into their hands. Now the three of them must do everything to save themselves. The Major looked more closely at the fat man and saw his leg problems. It was hard for him to accept this, but he understood that the fat man had made his choice and would hold back the monsters for the sake of others. He will do everything possible to give his friends more time to find a way out of this hellish place. If he becomes stronger and makes the spiders afraid, he will do an incredibly good deed and die with dignity. He wants to make the spiders afraid so that they feel like a person who has encountered a wild beast in the mountains. He can't be an ordinary obstacle, because he has to pose a real threat and lose his mind through rage. These horrible spiders had brought him a great deal of misfortune. Now they would pay for it, for he would tear them into a million pieces like a hungry bear. Reporter John is still alive, as is his partner, Soldier Jisuk. Some places in the tunnel have collapsed, but they can still crawl through, especially since they still have food reserves. These monsters won't be able to chase them because only a human can crawl through this tunnel, and it's unlikely that Fatty Jong would be able to do that. If they can get out of here, they will be safe for a while, but the rest of the team must be forgotten. John asked the military to forget about the dungeon child because the situation was out of control, but he understands that this is bad. A Geyserian with incredible physical abilities by his side, which is a great loss. He tried to rid himself of unnecessary baggage, but as a result, he lost an important member of the team, although the chatterbox may still be alive. Strangely enough, they soon found each other and met again deep in the labyrinth. The Major said that everything was under control, and while he was trying to come up with a new plan, a large spider appeared behind him. Jian is a very experienced warrior who has been through several different wars in different parts of the world. His intuition is at the highest level, so he managed to turn around. Within seconds, this experienced warrior killed the spider with his bare hands, ripping off its head. He has a very trained body, so there is a big difference in the effect of the crystal for a person who has trained and one who has eaten burgers. There were a huge number of monsters behind them, so they decided to climb into the maze very quickly and rush to the exit. They all passed, but the Major was still inside. He saw that they were being chased by spiders. If these disgusting creatures are not stopped, their entire team will not be able to escape and they will die. The Major decided to stay inside and also give his own life to save the majority. You don't have to be a soldier to give your life for your friends. The main thing is to have a big heart, and Major Jian has a heart the size of a soccer ball. It seemed that he would never get out of there. He stopped the spiders and collapsed the tunnel on himself. All team members were about to move on, but hearing strange sounds they stopped, and soon saw the Major's hand. This legendary warrior not only stopped the monsters but also stayed alive. A book should definitely be written about his adventures. The Major looked upset. He said he had no choice and now other people wouldn't be able to get through. He planned to wait and start digging the tunnel again, but John revealed that they were the only survivors. All the other members of their team died trying to save each other. Most likely, the monsters will find them soon, so we need to think about what to do next. The Major expected some of them to die, as the mission was extremely dangerous, but he hoped that most would survive. The most dangerous part is behind us, but it's not the end yet. We need to focus on the future and make sure that our friends' sacrifices were not in vain. There is no time to sit and cry. Now we need to find a way out of the maze and reach the surface. The idea that this labyrinth has been abandoned is just a theory, so it's best to proceed with caution. Soon, they heard strange sounds and also felt the ground shaking, all this vibration coming from the other side of the wall. The walls began to collapse and the boys very quickly tried to escape their own deaths. Their worst fantasies were realized because the spider had been chasing them all this time. John was already mentally saying goodbye to life, and it was at this moment that another monster intervened again and saved him. When he gets out of this dungeon, he will have to erect a statue in honor of these green monsters. They have a small window of time now, so they can take advantage of the opportunity and escape. As John got up and tried to escape, he saw that this monster had a human face. He didn't have time to analyze the situation, but everything that happened made him think. He began to tell his friends that the monster who saved him was Puck. The Major immediately assured me that all this was impossible, that the mind was probably losing control over emotions due to constant stress. Meanwhile, the spider had won the battle with the green monster and still looked like it wanted to continue eating. The troubles still weren't over. The team members completely forgot about the ambushes that could be in the maze. Jiwon behaved too prudently and therefore did not notice the trap he had stepped into with his feet. He had never been so hurt in his life, but he had only himself to blame for it. If he had been more careful, he could have avoided trouble, but it's too late to cry now. He will have to be carried on his own two hands, but this cannot last long because he is losing a lot of blood. Jiwon was even in the arms of the Major on the battlefield. He is too weak a link in this team. John tried to talk to him constantly and beg the boy not to die. But no one is immune from blood loss. Monsters are constantly catching up with them. They smell blood and constantly pursue their victims. Jiwon understands that he is only slowing down his friends, so he is ready to become a victim. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately found himself in the hands of death. Jiwon didn't even have time to ask for it, but John immediately left him because he instantly analyzed the situation. Inside, he's even grateful that Jiwon stepped into this ambush because he's always been so weak and slow. This could be called a lack of humanity, but on the other hand, in the depths of the dungeon, it is difficult to remain human. The other teammates couldn't believe their eyes because they had just lost another comrade. John took this opportunity to demonstrate his artistic potential. He started crying and said that Jiwon sacrificed his own life for them, and now they must live and glorify him in the human world. The Major immediately believed the story, but the soldier looked as if he had doubts in his soul. He tried to understand what had happened and began to suspect that John might have done something terrible. He's already seen this reporter lose his humanity in the depths of the abyss, and now he's not even surprised when he feels animosity towards him. At the last moment, he saw that John had thrown Jevon into the arms of death with his own hands. This is not the first time, because this terrible character even used Grandpa as bait. He rejects everyone he considers helpless, a process that began while researching the effects of crystals. The soldier wants to tell the Major about this before it's too late, but he's sure the Major won't believe him. For now, it's better for him to keep quiet and behave calmly because John might do something bad against him. There are only 4 of them left. They are the strongest and bravest. And now, there is no weak link among them. Balakun has incredible abilities because he is a child of the dungeon. The guy does not feel the side effects of the crystals and does everything he is told. The Major assesses the situation very well based on his experience, and it can also be noted that he is a strong and reliable comrade. Now Soldier Jisuk began to analyze himself and realized that he did not have such useful characteristics. John saw his friend's excitement and decided to make sure he was okay. He told all these tales about their friends giving their lives for them, but Jisuk didn't believe it. Although John said nice things, it seemed to the soldier that he was directly hinting that he would abandon him at a critical moment. Of course, that wasn't the case, but that doesn't mean that when monsters start chasing them, something like that might happen. Jisuk didn't even give up the bag of food because he understands that if he doesn't carry provisions, he won't be of any use. And as soon as John realizes that the soldier is not helping the team, he will try to get rid of him. The path continued, and soon they found themselves at a moment when they had to make a choice. They were able to go quite far, and since the path is straight, the spiders will soon be able to catch up with them. If they are lucky, it will be possible to escape, but it all depends on luck. The major decided to go forward to reconnoiter the situation, but at that moment, the soldier began to panic. Lately, his paranoia has reached another level and now he constantly sees hidden meaning in everything around him. He had to stay with the real one, and that can't help but be scary. John tried to help his friend and remove the heavy bag of food from him. He is ready to help him and also take on this burden, but Jisuk doesn't even want to hear about such offers. John began to suspect that his friend was behaving this way because of the loss of close friends who had died in the past day. John doesn't want to pretend he's a bad guy. He did everything to save others, and he's not going to apologize to Kim. If we recall the grandfather, he made his own choice, as did the fat man and Jiwon, because they could not walk without outside support. John is not going to abandon his friend who saved his life at the very beginning, because he is not the devil at all. Jisuk's good deeds, and remembers that he is alive now only thanks to the help of his savior. He wants to repay him and help them get out of here alive, and there's no bad sense in that. If it weren't for Jisuk, John would have already turned into a cold corpse on the second floor. They infiltrated the base together and healed each other's wounds. They became true friends and should not fight with each other. On the other hand, he is right, because in a critical situation it was John who always came up with a rescue plan. If it weren't for him, things could have ended badly, so maybe John deserves a second chance. Deciding to give up the bag of food and relax, the soldier set off to explore another part of the maze. He even apologized to John for having bad thoughts, and it seemed like the guys had found a common ground. All this time, John had considered the soldier the strongest when it came to psychological resilience. But now he had reached his limit. He had already begun to think that the soldier would not be able to stand it and would soon completely lose his mind. And it was at this time that he met the monster. In parallel, Jisuk looked around the maze and thought about what happened in the past. He believes that everyone around him is tired and in the same state right now, so it's better not to doubt his teammates. He must do everything possible to save his friends and bring them home. This is what we need to focus on. Hearing strange sounds, he turned around and saw behind him a huge monster that had come to kill the others. He stopped for a while because what was happening before his own eyes was even difficult to put into words. John, who 2 minutes ago had sworn friendship and promised to be with him until the end, began to run away. He pressed the button in the maze to activate the ambush and said he really didn't want to do it. After a few seconds, John, along with the child of the dungeon, was safe. The monster remained in the labyrinth with Jisuk. Only now did he realize that all this time, all his thoughts had been correct. His intuition was screaming about danger, but he believed the words of the insidious thief. It's too late to think about how bad a person John was. Now you need to run and save your life. There was nowhere to go ahead. The soldier stopped and began to mentally say goodbye to life. All he has left is a death crystal so he can die without suffering pain. It's unlikely that this crystal will help defeat the spider, except to last a few extra seconds. The monster wasn't going to wait for the soldier's decision. He came here to kill. And that's what he did from the very beginning. A few more seconds and Jisuk will turn into a delicious stew in the spider's belly, unless someone intervenes in this battle. The green monsters saved several lives today. Although they look terrible, they act like noble knights. The monster intervened and destroyed the spider and helped Jisuk avoid encountering the teeth of this terrible creature. After the deed was done, the monster started talking to the boy and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. During this time, a lot of interesting things happened, especially the fact that Puck turned into a creature from the dungeon. Jisuk is upset. He should have believed Park and not listened to John's advice, but now it's too late to think about past mistakes. He told his friend about everything that had happened and how the members of their team had died. He told everything about John's evil deeds. Finally, before his death, the soldier asked his comrade to take the profound crystal from his hand. He didn't eat it, because in that case, his actions against the monster would have helped John escape. He didn't want to detain the monster, because John deserves to die, and sooner or later he must find his end in this labyrinth. So he turned out to be the only one who understood the true essence of this terrible monster. But no one listened to him. In fact, Park is very grateful to John, because from the very beginning his whole life seemed like a complete lie. He constantly lived for the happiness of others and forgot to think about himself. He believed that everything was fine as long as those who loved him were happy. Now everything has changed. John has made him understand that all this is just meaningless nonsense, that he should think only of himself and become selfish. Everyone around him always took his good deeds for granted, but he wouldn't make that mistake again. Jisuk never understood the rather important point that Geyser had replaced his comrade. He wasn't looking for his team members to save, he was looking for them to repay a debt. When the moment of reckoning comes, they will understand his inner suffering and pain. He caught up with them. And at this moment, it's hard not to remember the saying that he who laughs last laughs best. In the last seconds of his human life, he thought about how he should have lived differently and dreamed of another chance. Soon he heard a voice telling him that humans were the lowest food chain in the world of predators. Creatures as weak as humans are not even allowed to breathe in geyser because they don't deserve it. Before him is a creature that monitors the evolution of humans, and if Pa accepts it, he will get another chance. This creature cannot exist without a master. The previous owner always remained an ordinary soldier and ignored advice on using abilities. The previous owner died and now this creature wants to get a new body, but much better than it was before. He doesn't need to worry. His head and torso are in excellent condition, they can be saved. He can get a new body and become much stronger than before, which will help make most of his dreams come true. Hearing all these sweet words, he began to smile, realizing that he had grabbed luck by the horns. Now he can choose to either die or turn into a monster. For this guy, the choice is obvious. He will not allow anyone to control him, because now he will control this being and turn into a messiah. Now that he had caught up with the people he had been waiting for so long, the Major finally realized that all this time John had been telling the truth. This parasite was still telling Pak what to do. The synchronization wasn't finished, so he had to eat monsters and people. However, Pak is not going to listen to all these orders. He has come of his own free will to administer justice. If he were a little faster, he could enjoy revenge on every member of the team, but it's better than nothing. The Major doesn't believe that Puck is standing in front of them. It's just a creature that has taken his face. Before them is not their comrade at all, but a real monster who cannot be trusted. All this time, Puck was the most humane of them all, and now he's being called a monster. What an irony. He kept an eye out for spiders because the fat pig and the old man got tired after a minute of shoveling. He constantly calmed the soldiers to avoid fights, and also tried to constantly maintain a good mood in the team. Because of all this, Pa suffered the most of all, and now he is called a monster, and all his good deeds are forgotten. This makes him not only suffer internally, but also scream in pain like a true psychopath. In any case, all of that is in the past. Now he will eat them like a delicious dinner and complete the synchronization with the parasite. They will become a part of him and help him achieve all his goals and long-standing desires. The guys realized that it was not too late. They had to escape. The Major was ready to detain the monster and give John the opportunity to escape with the child. So he asked the soldier not to interfere, but if the Major wanted to fight so badly, they could arrange a rendezvous. The Major is hardly the most important target for Pak, but eating him would be a nice appetizer before the main course. Chan tried to convince his friend that he was making a big mistake. He started talking about what it means to be human. They are not lone wolves. Worrying about what others think is just proof that you care about them. When we accept each other's flaws, we grow as a human species, even if Park doesn't realize it. Now he is nothing more than an ordinary zombie who has been infected by Geyser, and the Major will not allow him to take a single step forward. The Major ate a large crystal and prepared for battle, while John continued to flee and hope to save himself and the child. Soon he saw the head of the Major behind him, who said that everything was under control and the monster had been destroyed. The Major said that he ate the crystal and ripped out the zombie's throat, so now they can stop worrying. A little later, Park stopped playing the role of an artist and showed his true face. John begins to realize that he no longer has weak team members. Now he himself is the weakest of all. His plan was perfect, but now he is left all alone, and there are no more friends who can sacrifice themselves for him. First, he killed one person for research and then got rid of everyone who seemed weak. He believed that as a true hero, he would emerge from this story alive, that his life would change and he would become a celebrity abroad. On the one hand, his story is truly heroic, because it was he who discovered the power of crystals and found a way to escape. Everyone around him died and he vowed to take revenge using the power of Geyser, so he cannot die. Sometimes peace can only be found after a terrible tornado. Perhaps this is his first test and boss fight. At this moment, he discovers new powers and possibilities within himself. This is also called the awakening of the protagonist. Pak listened to this crazy reporter and didn't understand anything. For him, it was all just empty chatter that was worthless. Meanwhile, John hopes that he will be able to control the powers of the deep crystal within him. The main thing is to stay calm and take his time. The risk of impaired energy circulation cannot be ignored. You must concentrate most of your strength in your legs and protect your bones and internal organs. He hoped that now he would be able to show his opponent everything he was capable of and turn into a superhero. Sometimes a person's dreams go in different directions from reality, which is exactly what happened in this situation. From the very beginning, it became clear that the fact is much stronger. Its parasite gives it much greater opportunities. If nothing changes, John risks turning into a spineless corpse in just a few seconds. Already he is starting to spit blood and suffocate. All he can do is scream and call for help. We completely forgot that the child of the dungeon was still nearby. Little Kim came to the rescue despite the risk of danger. His one blow was enough to knock the monster back a few steps. Only a little later did John find out that the child did not have the crystal because he had given it to another friend. Kim has long been accustomed to the death of people, but the death of friends feels completely different. He must save John, because there is no one left except him. Everyone died, and now John says that this monster killed all his friends. The talker must immediately take revenge and destroy his rival. Only in this way can they restore justice and punish this terrible creature for all his bad deeds. John very quickly understood how to manipulate the child and make him do whatever he wanted. By uniting with Kim, they can use the power of the deep crystal for salvation and victory. It seemed like a good idea, but we also shouldn't forget about Pak's strength, because this parasite makes him a real Iron Man. Overestimating one's own abilities and characteristics very often leads to bad consequences. And John made this mistake again. If it weren't for the chatterbox, he would have been dead a long time ago, but this child covers him with his own body and accepts death regardless. Kim, with tears in his eyes, said he didn't want to see another of his friends die. John is the only one he has left, and he is ready to do everything possible to keep him alive and unharmed. Having received a serious injury, the talker lost consciousness and began to bleed. Only now did John realize that he was not the main character at all, but an ordinary thief who always wanted to feel special. On the other hand, he still has a profound crystal that can turn this situation upside down. John understands that the real hero is the child who is now in his arms. If you put this crystal in this child's wound, then truly extraordinary things can happen. Returning to today's events, it becomes clear why Kim was able to realize his potential. Inside, it is a huge, deep crystal that constantly gives it additional strength. Seeing this, Kate ordered all members of the crash team to immediately retreat and hide in cover. She seemed to sense that terrible things were going to happen to the Baron on the 9th floor now, and that she should stay away from him. Kim felt an incredible pain piercing his entire body and screamed as if he were being slaughtered like a pig. This happened because his mind was synchronizing with the past, although this was precisely why the hypnosis process was initiated. No one expected the mana storm to be so strong. His body should have been torn apart considering this internal energy. When the Baron was younger, he was able to survive and even make it to the surface, which means he learned to control this inner storm. If he could hold on to it now, until he was done with all these memories, then everything would end perfectly. At this point, problems began to appear, as always happens when a happy ending appears on the horizon. The porter cannot handle such a load, even though he is a beast geyser, but it is too much for him. We will have to try to close ourselves off from this energy in order to stay alive, because otherwise it will tear everyone around us to shreds. The problems weren't over. Soon Hyujin felt a group of worms approaching them. It seems that with all these actions they are trying to attract all the monsters of the 10th floor here. At one point, Kate saw that the Baron was no longer screaming. He had calmed down and was silently watching them. His eyes look as if his skill has changed. But this is just the influence of external factors. This is hardly brainwashing, rather it is more like mind control from another person. Kim must not allow the deep crystal to destroy his body, but must instead use the full potential of the crystal to his advantage. You need to feel all its depth and power and make this energy controllable. Use it to escape from this place and destroy everything in your path. Kim must forget all the bad memories of this terrible place and live happily on the surface. There is nothing he cannot do with his own hands. John convinced the boy that he was the main character, while Puck calmly watched. He was surprised when he saw that a large crystal had been inserted into the boy's wound. The parasite asked him not to interfere, because these people would now be destroyed. Hungry beasts sometimes consume crystals to stay alive, which takes many days and effort. The mana contained in the crystals does not belong to monsters at all, and therefore the child must be torn apart by the amount of this energy. The parasite was sure that these people would now self-destruct, but a little later it became noticeable that the child's wounds began to heal. The parasite could not believe it. He saw John interfering with the child's consciousness and ordered Pak to immediately kill John. To put it simply, John was trying to use his power to instill false memories in Kim. Puck nevertheless intervened in the process and decided to kill John before it was too late. Inside this barrier was such a powerful energy that the parasite lost its arm during the impact. Now John is dying. He realizes that he has been wrong too many times, but he wants to be greedy one last time. He doesn't want to be forgotten. He doesn't want to end his life as a miserable thief and a reporter who has achieved nothing. Kim was born to an American father and a Korean mother. His full name is John Kim Jae, and he wants his memory to live on. That's why he wants this little child of the dungeon to take his name, and that's how the Geyserian got the name Kim. The child remembered that he had to use the power of the deep crystal to its full potential. These were some of his few remaining memories. He kept repeating that he had to escape from Geyser and destroy everything in his path. Now, Kim's story becomes much deeper and more multifaceted, going beyond his name and birthplace. He understood who he is. He understood his roots, and now no one will stop him. This incredible mana can be felt even a few meters away from Kim. It seems that this aura can destroy even without touching. Now is not the time to look at him as a Superman. We need to prepare and defend ourselves. As soon as Kate said that Kim might attack them, he immediately ran forward. The brainwashing team can cause any consequences, so now Kim can consider them all as her enemies. He started hitting everyone around him so hard, as if they were the cause of all his life's problems. Now his aura has gone beyond imagination, and even such experienced warriors as the Fallen are beginning to fear. It only took him a few seconds to tear the stretcher in two, like a piece of chewing gum. He approached Hyojin and stuck his hand into her body, ripping out her heart and stopping her breathing forever. Don't worry, all this is just an apparent reality that didn't actually happen. This is nothing more than a trick, although our heroes felt all this pain on their own bodies. They don't understand what happened. The Baron also returned to his place and seemed not to have taken a single step forward. It was probably Captain Provalny's intervention. He activated his skill and saved the team. This technique is called reality denial. Kate had heard of it before, but had never encountered it in her life. It's not yet clear how this works, but now Kim wants to attack them, and do it all in the real world. Eugene intervened and activated her strong side. She will try to hold Kim back for a while. For now, he is under her control. But if everyone else wants to live, they must flee immediately and find a safe place. This whole procedure took much more strength than Lee expected. He would no longer be able to help the team at a critical moment. If he tries to activate the reality denial skill again, he will lose his eye and will no longer be able to use it. The demon and Baron take up much more energy than expected, so there are probably limitations to this technique. He woke up exactly as planned, but in the process he also lost his mind. Kate set the synchronization of emotions and sensations to the maximum level so that Kim could truly feel what he saw. It's strange to see him awaken through brainwashing, rather than through his own efforts. In the past, a high-ranking profound crystal became the fuel for his awakening and began the process of evolution. The captain cannot believe that such mana can be created using a high-rank crystal, and he is right. The young Baron's mana storm was about 2 meters in diameter, but now it is more than 10 meters wide. There were 3 commands in the brainwashing: absorb the power of the crystal, escape from Geyser, and destroy all obstacles that stand in the way. If Kim is released to the surface, everything should be resolved, but he cannot be allowed to destroy everything on his way to the surface. He will have to go 10 floors, and in that case he will kill a huge number of living creatures. Kate said she could help with the process and speed up his memories. Now he doesn't look like a living person at all, because such strength is enough even to tear apart a huge worm. It would start moving soon, so Kate decided to start the process right now and not put it off until later. It seems like not even half a day has passed since they fought each other. May not have been able to control himself, but now he still has to pay for the damage he caused to the crash team. Now Captain Lee wants to see how much stronger Kim has become. The second round will begin now. As soon as Kim heard the challenge to a duel, he immediately jumped forward and prepared to deliver a powerful blow. Recall that Lee won the first battle by controlling his strengths. Now he is trying to do the same. His experience and internal balance help him control his opponent perfectly, but now his opponent has become much stronger. Kim has discovered an internal source of energy and can not only miss punches, but also hit his opponent back. So far, Lee can't do any damage to the Baron because he has created a mana shield around himself. However, even this is not enough to stop Lee. He still knows how to find weaknesses even in strong opponents. He believes that Kim is no better than the beast Geyser, who relies only on his strength and instincts. Nothing has changed since their last duel, because when it comes to combat, technique is the determining factor. Kim hasn't listened to his advice all this time, but maybe now everything will change. After missing blows, the 9th floor Baron rose and demonstrated an incredibly powerful blow to the liver area. He probably finally understood what Lee had been talking about all this time. He was able to trick him and demonstrate his fighting IQ. He began to panic and ordered the parasite to immediately restore his eye. But that might not be enough to stop such a predator. Back to the events of the past, John passed on power to little Kim, as well as new memories. The monster parasite cannot understand what happened. Only after some time does he begin to guess about the new reality. This child controls a storm of mana that should have torn his body into tiny pieces long ago. The child was able to fully contain this incredible energy, but he is still a weak species, so he can be defeated. The monster began attacking the child and said that the Gazerian must die. It seemed like it would be easy to defeat the child, but this child had already managed to go beyond imagination and rise to the level of a titan. Now the monster pack must suffer. He came here to take revenge on his friends, but instead, death awaits him. Kim remembered his friend's last words that he should stop at nothing and destroy everything that stood in his way. He acted so aggressively that Park even began to think about his own death to end all this suffering faster. He agrees that the last surviving member of their team should kill him and begins to ask Kim to do it faster. Then everything got even more confusing. Kim realized that he was next to Park. All this time he had been fighting the monster, and only now did he hear his real voice. They were friends in the past, and as we know, Kim doesn't want to kill his friends, he wants to be friends with them. The boy started talking about how he was going to save his friend now and said that he was very glad that Puck was still alive. At this moment, John appeared in his head again, ordering him to kill the monster and stop at nothing. An internal struggle begins in the little child's head. He must destroy everything that stands in his way, but Puck is his friend. It was hard for him. He began to suffer and scream. He didn't want to kill his friends, but on the contrary, he wanted them to live forever. Because of this internal struggle, for a while Kim completely lost control of reality. He began to run, and not look back. Pak tried to stop him. He didn't want to die alone. For him it was the worst option, but such was his fate. Back to the present moment, two strong leaders continue their battle and have no intention of stopping. Lee can see with his right eye again. He is very lucky that the parasite helped. At this moment, a conversation with the parasite also began in his head. The monster reminded him that they were both in the same state. They must support each other and use strong skills to defeat enemies. The parasite also reminded that without his help, the entire Crash team would have died long ago, just like Lee. However, the warrior was not going to recognize the parasite. He was sure that he could win without its help, and did not need all these skills. Kim is not going to wait for his opponent's internal dialogue. He is aggressive and wants to act cruelly. Kim doesn't even give him a chance to rest. The constant attacks make Lee suffer and scream in pain. He understands that he needs to prepare and speed up his reaction, but right now he can't do anything. Oddly enough, this time the appearance of a huge monster may save his life, although before it was always a sign of danger. The giant worm that Seihan was talking about is already nearby. He is probably not alone, but came with his team. He ordered his assistants to immediately protect the demon from these monsters. In the meantime, he would try to divert the attention of the enemies to himself. Meanwhile, Kim was still in an incomprehensible state, as if he were still hypnotized. In his head, John's voice could be heard, asking him to use the power of the deep crystals and take all this energy for himself. Kim has just inserted a deep crystal into his torso, and even Lee loses track of what's happening. The huge worms immediately sensed the mana around them and began to approach Kim. The parasite immediately began searching for crystals nearby. He feels that these artifacts are in the bodies of monsters. Within seconds, Kim was attacking these huge slugs and doing all the dirty work for the fallout. With incredible speed and ease, he ripped the profound crystals from the bodies of these huge monsters. Lee looked at him and realized that he was no longer a human being. Even a Geyserian's body should not withstand such a load. Kate explained that all this is only happening because brainwashing has occurred and because Kim is currently unconscious. She is sure that he is in incredible pain, even worse than if he were burned alive. Due to the other mana within himself, his body is in a vicious cycle of simultaneous destruction and regeneration. If the recovery stops, it will turn into nothing in a few seconds. This is probably the secret to Kim's abnormal amount of energy. When he was a child, he constantly absorbed crystals on the battlefield. After that, Kim turned around and saw that there was also a profound crystal inside Lee. He desperately began to approach his friend, clearly understanding what he had to do. Don't be offended by the Baron. He is currently in a state of affect and cannot control his consciousness. I had to turn on the visible reality technology again, otherwise it would all have ended in disaster. Then something unexpected happened. After the technique saved Lee's life, the parasite intervened. Kim was surprised and stopped for a few seconds because he couldn't understand what was really happening. Lee tried to stop this inner being, but the parasite refused to listen to him. He didn't choose his body to die in such a place, so he will have to take control of the body to continue their existence. The parasite realized that now they were in danger of being torn to pieces if they did not take control of Lee's consciousness. He had always wanted to do this, because the last time he was fully conscious was too long ago. This won't last forever. 10 minutes is the limit. With the amount of energy the parasite has accumulated, the parasite is sure that it is impossible to safely capture and disable Kim now, so he will have to be killed. Kate was surprised by this turn of events. She fell silent, and then said that the parasite was crossing the line. If he does this, a group of black marketeers will chase him to the very end of Geyser to kill him. She is asking for the impossible. He believes that Kim does not deserve to live, but then, at least he will have to cut off his limbs. The battle between Lee and Kim was incredible, but what awaits us now is even difficult to describe in words. Kim tried to hit as hard as he could, but his blows went through the parasite. Physical attacks may not help in this battle, so it's better to come up with something else. The parasite defended perfectly and struck back. He perfectly felt the pace of the fight. Now he's going to hit Kim in sore spots, like joints and internal organs. This will continue until his arms and legs fall off, or something happens to stop the monster. Let's not forget that there is also a parasite living inside Kim, and when someone insults him, he really doesn't like it. Previously, it seemed that such parasites had long been extinct, but he is one of the last prototypes of these creatures. The past has met the future. This is no longer a battle of two warriors. This is a battle of some of the most powerful beings in Geyser. Parasites are often forgotten. They do not have their own territory and are considered secondary creatures of the dungeon. But this is not entirely true. The parasite that sits in Kim's body was born in the first generation. It is considered too ancient and outdated. All prototypes are the cause of evil in the parasite race. So believes the new generation, for whom it is a personal matter. All parasites have a mission. They are the seeds of the king who must return to the colony and fulfill their duties. Only now did Parasite Lee realize that he was standing before the boss of the colony. Now it is clear why the only prototype left is Parasite Kim. Parasite Lee has separated from the colony to become a separate individual. They are no longer one, and he has no intention of going back. The king is dead. The order will soon be destroyed, and the prototypes must also become a thing of the past. The prototype began to absorb the fallen fragment called fibrosis. When the analysis is complete, the prototype will be able to use fibrosis for its own purposes. This is called absorbing the prototype's abilities, and it is a very dangerous technique. These parasite showdowns look interesting, although their story is not fully revealed. Parasite Lee began ordering the warrior to kill Kim immediately because they were facing true evil. Even the young demon Kate must understand that she is protecting a completely evil side of this world. She protects the demon king who has returned to Geyser and who must be destroyed immediately. Everything turned out to be not so simple because Lee is not going to follow all these orders. He has long wanted to deceive his parasite and regain control of his body. The parasite did not stop and asked its owner to kill Kim immediately because they must not make a mistake with their choice. However, Lee didn't listen to him at all. This time he would take away all the darkness in Kim's soul. He would take away all his past. Soon Kim opened his eyes. He didn't immediately understand what had happened and tried to guess where he was. It was an empty place. He was lying on a blanket and was covered with the skin of some creature. He noticed a fire nearby. The man in the Fallout mask started talking to him. This man had been waiting for Kim to wake up for a long time. Kim thought it was Captain Lee talking to him. And then he began to feel incredible pain in his own body. He feels as if 1,000,000 knives are being stabbed into his body at once. Lee asks him to conquer his pain and calm down. All other team members went to get medical herbs and food, and some of their belongings were lost during the last incident. Now they are hiding in the nearest cave and cannot worry about the attack of monsters. When Kim came out of the cave, he saw exactly what incident the captain was talking about. Seeing this chaos, it seemed to him that there was a war here, but then they explained to him that he had done all this. Kim probably lost his memory and therefore doesn't remember anything, but the captain is ready to explain everything. He took off his mask and showed his face now, because of the parasite. His face looks a little different. Lee explained what happened and how he used his skill to erase Kim's memory, and because of it, he lost his eye. 2 days have passed since then, and he hasn't felt so grateful in a long time. He doesn't even know how to thank Lee. The captain assured him that there was nothing special about it. He would have lost his eye sooner or later anyway. It just happened right now. Lee has no regrets, and it's not like he's completely lost his eyesight. He now relies on the parasite's power, which allows him to track deep crystals. Some objects he can even see better than before. Now he looks at his interlocutor as if at the sun. He sees the inner energy in the crystal. Meanwhile, All the other team members, along with the demon, returned to the cave. They brought some food with them. Since Kim has not yet fully recovered her strength, Kate is ready to carry him in her arms. It's too late to go to the labyrinth they were going to visit first, so it's better to rest and continue the journey tomorrow. First, they will go to Baron Horus's labyrinth. He should be glad that they destroyed the local worms. After that, Lee continued his story. There was still much to tell. Their main goal was to delve into Kim's past and relive the awakening process. He had to remember all the feelings of that moment in order to use the mana in the present moment. But he lost his mind during the awakening. Kim doesn't remember anything. If you look only at the result, it seems like they only lost because of this process. They are very lucky that they have another idea to solve this problem. Kim received a small, lower-ranked profound crystal in his hand. Kim had been consuming such crystals even before he was brainwashed, and during the battle he did so with worm crystals. This means that he has the ability to absorb raw crystals, and there is confidence that his body has memorized this process. Now all that remains is to go with the flow and learn to use your strength. We can't let the loss of our eye be a wasted sacrifice. Kim smiled and said he would do everything possible to ensure that his friend's help was not in vain. Nothing bad should happen because it's a lower-rank crystal, but it will hurt a lot, and that's the only downside. As soon as Kim swallowed the crystal, he immediately started screaming in pain. He expected it to be a little easier. Lee told him to calm down and ignore the pain. He saw the mana begin to rage in Kim's body. Mana will try to break free from the body, independent of what she will have to destroy on her way. Right now, the hero is incredibly hurt. He doesn't know how to manipulate mana, so he doesn't have the ability to self-heal. The parasite is also in a dormant state, so it won't help. Usually in such situations, people die within a few hours. All these internal flows of mana are his strength. He must learn to take it under control and not try to stop the movement of mana. You need to feel the energy from your fingers to your shoulders. Imagine that it is blood flowing through your veins. This is the path of mana. The glass fragments in his body have become a stream and are now flowing through his body. In order to fully master this power, you need to sink to the very bottom and push yourself off it. They completely lost touch with reality and found themselves deep underwater for a while. He was cold, he froze, and started to constantly repeat that he wanted to go home. Only a little later did Lee appear next to him and explain that all this was very good. It turned out that inside the Baron there was actually paradise. That's how the process ended. Kim received congratulations from friends because he received the blessing of Geyser. A little later they set off on their journey. Now Kim has additional skills that make him much stronger. Soon they found themselves in Baron Horus's territory, intending to collect as many crystals as possible along the way. Kate is sure that the Baron won't even notice this. It's unlikely that he keeps track of the number of crystals on his territory. Baron Horus is one of the most powerful and wealthy residents of the 10th floor. The core of his labyrinth is located in the center of a giant mine. The goblins on the 9th floor are also doing something similar, but not as successfully. Still, they have an iron mine, but you won't find particularly valuable material there, like in Baron Horus's mine. There are even rumors that deep crystals fall from the ceiling of the labyrinth directly into the hands, which is why the Baron is so wealthy. It is because of this that he can afford a large military force with excellent technology and equipment. Kim expects that sooner or later he will have to fight this Baron, but it is unlikely that Horus will use his full power. Before going to the Baron, it's better to put on a mask. It smells like the body of a beast, and no one will be able to guess that Kim is human. Soon they found themselves inside a maze of shadows. Kim had never seen such a large amount of gold before. The Baron's soldiers were constantly nearby and watched to make sure no one stole the valuables. It's unclear whether their equipment just looks nice or if it's actually very valuable, but either way, it's impressive. Kate said that this equipment is made of mithril, but if we talk about their skills, they don't even know how to fight. This is on beasts that can use force. They die as soon as their physical form dissipates, so armor is pointless. This is just to make them look confident, so you don't have to worry about all that heavy security. Soon, Kim saw a soldier who looked a little different. He is called a fanatic. He is one of the lower soldiers of Count Parthenon. Before entering the Baron's presence, Lee reminded Kim that he had in no way attempted to attack Horus. Kim understands that he is in foreign aristocratic territory, but sometimes he completely loses self-control. Soon they entered the main room and greeted Baron Horus the Burnt, a large creature that shines in the darkness of the abyss. He is also called the one who absorbs light, or the Burnt Horus. The Baron greeted the guests, allowed them to raise their heads and settle in as comfortably as possible. They had arrived early, and he had not expected to see his guests today at all. Kate said that they brought several precious objects from the surface, and they want to show them to the master of the labyrinth. She began to say that only Horace could see true art and artifacts, but all this was nothing more than beautiful words. Soon, with the help of a little spell, Kate retrieved all the artifacts she had been talking about all this time. When Kim saw them, he immediately realized that they were of very poor quality. Some were even made of plastic. Kate still looked confident. She assured that these were works of art that were supposed to be presented to a human king. Dark merchants were able to steal them and bring them to the dungeons, but these are the most valuable things that ordinary people can dream of. Baron Horace said that he could not allow other aristocrats to intercept these items, and therefore was ready to buy them right now. Kate said that they had lost a lot due to the battles on the way to the Baron, and therefore, they would only sell the goods for 8 high-quality profound crystals. He soon agreed to all these conditions and said that for him these were just trifles. He said that even 8 crystals would not be enough, and he was ready to raise the price to 12 artifacts. To him, this means being a true aristocrat of the abyss, and Kim is called a fairly simple word: stupidity. He looked at the Baron and didn't understand how this person could have survived in the abyss at all, but there was no explanation for that. At this moment, Kim wondered if this was the perfect moment to kill the Baron. A maid and a vampire play with a human child and have fun in Nagi's maze. Officers and soldiers spend all their time training and honing their combat skills. Ordinary workers do their daily work and try to have fun in their free time. The animals, which have been increasing in number in the maze lately, are constantly playing with the snail, who has come again. The elf spends little time in the labyrinth. She is constantly busy with the process of exploration and surveillance. Everyone around looks active, even despite the absence of the owner, especially those in love. The King of the Dead had already forgotten the last time he had explored this labyrinth in his past life. Back then, there were no constant battles. He was losing track of time, and his research was not progressing at all. They finished all the dirty work, and now Pinky wants to go on a date with him. But it's unlikely that Valets will reciprocate. She probably completely forgot about the terms of the contract, as well as the fact that he should have his own free time. How their conversation ended, the King of the Dead didn't care about the girls in love. Pinky returned home soon after, earlier than expected and not quite on time. The girl began to look around the room to find her boyfriend, and at that moment she saw that the house had a basement. Let's go back to Kim for a moment. He was already preparing to take out his sword and kill Baron Horace, and Captain Lee noticed this immediately. Kim realized that now the enemy leader was openly sticking his neck out. One well-aimed blow, and it would all be over. Once he dies, all the soldiers he summoned will disappear, and you can easily take all the resources and the core of the labyrinth. At this moment, using telepathy, the captain addressed Lee and ordered him not to attack the Baron. If this happens, he will immediately have problems with the dark web traders, since he is now officially connected to them. Other labyrinths will put pressure on dark traders for violating neutrality. After some time, this whole story will be fully revealed. Information about this will reach the enemy labyrinths, and Kim will begin to be called pathetic and unscrupulous. This will allow enemies to attack him and boost their morale, making the alliance of the 9th floor labyrinths impossible. At this point, Kate began to tell Horace about the Baron of the 9th floor. Horace began calling Kim bad names and said that he had heard about his affair with Count Anatolio, and he did not like it. Count Horace said that he felt no threat from some child on the 9th floor because he could destroy him with just one finger. He doesn't even need to send his entire army for this, just 5 soldiers will be enough. Now they realized that the aristocrats had relaxed their vigilance and did not even suspect what was happening on the 9th floor. Nevertheless, Kim was still able to contain his aggression and remained calm. A little later, they found themselves in a cave near a maze of shadows. Now they can analyze the situation. Lee was very scared. He almost regained his sight for fear that Kim would start attacking the Baron. He was right not to attack Horace, because there would have been far greater losses if that had happened. Lee agrees that Horace seems like a simple fool without much talent. However, few people know that there is a reason why he holds a monopoly on the richest lands on the 10th floor, as well as the title of Baron. Until the darkness that envelops his entire body dissipates, no one can kill him, no one except Count Anatolio. If Kim attacked him, the Baron's body would split into 2 immediately after the attack. All of this would be an illusion because, as a result, only impenetrable darkness would remain before Kim. This is called the fiery darkness of the abyss. This technique belongs exclusively to one being, the scorched Horace. Kim suggested shining a flashlight on him, but this advice can hardly be taken seriously. Meanwhile, Pinky opened the basement door and saw something she wasn't supposed to see. The King of the Dead had already prepared his new body and was getting ready to celebrate. This body holds all the miasmas he could find in this place. This body will allow him to regain 60% of his strength. He still doesn't have enough miasma to transition to another body, so he must have been in too much of a hurry. The King of the Dead has only one chance. He must focus on restoring the miasma. As soon as he turns into an undead, he will immediately lose his taste and hunger for regular food, and will have to say goodbye to all the employees. He turned his head and saw that he was not alone in the room. He had never felt such fear as a dead person. Pinky stood there as if hypnotized and unable to move. She was as shocked and scared as he was. Valets realized that he was caught red-handed. She saw everything, so Pinky must die. He immediately began to attack her with miasma energy. The girl became even more scared and didn't know what to do. She began to suffocate and lose consciousness, but the King of the Dead had no other choice. All of this will take a long time. He will also suffer health problems after this attack. But Pinky cannot be left alive. He should kill her right now, but at this moment he feels uncertain, although he cannot explain these emotions. Maybe he's become too sentimental lately. He needs to forget about these feminine things and become a man again. She shouldn't have come back, shouldn't have forced him to do it. She promised to give it to him in her free time. Oddly enough, the King of the Dead still hesitates and cannot finish off his victim like an experienced predator. He can't understand why this is happening. Maybe because it's just a little girl who brought him lunch. She began to cry and apologize, asking for forgiveness and promising never to interfere with his affairs again. Pinky even said that she just wanted to spend some free time with him, just to be there for a few moments of relaxation. These words turned out to be the most powerful spell in the world. These words were enough to make the King of the Dead abandon his original goal. His miasma level ran out and he was immediately seriously injured, but it didn't matter. He should have killed her, but he couldn't. And now his entire work is in jeopardy. When he opened his eyes again, after losing consciousness, he saw that he was in a cozy and warm place. It was something like the central center of the Nagi temple. He saw that there was a maid nearby. They talked about how too much miasma had been found around the cemetery, but that this energy shouldn't have harmed the workers. It seemed that Pinky would tell everything now. And then, a terrible future would await the King of the Dead. It turned out that everything was completely wrong. He actually took all the blame and said that she had forgotten about safety precautions. Her words were enough to calm the Dominican and the sorcerer. They soon revealed that Pinky was seriously injured but showed her heroic heart. Even despite the intense pain, she took Valets on her shoulders and slowly moved towards the central labyrinth. In simple words, she saved her partner, and now, after some time, they will fully recover from their injuries. The King of the Dead immediately said that he wanted to continue his treatment on his territory so as not to leave the cemetery unguarded. Pinky decided to go with him, and soon the doctors let them go home. Everyone around immediately understood that this was love, and decided not to interfere with the young people spending time together. Dominicana realized that she almost lost important employees, so now she must inspect the cemetery and tighten security there. The sorcerer also noticed that this whole situation was very strange. In order to receive such injuries, it was necessary to gather an incredible concentration of miasma. This could not have gone unnoticed, meaning it was all done deliberately, and this is worrying. It's also a strange fact that the worker rescued Pinky from a room filled with miasma, but he only has injuries to his hands. This means that there are traces of magic in this case. The worker is using a necromancy spell. Valet saw that Pinky had injuries all over her body and ordered her to climb onto his back. She was incredibly happy, and within a few minutes he was carrying her like a real princess. Now it's time to talk about what happened. He wants to understand why she didn't tell Dominican the truth. Pinky replied that she didn't think anyone needed to know about it. She didn't want him to have any problems. She believes that while working with the miasma energy, her boyfriend gained incredible strength and can now become a hero too. She found an explanation for all his actions and now feels at peace because she believes in all this nonsense. They agreed not to tell anyone about all these secrets. And Valets also asked Pinky to never again interfere with his free time in the basement. Back to Kim and the Fallout team, they're talking about the mana flowing through Kim's body. Most likely this power is much greater than Baron Horace's mana. Kim is probably at the level of a count now, or even higher. This does not mean that he has a higher level of mana than Anatolio. It is not that simple. Kim tried to recreate the circulation of mana in his body and strengthen his arms. Everything worked almost instantly. He continued to improve his energy control skills and attack various stones. Such training is necessary in order to fully master the technique and learn all the subtleties of this game. Right now, his movements are quite clumsy because he is too focused on circulating mana, which means he is not yet used to controlling his own energy. You don't need to consciously control mana. This process is natural, like the flow of water in a river, that is, it is a passive ability. They cannot use mana from birth like geyser beasts, so Kim will appear to have a new set of arms and legs. You need to learn to control them as part of your own body. It will take some time, but then it will add many possibilities. You have to remember that even if you have an ocean of mana, if you don't use this energy correctly, it won't help. We need to receive a whole waterfall from the paradise within ourselves, and not be satisfied with a small stream. This is the only way to learn to fight on equal terms with the Barons of the Abyss, and there is no need to rush to do so. If Kim continues to improve his skills, soon all of Geyser will be afraid of him. He can discover a technique like the tsunami, and then Count Anatolio will never treat him like a small insect again. Upon seeing this training, all the other team members immediately ran away because they thought they had been attacked by monsters. It turned out that this was just a honing of Kim's skills and nothing more. It was like an attack by the Queen of Giant Worms, but you can find cons anywhere. The captain approached Kim and took his hand. She was seriously injured, and now they needed to call Eugene for help. Apart from Eugene, no one is able to control the regeneration skill, as it is a very difficult technique to control. Kim decided to try to do it on his own. He's always too cocky, but that's what makes him such a cool guy. The captain noticed some problems. The power of Kim's punches is incredible, but there is a critical flaw in how he does it. For a few seconds after his attack, his body strength is no different from that of an ordinary person. All creatures that have mana also have stronger bodies, even if they don't like it. The level of power is proportional to the amount of mana, so the closer they are to the abyss, the stronger they become. A wound that can kill a person from the surface will only leave a scratch on a person from the abyss. The deep crystal acts as a storage, so a large amount of mana is always within the body. On top of the inactive energy that a person draws from within themselves, there is mana, which is used to strengthen the body. Kim's defenses dropped as he prepared to strike, and within seconds his body was as weak as a surface person's. It may seem like a minor problem because it only lasts a few seconds, but that's very misleading. If the enemy is strong and conscious enough, he can take advantage of this opportunity and kill Kim. This attack should only be used if there is no other choice. You must be sure that this blow is enough to kill the enemy. After the conversation was over, it was time to relax a bit and enjoy a delicious dinner. They found themselves in the center of the wasteland labyrinth after 3 days. An underground labyrinth that reaches the 11th floor. It is called the Dry Pit. This labyrinth is very clean and colorless. It is made of marble, and all the soldiers here are just ordinary insects. Most of them are slow beetles, but they are very strong because their exoskeleton is also covered in marble. This place looks minimalistic compared to Horus's labyrinth. Probably the owner of the labyrinth doesn't care about the appearance. Soon they finally met the local boss, this one being Baroness Velatus, or the Antlion. Although she is an ordinary geyser insect, she looks like a human, which is a sign of her intelligence. The Baroness is very lazy and constantly does nothing. She lies in her place under the blanket and watches Netflix. Velatus buys electronics and games from black market traders, and you can even spot a regular generator here. If Uther regularly goes outside, then this lady is a real recluse who plays offline games because there is no internet here. She doesn't look like a threat at all. So our heroes continued their journey and came to a maze of jungles and mountain ranges. There is also a forest on the 9th floor, although this place is more like an ordinary jungle without any special nuances. The soldiers here are therianthropes. Instead of different species, there are only harpies, and they are all extremely fat and can hardly fly. Xanax of the Blue Sky lives here. She is the boss of this labyrinth. This Baroness is as fat as all her soldiers, and she is also very lazy and impudent. In general, Xanax constantly buys food from shady dealers. It's frozen food from their grocery store. They calmly left this labyrinth without receiving any useful information, and lately they have been getting little benefit from these travels. Now they will go to the Boreas laboratory because they want to visit all the labyrinths on this floor. The eternally frozen lands of Baron Bore are next on their list, for this Baron is the only being on this floor who truly deserves his title. Captain Lee once again asked his partner not to show aggression in any way, even if the Baron decided to attack him. 4 days later, they found themselves near the entrance to the permafrost on the 10th floor of Geyser. They are surrounded by frozen mana, which is why it is not slippery or like regular ice. The labyrinth took the form most suitable for its master, just as Xanax has an overgrown jungle because her army consists of harpies. Baron Bore is a frost ogre, and it is already known that he rules over several snowmen. Soon, the captain ordered all crew members to immediately wear masks. Ahead, they saw the corpse of a recently killed beast. with a spear sticking out of its back, meaning it had been killed. This spear has a huge amount of mana, so the owner of this territory may be nearby. Boreas is known for his love of battle. He kills all the beasts around him out of his thirst for blood, and even kills his slaves who steal his prey. That is why most of his warriors are ordinary scouts. He is the only hunter in his own army. Soon, Baron Beret pulled out his list and saw the dark merchants approaching. They arrived earlier than expected. He approached them so quickly that some almost fainted from fear. If it weren't for the demon's red skin, he would have killed her almost as soon as he noticed her. He warned that everyone must carry a flag with the symbol when they come to him, and he would not forgive any more such mistakes. Kate said that they lost most of their treasure when they were ambushed by giant worms. The Baron is not going to believe this nonsense. There are enough of them to destroy even the aristocrats, so he understands that everything she says is a lie. One of the team members kept standing with his head held high, probably because Kim did not respect the Baron's authority. Soon he immediately bowed because he remembered the captain's words that there shouldn't be any problems. Kate apologized for the behavior of the newcomer, who was on this floor for the first time. She explained that he had problems with his head. He was autistic. For all these miscalculations, Boreas is ready to punish his guests. 5 blows without using a spear, 2 for the demon, and 3 for the mercenary. Kate said that she was responsible for the mercenary, so she was ready to withstand all 5 blows. In this case, she will face twice as much punishment, and Kate must prepare for terrible pain. She didn't even have time to blink when the master of this labyrinth approached her and struck the first blow. This continued over and over again until all 10 strokes were performed. You may not like demons, but right now it's hard not to sympathize with this little creature. Kim looked at her and completely understood that it was his fault. If he hadn't been distracted, Kate wouldn't have been hurt. He remembers that he shouldn't show his aggression even if the Baron starts attacking. The captain has been very active in asking for this. With each subsequent blow, Kate looked even worse. This small body could not withstand such pressure. Kim looked at this with aggression in his eyes. It seemed to him that the Baron had decided to kill Kate. Even Baron Bore understood that the demon would die from the next blow. He doesn't understand why her guards don't intervene. Dark merchants hired them to protect Kate, but they don't even do anything. Captain Lee explained that the orders of the labyrinth leader take precedence, which is why they do not want to interfere in this conflict. When it seemed that the Baron would now strike the final blow and kill the demon, Kim rose to his feet again and took a step forward. He admitted that all this happened because of him, and if the demon died, it would be a failure for all the mercenaries on the team. The dark traders will also be incredibly angry, so both sides will lose from this situation. Kim asked to be given the opportunity to take the 10th strike instead of Kate, because it would be fair. The Baron agreed to these conditions but said that for this strike he would use a spear. There would be one attack, and Kim would not have the right to dodge but could block the blow. If Kim can do this, the Baron will turn a blind eye to all their future mistakes. Apparently, this spear is the main weapon of the labyrinth boss. It is probably a very durable and powerful weapon. It is also clear that the Baron will use mana when attacking, so he will do everything possible to kill Kim. If you fill your weapon with mom, even an ordinary axe can become a deadly weapon. Kim prepared himself and tried to quickly come up with a defense strategy. He had no more than 1 minute to do all this. He tried to fill his entire body with mana and concentrate the energy within. He has no choice but to unleash his full potential and show who he really is. Baron Boreas was approaching so quickly that even lightning could not reach such impressive speed. 2 energies collided in one place. This explosion could be similar to a hydrogen bomb. The surrounding rocks were immediately damaged, and the mercenary team, along with the demon, barely managed to escape the explosion. They are lucky that they know how to use magical skills, otherwise they would all be crushed like an orange. Kate lost consciousness after all these injuries, but she's still breathing, and that's the main thing. Meanwhile, the Baron began to laugh like a madman, the whole situation refreshing his mind, as if he had eaten something cool. This attack should have killed his opponent, but the common mercenary blocked his blow. This doesn't mean that Kim was able to avoid internal injuries, but he is alive and still standing on his feet. The punishment is over. As promised, the Baron will no longer consider their mistakes. When they finish their treatment, they can come to him for talks. He will leave the entrance open. After a few hours, the mercenary team found a safe place and began to rebuild their strength. Now the Baron will consider Kim a useful mercenary because he withstood his blow and remained alive. Now the captain admits that he was wrong. Kim did the right thing by intervening, because otherwise Kate would have died. On the other hand, the failed have always survived because they did not intervene in conflict situations, which is why they are still alive. They always choose safe paths and avoid conflicts. and they also ignore those who need help because they are a selfish group. During all this time, Kate has regained consciousness and can now walk independently. She decided to hug her savior and thank him for helping her in a critical moment. Now she loves Kim even more. Kim was also surprised. He believed that all dark traders had no feelings, and he was pleased to see another side of these creatures. The captain said that the dark traders didn't just change the person responsible for the abyss. Previously, an imp did this, but imps often die, while demons, on the contrary, can withstand a much greater load. The aristocrat would not be guilty if the dark merchant died during the punishment. If the dark traders wanted to start a war, the system that has existed for many years would collapse. That's why they turn a blind eye to all these aristocrats and their inappropriate behavior. Kate knows that Kim is preparing for war, which is why she is ready to tell him all the necessary information about Boreas. The price of this information was her life, and he had already paid for it when he saved her. After resting, they set off forward until they were frozen to death. According to Eugene, the demon was completely cured, but they probably have some side effects when the recovery process begins. She said it was too hard for her to walk, and so she was on Kim's back the whole time. And in this way, they walked to the Boreas labyrinth for 3 whole days. The goods that interested the Baron were conventional weapons, or rather, surface fire rifles. His reaction was cold. He said it was all just rubbish, even when he was shown the bombs. As a result, Boreas did not buy anything and they left his territory. The result was again unsatisfactory. That's why shady dealers usually don't come to his labyrinth, and similar mistakes shouldn't be made in the future. There are 2 more mazes to go through, but Kim doesn't have to worry, because the other aristocrats are just plain losers. This doesn't mean that Kim can forget about her manners. She still needs to keep herself in check and not attack anyone. Their journey continued for the next 4 days. It was very difficult for them, but such were the conditions. The first labyrinth on their way was the Barony of Barbados, or, as it is also called, the Nest of the Fallen Dragon. Because of the name, it seemed that dragons might live there, but in reality there were only gargoyles, their distant relatives. The master of the labyrinth was a huge 3-headed gargoyle, the Lord of the Mist, Baron Barbados. His character and appearance resembled a dragon named Draken, who serves in the Nagi labyrinth. Rumor has it that the Mist Lord took this title for himself because there is a lot of mist around his territory. In reality, he doesn't have any abilities related to fog, but he's probably strong because his relatives are dragons. The items offered to him were various rare artifacts related to dragons. The aristocrat was pleased. They completed their visit to the Barbados labyrinth without any problems and set off on their long journey again. On the right side of the desert was the last labyrinth, which was located near the entrance to the 11th floor and was called the Barony of Mentelos. From the outside, it looked like a fortress built to protect against beasts, but it is said that this labyrinth also helps to get to the Parthenon. The wall that blocked the entrance was newly built because no one noticed Anatolio passing through it last time. Probably all the patrols that encountered the Count were killed, so no one noticed his presence. This labyrinth was quite simple and uninteresting, perhaps because it was most often visited by the Parthenon. The main forces here were ancient humans and giants. Kim had never seen them before. In reality, they were not human, just similar to them, but that was where their similarities ended. They were pushed here because they lost the fight for survival on the surface. There were other beings who came from the 11th floor, such as the fanatics who belonged to Count Parthenon. Kim even spotted several vampires, cousins of Angela, who were of innate legendary rank. Kim thought Bore would be the biggest problem, but the military power of the place scared him. This place should be considered part of the 11th floor, because it is the post of Count Parthenon, and this labyrinth is the most dangerous. The master of this labyrinth is Mentelos, the lord of intrigue and the occult, who doesn't seem like a loser, as Kate said. On the other hand, he also doesn't look like a tyrant like Baron Boreas. He doesn't have the dignity you'd expect from an aristocrat. He's an ordinary Parthenon soldier, nothing more, nothing less. He's in a bad mood today, and from the very beginning he told the shady trader that it would be better to stop trading on the 11th and 9th floors. This is just confirmation that the Parthenon is indeed going to invade the 9th floor. But let's forget about that for now. It was time for a little rest and a friendly lunch. They hadn't rested for a long time during their long travels. This takes place near Kim's house. The guy decided to treat them to some delicious food and pizza. Of course, the inhabitants of the dungeon are not used to such delicacies. For them, even sunlight is happiness. While the Crash team enjoys a delicious lunch, Kim will check on the demon. Kate is still in the dungeon. According to the rules, she cannot go out into the real world. Kim didn't forget about his friend and brought her not only food but also a warm blanket. He also took some new clothes for her. because after the punishment from Baron Boreas, her clothes were almost completely destroyed. Kim is upset because he would like Kate to rest with them, on the surface. He had to explain that there was an agreement between heaven and earth that demons could not climb the mountain. This means that angels also exist, but they have not manifested themselves for over 1,000 years. After wearing new clothes, Kate immediately improved her mood and began to smile more often. Kim let her rest a little alone and promised to be back soon. The demon would like to go with him, but rules are rules. Meanwhile, the captain informed his team that the world on the surface was quite strange, so it was better to be careful. Kim had to assure them all that this place was safe, and there was no need to expect to encounter fearless monsters here. Their journey on the 10th floor ended with a brief passage to paradise through a portal. Soon they were on the 9th floor, not far from the center of Nagi's labyrinth. Kim said goodbye to his friends and asked them to come visit him at any time. Although their path to Nagi's labyrinth will be long, they must be sure that they will be received as true aristocrats. Kate also needs to remember that she now has friends on the 9th floor, and she can always come visit. The little demon promised that she would not forget these words and would definitely visit Kim soon. It seemed that everything was over, but at that moment the parasite again took possession of Captain Lee's consciousness. The prototype is still dormant, so it's not too late to talk and say everything it has been holding back for a long time. He doesn't have much time now. He will soon lose control of Lee's consciousness, but we need to talk now. He appeared to warn Kim about his parasite, also known as the prototype. Kate thought something bad was happening and tried to protect the Baron, because this parasite almost killed him last time. The best way to kill the prototype would be to kill its owner, but the parasite doesn't want to do that. He asked Kim to calm down, and explained that now they had the opportunity to talk while the prototype slept inside him. First, we need to explain who parasites are. They are a species that broke away from the prototype colony, and they have their own mission. They choose vessels and make them stronger in order to begin dreaming of the second coming of the king. Simply put, they are the seeds of the king, his remains and particles. The existence of aristocrats in Gazer is already known. Kim is even one of them, but no one has told him about the king. Even Kate doesn't know who currently runs this deep dungeon with different floors. This information is hidden. They are born with little intelligence, and their sole purpose is to find a vessel to grow into a future king. The more the host evolves, the more the parasite evolves, with abilities and consciousness evolving at the same time. As a result, they betrayed the prototype. This happened due to the development of their own mind and intelligence. They abandoned their mission in order to simply enjoy life in their master's body. Most of them severed all ties with the colony and completely forgot about their life mission. The prototype quickly ran out of steam, lost most of its followers, and did not manifest itself for 10 years. They thought he was dead, but now he is in the body of the Baron from the 9th floor. Speaking of the creature inside Kim, it is the main body of the prototype. There is a theory that this creature divided itself into parts, after which it had to choose the carrier with the greatest potential for awakening. He should not rely on the powers of his prototype, because the more he uses them, the more he loses himself. You don't need to feed the prototype brains. This is not only about Kim's brain, but also about the victim's brain. The prototype uses the active mana in the host's body, but cannot reach the deep crystal. That's why he can only receive mana from external sources. In any case, Kim shouldn't even think about becoming king. As a result, the prototype will take all the power, and Kim will be left with nothing. As soon as the parasite finished speaking, it immediately returned consciousness to Lee and disappeared. The captain also agreed that parasites cannot be trusted because he was also able to control this creature before, and now he is having difficulty with it. Kim will definitely think about all these problems, but right now he has other tasks, so it's time to say goodbye. Let's move to the northern wall of the Nagi Labyrinth Gate, just as a hero named Quintus began to shout that they were being attacked. He ordered them to immediately take up battle positions and prepare for battle, and also ordered the Dominican to find a safe place. They believe that unknown individuals with great power have come to their territory, and they are heading very quickly towards the labyrinth. No one could even warn that these forces were approaching. Perhaps the horned rats were destroyed because there is no signal from them. At this moment, the snail felt like a leader and said that there was no need to be afraid. They had already destroyed 2 labyrinths and were ready to do it again. Their ally is the great king of gluttony, and when he is around, they can forget about fear. While Uther talked about his strengths, everyone else looked at him as a mentally retarded child. Judging by the amount of energy of the rivals, an aristocrat is approaching them, perhaps even a count. If it were Count Anatolio, there would be a vibration on the ground, but there isn't. So it's someone else. Uther felt safe until an unknown creature approached him and grabbed him by the head. All his friends looked scared, but no one decided to get lost in this situation. They can be understood because the king of the labyrinth, Nagi, the Baron of the ninth floor, Kim, has appeared. Soon everyone realized that he was the same threat, calmed down, and bowed to the king. More than 3 weeks and several days have passed since Kim set out to explore the abyss. Dominicana is happy to see him and immediately feels the incredible strength with which the master has returned. They even confused him with Count Anatolio, and were happy to see that it was only their beloved king. Kim should have hidden his powers much better, but he hasn't learned to do that yet. The Dominican immediately said that at the king's behest, the Nagi labyrinth had been expanded. The number of troops remained the same, but the maximum army size was increased fourfold. After they have received additional territories, they can begin construction of new facilities. Construction of the Horned Rat Colony is also underway. It is half completed, under the leadership of Rickshaw. Construction has also begun on underground tunnels that connect the Nagi labyrinth to other labyrinths. The horned rat population has changed and is now much larger. This happened thanks to stable nutrition and regular rest. Now there are 10 times more of them, and they can perform a greater amount of work. Kim allowed the construction of tunnels under the Great Forests of Dreams. The main thing is not to approach the enemy labyrinths and to act carefully. With only 4 days left until the round table, Kim has a lot to prepare, so he'll have to come to the surface. He hopes that there will be at least a month left before the war begins, but perhaps everything will start earlier. Kim is sure that soon the aristocrats of the 10th floor will begin to attack the 9th floor. War is only a matter of time. This won't be a fight between two mazes. It will be a full-blown and bloody war between different floors. They will all be driven into a dead end, and to win, they will have to fight without honor. For a long time, Geyser was quite peaceful, but soon these glorious times will end. The plans are already in place, and now all of his closest friends will hear the war strategy. After all this, Kim returned to the surface and decided to call his family. He hasn't spoken to his father in a long time and now has to explain his long absence from home. The guy decided to write a message and explain that he had gone to Australia for research, along with other university students. After that, he saw that Lenara had been calling him repeatedly, and for the past few months they had completely lost touch with each other. As soon as he called her, he immediately heard many unpleasant words addressed to him. She was angry that he was missing her calls and said it could have cost her her life. Lenara has been in too many troubles lately. She is still in the dungeon, along with her team of researchers. Kim said that recently he has had almost no time for research and is busy with his own business. Lenara said that together with the team she found a rather interesting dungeon in which there are many deep crystals. If Kim wants to make some easy money, he can join her team and help explore this place. From the very beginning, they saw that there were unknown monsters in this dungeon, so they needed immediate support. The entire team is excited and hopes that the strong warrior Kim will join them. They all remember his extraordinary skills and strength. Kim promised to think about this proposal, but lately, he has so much work that he has no free time at all. A little later, the guy returned to the labyrinth naked and began discussing current problems. Spies from the 8th floor were spotted near the eastern fortress, and Rickshaw was immediately ordered to find them and bring them to the king. She is the intelligence commander and must be responsible for all such situations in the labyrinth. Dominicana has also received orders to strengthen the defense of the eastern land. Recently, there have been more and more spies in the territory of the Nagi labyrinth. As soon as the conversation was over, Kim returned to his throne and met with the horned rats. They are all happy because in this labyrinth, they have received not only protection and shelter, but also love and a real family. Kim is happy that all his slaves are satisfied. He understands perfectly well that their further achievements depend on this. It turned out that Tretch had come to him, but it was not the same king of horned rats, but his son. We already remember this glorious warrior who became the first rival of the Nagi labyrinth. A lot of time has passed since he died. Now his son is happy to serve King Kim and assures that all his warriors are ready to die for Nagi.